Hello and welcome to the Premier League Goal Show. We are here taking you all the way from the 6 p.m. kickoffs to the 8 p.m. kickoffs later. And to start the show, it's me and Rowan. Hello, Rowan.
Hiya, pal. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm looking forward to this because there's some good, tasty games today. And obviously, for the start, just for preference, I'll be covering Fulham Leicester, and Rowan will be covering Burnley versus Man City. We've just observed a minute silence for, obviously, I think it was Captain Tom, who sadly passed away due to COVID and pneumonia. And, rest in peace to him. What an absolute hero he was. But the football should just about be kicking off. We haven't got kick-off quite here yet. But Rowan,
we're 36 seconds in.
36 seconds in. Looking forward to your game today because we'll take you through the lineups because we're a little bit late. But Burnley v Man City.
I think it'll have goals. I just think it's going to be very one-sided. We saw a huge thrashing yesterday. I think we're going to have something not as similar, but I think it could be a good 4-goal swing.
Oh, that is brave.
Do you want to talk through the teams?
Well, you can talk through the teams indeed. Will we see as many red cards as yesterday is the question, because we had 4.
It is Burnley.
It is Burnley. So, yeah, you can go through the lineups if you'd like.
So, for Burnley, it's Nick Pope, Lowton, I'm going to call him Tarky then, Tarkowski, me, Peters, Goodmanson, Westwood, Cock, McNeil, Rodriguez, and Vidra. And then on the Manchester City side, it's Edison, Stones, Dias, Laporte, Rodri, Cancelo, Gundogan, Silva, Mahrez, Jesus, and Sterling.
And
strong
the
team.
The benches?
For Burnley, it's Peacock, Farrell, Stevens, Bardsley, Long, Narty, Dunn, Benson, Driscoll, Glennon, and Mum Bongo. And then for the Manchester City bench, Walker, Zinchenko, Stefan, Torres, Mendes, Fernandinho, Foden, Garcia, and Gomez.
I think it's fair to say a slightly weaker bench for Burnley than Man City. Only slightly.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, of course. But there's no real shocks, would you say, in that Man City team? Obviously, De Bruyne is missing out, but that team is on hot form. Anything stopping them?
No, you look at the squad, it's like maybe striker is the only thing where you go bit shaky, but it's Gabriel Jesus. It's not like he's awful.
No, and obviously Aguero only getting older, but we'll see what that means for him.
Yeah.
And in my game, it's Fulham versus Leicester. The Fulham starting 11 on his listed as a 3-4-3. It's Areola in net with a back three of former Hull City legend Ola Aina, Joachim Anderson, and on loan from Man City, Tosin. Wing backs of Anthony Robinson and Kenny Tete. Robinson serving his suspension and he's now back. Midfield 2 of Zambo and Gisa and Harrison Reed, with a front 3 probably a little bit interchangeable of Adam.
It's 1-0.
Oh.
2:56. It's an easy goal from Gabriel Jesus. It comes from Raheem Sterling driving. I was waiting. I was trying please don't score yet. Let him finish the teams. But it's Raheem Sterling driving down the left. It's a lovely little footplay. And I don't know who it is. I think it might have been Gundogan. Takes the ball, does a lovely spin, puts it onto his right foot, has a short putt, parries it, and it just goes straight to the head of Gabriel Jesus.
And before we've even finished the teams, Rowan said he fancied some goals tonight. Not as many as last time, but they're on track.
That is lovely by Bernardo Silva. Just spins, puts it on his right foot, has a short putt. Probably could have done a lot better. Parries it straight to Gabriel Jesus, who is probably one of his easiest goals of his career. And I said, striker may be the only way. Well, he's got to go with the diving header. And
there he is, a Man City start, as they've kind of left off with the last couple of weeks. Yeah. But we've talked through the Fulham lineup and there's been a goal already. I'll talk through the Leicester one. Hopefully no more up until this point. But in there, it's a 4-2-3-1 for Leicester. It's Kasper Schmeichel, Ricardo Pereira on the right, Johnny Evans and Sionchu, that centre-back pairing, and James Justin on the left. Hamza Chowdhury and Yuri Tielemans at the midfield pivot. And then you've got Maddison, Barnes and Perez in front with Kelechi and Nacho. So a little bit of rotation. And on the bench for Fulham, it's Michael Hector, Dennis Adoy, Marek Rodak, Tim Ream, Bobby Di Cordova-Reid, Ivan Carolero, Mario Lemina, Joe Bryan and Josh Onomah. Strong bench for Fulham. And for Leicester, Albrighton, Ward, Amati, Cengiz Under, Nampalys Mendy, Christian Fuchs, Luke Thomas, Tagalo Lashibala. Tough one.
What a name.
Yeah, and Vontae Daly Campbell. But your game already with a goal Do Burnley look shell-shocked, or what's
They
happened
look
there?
a bit stunned. You never like a lot of teams. You never expect to concede so early, and now Burnley have got the result of just fouling Man City. That's Rodriguez. But I mean, both these games tonight, you expect the winners to be Leicester and City, but
yeah,
any chance you think Fulham have got a chance in this?
I think definitely. I think Fulham have impressed me actually with the promoted sides. I think it was we were talking to Simon the other day, and he was saying this. He's surprised Fulham are on as little points as they are, and Newcastle are on as many. Because in terms of the way they play, Fulham have been playing really well recently. But we'll go through the comments. We were a little late, we understand, but I'll go from around the 6 o'clock section where Carl says, "Hello, how are we?
Hey,
He
Kyle.
wants a few shocks tonight." You've not got them so far.
No, I don't think that this 6 o'clock you won't.
No,
Maybe.
not quite yet. But Ian says hi, hello. Ian Jordan says Burnley to score one. Or City have scored one. Daz says evening guys, back on normal ones as Daz Reynolds. Hello Daz, it's nice to see you as always. Where is the guy that did into Juve? Josh is taking a break. He's got to have a day off.
He's got to have a day off.
He went from the darts to deadline day to Italy, all in about the space of 4 days. And them streams are long and take a lot out of you. So unfortunately, you've got me and Rowan, and then later you'll have the likes of Simon, KD, and Will taking us through it. And yes, Levi, the chats do go on screen underneath.
Yeah, they do with this what we're streaming on today.
Yeah, exactly. We've mixed it up a little bit. Usually we do a bit of Discord, but now we're doing a little bit of StreamYard, and the chat comments do go up. As Jordan,
that's a great ball over the top. Jesus, straight to Nick Pope, who's parried straight into the box, and it's eventually it was already offside, but the stupid flag thing.
Oh, fair enough. But Jordan's comment has come up on screen. Bayern Munich defender Nicolas Julius among centre-backs Chelsea have identified as potential summer targets. Well, what I heard was that Bayern want Upamecano. Obviously, they're losing Alaba. If they lose Schuler as well, they might need some reinforcements at the back. But it's a nice signing if Schuler goes to Chelsea.
Well, no, in Liverpool, Chelsea, and one of the foreign clubs, Real Madrid, looking at Alaba.
Yeah,
and they were going to bring up a Meccano. If they lose Schuler as well, then you're either going to rely on a lot of youth, or maybe Hernandez, Pavard, Kimmich going back to his natural right back until you can bring in a replacement. But we've got till summer then to find out. I'm sure they'll be able to iron it out.
Should be an interesting summer window, because obviously we had the COVID affected window this time. I think it'll be affected again, and we'll also have kind of Brexit people coming to England. I don't know how it's going to affect football. We'll have to see. I've only ever seen it affect football in the Football Manager sense. And but we'll go on as Daz Reynolds put. What's your predictions for all of tonight's games? So me and Owen are only here for these games, so we won't be here for the later games. I'm very much looking forward to one in particular, which I'll let you know. But we'll start with the game tonight. Fulham Leicester. What's your prediction? And I'll do mine.
Oof. Ball in box. Sorry, it was another opportunity to say. Oof. I'm going to go Leicester, maybe 2-1. Fulham get an early goal. Leicester coming to the game. You?
I'm going to go 1-1 in this one. I think Fulham are a good side. I think they've come into their own. I think me and Josh were talking, and they've gone through their sticky patch, which was at the start of the year, and they're kind of finding their identity late in the year. But Burnley, Man City, we know City have scored, so
4-0.
Oh yeah.
I think it's going to be not a whitewash. I think it'll stop it when they get to 3+. They'll be a bit fairer. I say this since Bernardo Silva straight down the middle. So many City players supporting him. It's on the wing now. Cross comes in and it's cleared by Ben Mee.
See, Dean and Blondie's put come on Burnley. I might back this year. I'm going to go for it. 1-1. Up the Burnley.
Get the 1 point.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to happen, but I'm with Dean and Blondie. Come on, Burnley. And then Leeds Everton. Now, this is a game for me that's it's not the one I'm looking forward to the most, but it's a very, very good game. Leeds
Isn't it?
Teams that like to score.
I mean, it's Leeds with their attacking football, but Everton are sometimes a joy to watch. Just when they've got like a full fit midfield and everything, when it's Doucouré, Allen and James, but even Doucouré and James, just seeing them two, Doucouré winning the ball back, James then distributed to DCL. I'm going to go 3-1 Everton. I think it's an Everton win. I think Leeds will probably might even dominate the game, but Everton will just win just by actually getting the ball at the back of the net.
Yeah, weird one. Two teams that struggle from inconsistency. You've seen Leeds get dispatched. You've seen Leeds beat Leicester. not too long ago. Everton, you've seen them win big games this season, draw the Merseyside derby, lose to Newcastle, who were on terrible form. So it's literally a toss-up in my opinion. But this one, I'm actually going to go with 2-2. I'm a big draw merchant tonight. And then obviously, as I've just Iheanacho's in the box, using trickery, deflected shot will be cleared eventually by Tosin. Nothing will come of it. What I'm looking forward to, Aston Villa West Ham. I'll get to your question soon, Levi. I see you putting it in the chat. But Aston Villa West Ham, my favourite game of the night.
Listen, who do you think? It's sort of the battle of the surprise contenders, really.
Yes.
Villa obviously were relegation fodder last year, and West Ham weren't doing much. And then all of a sudden, both these teams seem to be firing on all cylinders.
It's a good game. I really like Aston Villa recently. They might have gone a little bit off the boil, but West Ham again are a surprise. I don't want to go for another draw, but okay, I'll go with 3-1 Aston Villa. It's bold, but what's your thoughts?
3-2 West Ham.
Oh, that's it. See, it's set up.
I mean, maybe it's a bit of hope that I hear the 91st minute Souček, but I think it'll be 3-2 West Ham. It'll be a very close game, whatever the circumstances.
Yeah, and the final game before we get to more questions in the chat is Liverpool v Brighton. Kind of little v large in terms of the way they're represented in the Premier League this year. Brighton have struggled a little bit on the periphery of the relegation zone, but have strung together a decent little run of results. So what do you think in this one as Liverpool got back to their best recently?
I want to say a Brighton win. Like me, you've watched so much Brighton this season. I've joined you at points, and they do play nice football.
They just don't win.
Yeah, is it? Will Kabak be able to start today?
I think him or Davis should be able to, because I know Lingard's in contention to play. So I think if they've been registered, they should be able to.
I'll go 1-0 Liverpool. I don't think it'll be a convincing performance, but I think it could be the start of just really getting that momentum building now that they're after.
Yeah, I think 2-0 Liverpool. I like Brighton. I think they play some good stuff, and I like some of their players. But unfortunately, I think these are the games where it's a bit like, I don't expect much. But if Ali Razor's back from injury, then it's a Brighton win. Scout it down 100%. Right now. We'll have to see
Iran's number one. Yeah, I can't wait until when lineups get revealed. The stream, we don't care what's going on pitch. Ali Razor's playing against Liverpool. He's back in 4.
That'd be, my heart would be mad. But Levi's put, do you think CR7 is the GOAT? Yes, in my opinion. Yes.
I prefer Messi.
Oh.
It's the age-old debate, and I genuinely think it's just your playing style. I can appreciate Ronaldo thingy. And if I could, you put them both, but it's always a decision. For me, I just prefer Messi the way he plays. He's on the ball. I prefer him over Ronaldo, but I understand why people choose Ronaldo. Yeah,
there was a little bit of kind of confusion here as it looked like Ola Aina shepherded the ball back to his keeper with his arm, but he was outside the box, so VAR can't do anything about it. But Zambo Anguissa's breaking through the left. He's had a really good start to the season. Squares it to Mitrovic. Deflects off James Justin's foot, takes the pace off the ball, and it was a very good opportunity. But Zambo Anguissa,
I love him.
Man, this season, he has been rejuvenated compared to when we first saw him.
There's players that I think you love just because how they look and they smile a lot. For me, Zambo Anguissa a player I love just because when he's running with the ball, he looks like he shouldn't, but it's just the drive, the passion, the energy. Yeah, he just keeps on going.
He's very hard to move off the ball when he's going at full speed. And he does bring the ball forward very well. And I do think most improved, if we're talking in the Premier League this season, Zambo Anguissa is definitely up there. He's brought a lot of dynamism to this Fulham side. But Leicester come forward, teasing in around the box. Ricardo Pereira pulls back for Harvey Barnes, who lashes.
That's it. In our game, slow down a little bit here. It's more just Burnley long ball over the top.
Yeah.
Sitting back, Chris Wood trying to get on it. I can't remember. Is it front? Whoever's up front going for it, and then sitting now just holding the ball. Just patient football.
We've got a few updates from Jordan. Strasbourg have scored. Wolfsburg are beating Schalke. Not a surprise. Schalke.
It's the Pokal as well, isn't it?
Yeah, Schalke are a little bit poor. We saw Paderborn put up a gutsy effort.
It's Shas yesterday.
It was. Lingard is in contention to play versus Villa. Later today, so we'll have to see if he even makes his debut, possibly off the bench, I think, more than anything. And he's also had a goal for Rennes. But we've got a few more questions. Kyle asked, did we hear about Bournemouth manager being sacked? We did, because Johnny Woodgate is going to take charge.
Have you seen the favourites? Lampard, Eddie Howe, and Terry.
Yeah, Terry's in there. It'd be interesting to see Eddie Howe come back. That'd be a bit weird.
It'd be weird, but maybe he just really wanted a holiday, Eddie. And he's like, just give me a rest.
I think he would have been perfect for Newcastle. If Newcastle get rid of Bruce, I think me and Josh talked about it. I would love Eddie Howe to go to Newcastle, but we'll have to see. I
want to see him back in the Premier League. That's the thing.
Yeah, definitely. As Kenny Tete gets a nice ball into the boxes. I just saw Hamza Chowdhury get bodied by Ruben Loftus-Cheek. But
what do you think about the things of Eddie Howe becoming an England manager after Southgate?
I like it. I genuinely don't mind it. I think he's proven himself in club football. You know, what he did with Bournemouth was absolutely unbelievable, taking him from the bottom tier of kind of proper professional football, and then up until the Premier League. And I think he plays a good stuff. My only problem with Eddie Howe was he was a little bit stubborn at Bournemouth. When things weren't going wrong, he stuck to what he knew.
To his guns. And
yeah.
It's a thing of, well, do you stick with it and hope that things change, or do you change drastically? And if it doesn't change, then are you going to be calling the question, well, you made changes, nothing's happening? It's one of them. It's one of the, what's it called? The weighing scales.
A catch-22 is what I call it as a personal thing. But Dean and Blondie's got a few questions. He says, who have we got as Prem champs? It's Man City. It's going to be City's season. Yeah.
I think United are going to put up a great fight. I think Liverpool will, but I think City will just edge it.
Yeah, I think City have got the strongest squad, even without De Bruyne. The one thing with De Bruyne is he's never played a full season where he's been fit for the whole year. And that's a little bit of a problem, but with so much talent, I don't think it matters too much. And
the question always comes, they spend so much money, but if you tell the question, their talent is unreal.
Yeah, it's absolutely unquestionable. Daz has put, did any of you guys see the 4 red cards? Daz, I saw all 4 red cards. Should we get on to that, actually? Because I believe it was a slight talking point. Besides the 9-0, we had, 4 red cards as well. Did you see all of them?
I saw the 2 Southampton ones.
You saw the 2 Southampton ones. Actually, I say I saw all 4 of them. I actually missed the Bednarek one because I was so despair. I was in so much despair that it was in my fantasy team. It was on -7.
I better say you got absolutely shafted on fantasy.
Yeah, I did. And Jordan's put Ings was not offside. It was Che Adams, and he was definitely not offside. Jordan, you are right, mate. I agree with that. But we'll start with David Luiz. The difficult one with David Luiz was there was limited contact with Nita Stud. But again, was it a clear goal-scoring opportunity? Yes. There was literally, you just had to put it round Leno, and it's a goal. So it's in the letter of the law that it's a red card.
Yeah.
Is it really? You've got to use your brain sometimes. And I don't think he even meant to touch him. So I actually think that was a very harsh red card.
That's the thing. I think that's the problem where the rules come in. Because, yes, he stopped a clear goal-scoring opportunity. Is it on purpose? No. He hasn't meant to do it. But he stopped goal-scoring. It's the thing of, okay, it stopped goal structure immediately. That should be a red. But then you go, okay, has he definitely done it on purpose, or he's just accidentally clipped him? If he's accidentally clipped him, it's a yellow card. If he's done it on purpose, it's a red. Oh, nice.
It came out of absolutely nothing. Leicester were coming forward, just playing some nice football, and Maddison is on the right-hand side, and he bends a lovely whipped cross in the air. And Iheanacho, behind Vardy for so long, former Man City man, heads home past Areola. The Frenchman can do nothing about it. Just a very nice structured goal. And as Chowdhury wins back the ball, James Maddison on the right-hand side whips a lovely ball. He's in between Anderson and Aina, and he just heads home. And we'll get on to more red cards later, but Leicester take the lead.
Go. Yeah, Iheanacho, he's been behind by it when he moved to Leicester. Yeah. And again, it's that simple thing. Oh, there's been a mistake at the back, though. Nick Pope's outside the box. Raheem Sterling can't get it under control. And there was just a mistake at the back. I think that was low and ball over the top. Just doesn't control it. Sterling sniffs at it. But Pope's already early out. Oh, but Pope luckily holds himself up. Sterling can't get it under control.
Yeah, and so it's 1-0 in both matches now. We'll quickly revert back to what we were talking about, because you were talking about goalkeepers. Leno's red card.
Yeah.
Speaking of unfortunate, it took the dodgiest bounce. And then
he's gone to chest it, hasn't he? He's gone to chest it or control it out. It's spun awkwardly. It's hit his hand. He can't. It is a red, but he's one of them ones where he goes, no, he can do.
It's just mistimed. It's one of them, to be fair. was it a clear goal scoring opportunity? Well, no, because if he heads it out, then it's not going to go in, is it? But it was a difficult one. And in terms of Southampton, I know one of them was a definite red, and that was the first one from Jankovic. I didn't see Bednarek's, but I've heard that it might be rescinded. I don't know.
Yeah, you look at it, and it's very strict. There's part of me that thinks, yes, that's a penalty, and part of me goes, probably. It's always personal decision, especially Bednarek, that first one. It's a shame that it was on his debut, but you've got to be more aware. Yeah,
definitely a red. It was a dangerous tackle, and Mitrovic just fouls Hamza Chowdhury from behind. And Kyle agrees.
We've just had that the same with Rodri straight into Vidra, who's still down.
Kyle agrees with us. He's put the first red for Southampton was disgusting. My opinion, the player didn't go in to win the ball. Some may call me an idiot, but he could have seriously injured McTominay. The player should. I feel like this is going to be a continued comment, but it's not there yet. So I agree. I don't think he was trying to hurt him. I really don't. But it was so inexperienced, so naive, and very dangerous.
The problem is, let's say I don't know where he's been. I mean, Burnley took a free kick quick. No, nothing comes of it. I don't know whether he's gone and played in League One or League Two, but there's situations in lower leagues where you will get away with that. Unfortunately, as inept the Premier League referees, you can't get away with a challenge like that.
Yeah, it was a dangerous tackle, and we saw the marks on McTominay's legs after that, and it was wow. It was a dangerous tackle, and he says he's continued with the player should be heavily fined and suspended by people. May say I'm over the top. He is going to be suspended. He is going to be suspended. I don't know about fine because I do. Maybe I'm wrong, but I do judge it on the inexperience of the guy. Like it literally was his debut. Imagine the nerves and the adrenaline, and I think he probably just got over eager to win the ball and make a statement.
If that was a player who'd played in the Premier League for 3 years, even if he's already played a year of football, where they're adjusted to the not the rules, but you know what I mean, the playing style, the rules, and thing. He's going to want to impress, so he's gone to win that ball, and he's just way too much. And it's a red, and it's definitely suspension. I don't think it's a heavy fine, just a normal fine.
Yeah. Exactly. It was. I feel bad for the guy because that is like literally the worst possible way to make your debut in the Premier League, and he's probably been waiting this moment his whole life, and that's not how he would have wanted it to go. But we'll look back at another comment I saw, which was Dean and Blondie that says, "I feel for all the Baggies fans. Dodgy Sam in charge." Dodgy Sam.
Dodgy Sam. I'm about to say it's not that bad, but.
I mean, it's more the fact that he had that whole thing when he was England manager. But I think if you want to stay in the Premier League, Big Sam's one of the best options you can go with. He's a safe option. He's not. The problem is with Big Sam, I don't want to call him an ugly choice, but he's not. You know, he don't come with all the glitz and glam of like, you know, when David Wagner came, he came with this lovely German style of football under Klopp and Frank David Farke as well, and. Hasn't worked out, so maybe you need a bit of Big Sam in your life.
That's the thing, like you said. I think if you bring in a manager who, he could have a bit of different playing style, and it doesn't work in the Premier League, you look stupid. You bring Big Sam in, you know how he operates. Do you look really stupid if it doesn't work? You say, just didn't work for him this time. Yeah,
it's one of them where you kind of you're not making a risk. He's one of them with. High floor, low ceiling. Are your ambitions massive? No. But is the drop going to be that low? No. So, safe option is Jordan puts Randy Orton versus Karrion Kross on Twitter, apparently.
I'll have a look at that. I know that they had a bit of beef on Twitter, but I doubt that's announced.
I mean, it's amazing that once Edge goes down to NXT, suddenly Orton fancies a bit of NXT as well after not even being bothered about the main roster.
Yeah. It's Wednesday, isn't it? I just realised, sorry, Jan Kuczka's got in the team of the week. Slavia Prague legend.
I'll be honest, didn't even remember as Jordan puts a Motherwell goal in the chat there as there are some other games going on. But midway through the first half, Rowan, what's really the takeaway from your first half? Because it started rapid.
Just Burnley sat back. I think the initial start, they maybe thought, we'll go at them a bit. No, Manchester City, to sum it up, have had 74% possession.
Oh.
Yeah.
So,
it's just been... Basically what it's been is ball over the top, Jesus, takes the ball, doesn't come anything because Burnley got 7 men back, and it's just happened then. And it's either goes to the wing to Mahrez or Sterling. They're driving in, Burnley are not pushing because they sit men back. And Sterling and Mahrez are like, I don't know what to do. What do we do? It's like transforming me where he's looking around. It's like, where do I pass?
That's the thing. It's when you attack Man City, you don't want to push too many men forward because you just get caught out at the other end.
Yeah.
But I think it's kind of it's been an end-to-end game here, to be honest. It's not been without the chances for Fulham. I think Fulham have come forward in flurries and they've looked rather impressive on occasion. I'll be honest. And go on.
There's not much to say. That's the problem. When it's Man City Burnley, you're not going to say, "Oh, it was some great counter-attacking." Both teams. It's just Man City dominating. Unfortunately, I'm just glad that you're getting a bit more of an entertaining game.
Well, we've just had a good attempt here, and it was from Kaglar Soyuncu, who was up from a free kick, and it was a second ball from a cross that came in from Jose Perez on the right-hand side. It got flicked away by a header, and then he volleyed it towards goal. But Areola got down well, and one player has impressed me for Fulham. I don't know about you yourself. Areola has been a very good addition to this Fulham side.
I think was it Fulham last? Who was it? It was when who got thingy? Pepe Reina.
Oh, Aston Villa.
It was when clubs that had just been promoted brought in players where you're like, how have they come? Areola's played for PSG and stuff, and like that. I was like, and Real Madrid. I'm like, it's such a strange signing to see him there, but that's the thing. He's gonna help them, innit?
Yeah, he's definitely been an improvement on. No offense to Marek Rodak. I mean, he got them to the Premier League, but I don't think
when you have to step up, you have to make improvements. I think keeper was a big one for them.
Well, I think to be fair, Fulham have got the recruitment quite well this time around. I know when they came up the first time, everyone, let's be fair, we all mock them for how much money they spent, and then they weren't very good for long periods. But it's fair to say that the recruitment this year has been a lot better.
Oh, Jesus. Burnley finally had their first major chance. Eric Peters on the wing, had a lot of time. He just crossed it into the outside of the box and it goes nowhere. And City are counter-attacking now with Gundogan. He's got Raheem Sterling free to his left. Raheem Sterling now on the ball. Goes aside, gets past Tarkowski. To Jesus on the inside of the box. He's got Mahrez on the overlap. Don't press him. And Nick Pope will catch it.
And it seems like that's maybe Burnley's only flurry forward for
exactly, and at least for a City chance. But sorry, about what you were saying.
No, it's all right. We'll go to some of the comments. Actually, I kind of finished my bit on Areola. I'm just a big fan. Kyle put, I always thought that Leicester thrashed Southampton 9-0, that Man United held the English top flight record win by one team, but sadly, he's found out West Brom hold the record. West Brom beat Darwin 12-0 in 1892. So his shouts of get 10 didn't matter. And I'll be honest, Kyle, I wasn't around in 1892. I'd like to know how that game went. I really
Who did they play, Kyle, if you can find out? If it was like, sorry.
Darwin?
Darwin? Well, is it a team? I think it might be a team.
I feel they've gone on a different trajectory to West Brom. Since maybe that was the beginning of the end for Darwin.
The 12 in the thrashing, maybe they just went, we can't play anymore. We'll retire there with one of the founding members. Ball over the tops, though, sir. To Vidra. Burnley are getting a bit more into this now. Westwood pings it to the... City get cleared.
Do you think that's when City actually become the most dangerous, though? When the other team starts to feel themselves and they're willing to push more men forward, well, and then eventually they get caught out.
That's the thing. Eric Peters pushed up on the left to get the ball. City, as soon as he spotted that, fizzed the ball to the left, which made Peters come across, and then he came back to his position. But it's just Burnley will get a chance, and then City will just come and won't stop.
I think Burnley, one thing about tonight, they need to be clinical with their chances. If they're going to get a chance, it needs to go in the back of the net, or they're going to struggle.
I think if this gets 2-3, I think we may see more. Just, you know what? Since that goal in, they've just sat back. Is it boring? Yes. But does it save your face? Yes.
Exactly. We'll have to see how they approach it. But we've seen teams like Sheffield United give City, a good game. They only lost 1-0. From what I saw of the game, Man City were very much more dominant and could have gone a little bit further. But defensively resolute, that's been Burnley's MO since they got promoted. But Jordan's put a few things in the chat. He's put, after his performance against Leicester, Patrick Bamford is in the latest at EA Sports FIFA Team of the Week. He's also put a first Premier League goal of the season for Iheanacho, #Premier League, and also a goal for Motherwell.
Motherwell.
I don't know who they're playing, actually, in this game, but there's lots of cup fixtures, because I know Mönchengladbach play tonight.
Who have they got in the poker?
I have no idea. Fake fan. Not a good fan.
Fake fan. No, yesterday I was so scared. It was when I said, because I couldn't think, my stream crashed. I couldn't get on. And then I see on Twitter, Haaland daggers in the heart, and then he goes, VAR's overturned it, penalty for Panama 2. So I'm like, oh, you bastard, bastard. I'll
be honest, admin got a little bit of grief for that, where he's like, they put the dagger in. No, they haven't.
It's been reverted.
And Daz has put big game on Sunday. There's a big game on Sunday.
Liverpool, I think. Is Daz a Liverpool fan?
I was going to say, I've got a feeling, usually the weird thing is big games on a Sunday, I just feel they usually involve Liverpool. Is Liverpool v Man City on a Sunday? What's your thoughts on that game? Because that is a massive game.
I mean, if you look at the fixtures I've seen, they've also got Brighton tonight, then City, then Liverpool, Leicester. But that game of the week, that's a tasty game if I close my tab. Innit? The thing is, that is really going to set the wheels in motion in terms of which side really is going to win the league, I think.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how a Liverpool defence that's kind of patched up. They kind of... it's like that meme where all the water's coming out of the tank and they put a bit of sellotape on it. That is Liverpool at the moment trying to... But it's interesting because Man City will probably still be without De Bruyne. You don't know if that's going to...
That's the thing. Especially in these bigger games, you probably want KDB there to carry the team. And I think they have that, but not to the same level that KDB would. And interesting if Aguero's fit as well, because then you are relying on Jesus to score against Liverpool. Like, this is Burnley.
Yeah, and that's the problem. We'll have to see, because that is definitely a big game, and Daz was definitely more than correct with that one. But Jordan's put the Gladbach playing Stuttgart. Thank you very much, Jordan. In the podcast tonight. I only focus on league games, me. Only big games for Gladbach. And is Ruben Dias the best defender in the Premier League? No.
Ooh.
Van Dijk.
But it is Van Dijk. In terms of debut and sort of age and stuff, I think so. Yeah, but it's always going to be Van Dijk in it.
Yeah, it also depends. I think it depends if you talk about fit defenders, because obviously Van Dijk's not fit at the moment. In terms of Premier League centre backs right now, I think Ruben Dias is definitely up there. John Stones come on leaps and bounds.
It was when I did the watchalong. I don't know what it was. Would have been a City one. Might have been Champions League. And I was going, Stones is playing really well in here. I got laughed at a little bit. I think about who for doing it with. And then I was like, no, genuinely. And then you see I was playing, and I was like, trust me, he was having a good game. It's just, I'm glad that he's found it. City've really got a good structure of defence now.
Yeah, and the sports corner, which I presume is Josh. Put your comment up if you want, Josh. The best defender in the league while Van Dijk isn't fit. You are bang on. He really is probably the best defender. Well, Laporte was. Yeah. But I think Ruben Dias, you can trust him to stay fit more, and I think is genuinely better.
Cross came in from Mahrez. Gabriel Jesus nearly won it, and then Pope went to punch out. Nearly clipped Jesus, but Jesus was a little bit smaller than him, so no connection. But that was nearly a big fist to the head. Oh,
nearly a big fist to the head.
And I remember Will saying that Kelleher might be starting today because of Alisson injury. If Alisson's out in that big game for City against City, that could really make the difference. I'm not saying Kelleher's a bad goalkeeper, but they're at levels.
Yeah, this is the thing. And Alisson, for me, is the best goalkeeper in the Premier League. So,
do you know if you're Liverpool? I know Adrian has had poor form and stuff, but in that game against him, would you put him in just because he's had more experience playing against him? Oh!
No. Genuinely, I wouldn't, because Kelleher came in, I can't remember what game it was, but he had a really good performance.
Yeah.
And I know there's levels to it, but when is the guy going to play if you don't play him
True.
in a game like this. So he might as well. If Alisson isn't fit, these are all ifs and buts, and we'll see how fitness continues over the week. I'm sure it'll be monitored quite well by most media. I think Kelleher would get the start, in my opinion. But
yeah.
Jordan says goal young boys. I wonder if young boys are playing tonight. I don't know if it's
probably
the
some Swiss team. Yeah.
Luzerne, maybe it's St. Gallen. I know they're playing.
I'm about to say St. Gallen.
Staples of European football, St. Gallen.
St. Gallen, Luzerne. In fact, they were like challenging for the league, weren't they, Luzerne? I'm pretty confident.
Well, I remember one week when we used to do the podcast that Josh put in some random Swiss league game that rattled everybody, because when you check the league table, because we weren't allowed to check the leagues beforehand, one of them was like 11 points behind the other.
I think it was like Sion versus someone. Yeah, like I said, I bet the young boys are playing Zurich. They're 3-0 up.
Oh, well, Zurich, of course, they're another big team. For some reason, Sturm Graz was the first team that came to my head. I don't know why. But Will has agreed with me. You play Kelleher in that game. Adrian should never play for Liverpool football.
I don't think I've got some of your comments, by the way.
Oh, it's all right. I've got them. Don't worry.
Oh, there we go. There he is.
Yeah,
Liverpool. Not play for Liverpool ever again.
No, to be fair, I genuinely think the amount of games that he's cost them, I don't think he's a bad goalkeeper. Like we saw at West Ham, he was a decent enough keeper to be their starter for so long, but it gets to the point where you are so sick of someone making mistakes that you have to give up with him. It's like Bravo at Man City.
Yeah, that's the thing. I love Claudio Bravo as well, but yeah, how many chances do you give a keeper before it really is? And he's probably overstepped it. Yeah,
and the thing is with keepers as well, the confidence of a keeper is so important. Because if your keeper's nervous, mistakes will just lead to more mistakes.
I remember it happened with David De Gea. It might have been a year ago, 2 years, something. And it was like a spell like 4 games. And I think Romero came in. De Gea got his confidence back and he was flying. But like you said, if their confidence is going, take them out before it gets too worse. If they are your main keeper. If you're Adrian, who cares?
Exactly. And I remember looking back at the Adrian deal thinking this is a decent deal for a backup goalkeeper. But he doesn't look like he's very, very confident anymore. And he doesn't really seem like he's going to get another chance at Liverpool, as Will has put that his contract runs out at the end of this year anyway. So I don't know. He's still reasonably old, but goalkeepers can kind of go forever. He may go to Spain. I feel like he'll go to Spain second.
Like Spain or like Syria, and just go for like a Bologna or something.
Yeah, just as a backup. I don't think he's going to be a starter anywhere any
unless it's the second division.
Yeah, I could definitely see it, and of course, him being.
And it's 2-0.
Oh,
Raheem Sterling. I was just waiting. It was coming. The ball was just held up out of the box thing, and then Gundogan makes a lovely run. Just a small, simple pass. I think it's by Jesus. Just absolutely pierces it across the box. There's one man waiting for it. It's Raheem Sterling. It's a powerful cross by Gundogan. He just loses the focus of Ben Mee and just snaps like that, drifts away from Ben Mee. And I think that's Rodri who does really... Oh, it's Cancelo. Cancelo draws Ben Mee in, gives Gundogan the space, and he fizzes a ball in Gundogan. Just so much power in it. And Sterling pokes it in past Nick Pope, who's nowhere near. 2-0 Manchester City. And floodgates, are they opening or are they about to be widened?
Well, this is the thing. I was about to ask you. I don't want to say game over, but do you think that's kind of what we're looking at now?
So around 5 minutes ago, the show started. City had 4 shots, 2 on target. Burnley had nothing, no opportunities. Yeah, it's. Oh, Sterling's just hit a mark. 400th senior game for Sterling.
Oh, I thought you meant like he'd hit someone called Mark. I was like, who called Mark?
Mark's ran on pitch and Sterling's just gone, none of that. Close landed.
Yeah, I don't know who it could possibly be. There has been a goal in this game, but it has been disallowed. It was a lofted cross into the box. I didn't speak about it because Soyuncu has his arms all over the back of the defender before heading it past Areola, but it was rightly called as a foul, and it won't continue. As we have Kyle's Darwin.
There we go. He's gone off. He's done his research.
Here we are.
Oh, sorry, before you say that, It should be 2-1. He's going to be offside anyway, but Vidra's just put it past the post. But it's a chance for Burnley, but it was offside.
They have to put away these chances, and we'll go back to Darwin FC, more important than the games that we've got now. 1870-2009, dissolved. FC Darwin, successor to Darwin, formed in 2009, playing the North West Counties League Division 1 North. AFC Darwin, the predecessor.
That's a great ball over the top. I don't even see who played it, though. Riyad Mahrez. Still Riyad Mahrez. Straight into the hands of Nick Pope. João Cancelo should have done a lot better there. So close.
And it was almost even worse for Thingy. But, Burnley have had a few chances, and hopefully they can get one in the game, kind of make it a little bit more exciting and see what we can do. And let's have a look. We've got a goal. Jordan's put Burnley 0.
Watching the goal again, mate.
Sterling. And Chris has put, hi lads, hope you well. I swear City always beat Burnley easily. Yeah, we always hold hope that Burnley will be resolute defensively and eke a 0-0. They never do.
One day. One day.
I think City are just a different beast at this, like genuinely, and I hate them. I despise them. But
that's why I'm doing the Burnley game.
But to the point where I have to respect that they are the best team at this moment in the Premier League. I can't deny that they are blowing teams away without their best player, without a striker, and they're still winning.
And another thing is, me and you weren't supposed to be doing a watch-along today. No. I think we just both presumed that the watch-alongs were done. Then Josh comes in and just goes, you doing the... I was like, yeah, sure.
We are late drafts, and by late drafts, this kicked off at 6 o'clock when the game
started. But look at the late drafts in history. Tom Brady, Travis Kelce? Was he late? No, Travis Kelce. No, God. I know who I'm thinking of.
Stefan Diggs, 4th round. Stefan Diggs, 4th round.
Stefan Diggs. Who
there you go. Of? And Chris says he can't deny City are the best team in the Premier League, and that's the unfortunate thing. Will's put Dak Prescott. I'll add Thielen, undrafted. Anyway. And
Josh Kittle. There we go.
There you go.
That's what I was thinking of.
Jordan says that Portland Timbers have made a signing. Ooh. They've signed fullback Jose Carlos Van Rankin on a season-long loan from Chivas with an option to buy. Amazing name for Jose Carlos Van Rankin. But don't get that on the back of your shirt if you're still paying per letter. Because
and also, how would it be such an arc around the number?
Yeah.
If you get his full name.
If you get Jan Venegor of Hesselink went from the bottom of a number to the other side of the bottom of the number.
Which would look incredible.
It looks amazing. Yusuf put, hey bro, why aren't a lot watching this? Well, we need you all to get it out there. Get it out there. Yeah, share it, like, subscribe, make please the algorithm, because YouTube only promotes certain things, and we want to be that thing that they promote. And Daz has put, I just checked the Liverpool and Brighton and West Ham Villa kickoff at 8:15. Yes, they do. It's just here. Just down at the bottom. If you want any of the kickoff times, they are all there. Very nicely put together.
Because we'll be watching along with them.
Yeah, and it won't be us. And if Josh wants to pop up, who'll be here later today, it'll be the other boys from the Sports Corner. Come on, Josh. Yeah!
There you go. Because we've got KD who'll be taking the mid-shift, and then Will and Simon who'll be doing the late games.
So... trust me and we are the starter. We are the meatballs.
We're the pre-show.
Exactly, but we're not a rubbish pre-show matches. It's a great save by Kasper Schmeichel as Tosin gets his head on a corner and he tips over the crossbar with a really nice save.
Is that Tosin Adebayo?
It's Oliver Tosin Adarabioyo, to give him his full name. But I'm just going to call him Tos. I can do the full name, but I'm not going to. As we go with that.
See you coming again. Bernardo Silva gets lazy off to Riyad Mahrez. Outside the box now to Cancelo. It'll slow down. Put the ball by Cancelo.
As Barnes slips, it's drilled across the box again by Tosin. But they looked a little bit dangerous from set pieces there, Fulham. But this is the problem. They're going to get hit on the counter with Jose Perez, who's flicked it wide to Ian Nacho, who's on his, not his favoured right foot, and they have to cut in field and kind of slow things down. He's a little bit one-footed. is.
I've seen Chris make a dig to Manchester United. I'm glad it's happening now than halfway through.
He did, and trust me, Welch, when KD's here later, you can go, I don't think you can do it after a 9-0 win, Chris. I don't think you can.
No. You could give it your best shot, but I think it'd be very hard.
Yeah, it would be very difficult, but make sure to get your questions in, as Jordan has done now. We are more than willing to answer any of your footballing questions. Is Edward Mendy a good keeper for Chelsea? Wondering as a Chelsea fan. He's a good keeper. Yeah.
No, you know what? I'm not gonna say better than Kepa. I think Kepa just needs to leave the club. I don't think he's actually a bad keeper. 1 minute at a time, here by the way. But I don't think he's a bad keeper. Just Chelsea's not the right place for him now.
Yeah, definitely not. But Maddison is through. He's been through by Iheanacho. He takes it onto his right foot. He jinks inside. Through balls. It's to James Justin round the keeper. It's in.
Oh, 2-0
to Leicester. It's lovely football from the Foxes. And James Justin, coming from left back, rounds the keeper and scores. I tell you what, Iheanacho does brilliant, and he's having a really good game so far. He picks a beautiful pass. He turns provider by to James Maddison, who's driving through the middle. He makes runs past the forward, which he's very good at. And then I tell you what, credit to James Maddison. He's double teamed by 2 defenders. He rolls it onto his left foot with a Cruyff turn, puts it through to Justin, rounds the keeper. Just a delightful all-round goal, and it's 2-0 in both games.
My game has just gone to half-time, and I mean, Burnley had a chance to equalise. Ball got headed to James Rodriguez, J. Rodriguez. He controls it well. He lays it off to Vidra, but Vidra stretches, and then he doesn't go for it. He just sort of locks in position. The ball bounces out of play, and then the ball's kicked up when it's full time. But 2-0 here, Manchester City, and 2-0 at Leicester.
Yeah, we'll take you through the end of this half, and then we'll give you our half-time thoughts as the Lancashire James was involved in the action there. As Chris is saying, he's going to stick to his digs. He's going to stick to his that's fair.
He's sticking by his guns.
But Will does say Chris might be sounding a little bit rattled if he keeps digging at Man United much longer. But we like a little bit of banter between fans, and I will keep hating on Leeds. Even if they're 2 divisions above us, I will still give every dig I possibly can, even though it means nothing.
You've got to, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. I will not praise them for anything. I don't care what they do.
Who do you hate more, City or Leeds?
I think Leeds. I think because Leeds are more of like a directive effect on my team. As Harvey Barnes, though, is coming through on the left, and this could turn dangerous. Shot, good save by Alphonso Areola again with his feet. And Fulham are fortunate they're not going 3-0 down. I mean, a goal just before half-time is dangerous already with them going 2-0 down. But luckily, they saved it being even worse, did Alphonso Areola there. And Carl's put St. Patrick's Athletic have signed Liverpool goalkeeper Vítislav Jahos.
Yeah, but most importantly, we don't care that he's Liverpool goalkeeper. We care that he's a former Slavia Praga youth goalkeeper.
Oh my God!
I saw Slavia tweet out at lunchtime. Congratulations to former Slavia player
Vítislav Jahos on a new. That is unbelievable. Look at this, Kyle. Full circle. You didn't even know. And Chris gets his parting dig at half time as the whistle's blown here. Manchester United are not winning anything this season and will finish below Liverpool. I'm standing by that. But if he's wrong, he's wrong. He's willing to admit it. Your opinion, Rowan. Who's finishing higher, Liverpool or Man United?
If I speak, I'm in trouble. Oh no, I don't know, because either I'm offending Chris and Will or I'm offending KD.
We're annoying one of our friends, no matter who it is.
Right. Who can I bear? I don't know, because I think United are playing very well right now. They've got a really good team. But again, a bit of defensive insecurities, I'd say, in terms of you can't sometimes rely on Maguire or Lindelof and stuff like that. But are they better than Liverpool? If we're going right now, Manchester United finishing ahead of Liverpool. If we're going off right now. But if we're going full fit teams, Liverpool, I'll go United.
I was about to say, Rowan, have you got splinters? Because you sat on the fence for a pretty long time during that then. I think Liverpool will finish above Man United. I do think Man United are having a really good season, though, and I don't think it can be scoffed at. You know, people were calling for Ollie's head not too long ago, and he's really turned it around. As
Apologies.
Kyle, but I guess you'll be watching St. Patrick's now.
St. Pat's all the way.
Well, if only they could make it to the Europa League, like we know, we were cheering on Dundalk, massive Dundalk fans.
I'm so looking forward to Europa League.
Well, I'm watching your opponents right now. You know, I'm doing a bit of in scouting, but we'll get to Jordan's comment, then we'll get to the halftime thoughts. Real Madrid would entertain offers for Vinicius Junior this summer, which they've reported, and that's interesting because he's one of the youngsters at Real Madrid. Him and Rodrigo, I think, are always kind of put together in the past, but they haven't really blown onto the scene like people expected. So I could see him leaving. I genuinely could.
I'm very surprised. The thing is, how much are they going to want? Are they going to want what he would have been predicted to be worth in a couple of years? Or will they take what they can get for him now? It's sort of... the Premier League champions are looking to generate funds due to the wake of the coronavirus pandemic. And he's 20 years old. I think if you're a Premier League club, like a City, a United, a Liverpool, a Chelsea, you'd probably take the risk of spending the money.
Yeah.
Because he's 7 years, 5 years, he'll be hitting his prime.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, and everyone's kind of looking for money, so who's going to pay it? You know, they're looking for funds in the wake of the coronavirus, but I think everyone else... I wouldn't be surprised if PSG throw their hat in the ring, because...
That front three would be lovely.
Well, they'd have Neymar, Mbappe. Di Maria's getting a little bit older, so maybe they can kind of... I know he plays on the left, ideally, so...
I know that Neymar has just signed a 4-year contract, so... Technically, all their money should be gone, but we know they can find money out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah, there's always money somewhere in the club if they fidget around with it. There's always ways to get around it. This is the thing. It's like the NFL cap. There's always ways to get around it. The financial fair play. Look at the Neto Silerson deal. One gave him for free or loaned him and then gave it him back by paying more than he's worth because fidgeting.
Sneaker.
Yeah, exactly. But we'll get into the halftime thoughts because Burnley are 2-0 down to Manchester City. Manchester City will obviously be top of the league, I'm pretty sure. And after a shaky start to the campaign, City have become kind of a steamroll team. How would you describe their performance? As Burnley haven't really played?
Do you know when you used to go out with your mates in the snow and there'd be one person who'd always get bullied a little bit more? It's like that. What Manchester City have done is they've got that friend and they've just put their head in the snow and they've just rubbed it around and they haven't stopped. They've held them there. And the friend struggled a little bit, got a bit of breathing space and he's gone back in. It's been all Manchester City. Burnley have had 3 chances, possibly even 4 if you're going to be generous, but it's all Manchester City.
I'm learning you have bad friends. Is what I'm learning.
Yeah. Just a bit of friendly banner, innit?
Well, yeah, sure. A cheeky bit of pneumonia. Why not?
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a bit of frostbite on the face. Can't go wrong.
Completely fine. But no, I understand where you're coming from in terms of it's relentless from Man City. That's kind of what they've become. You know, they won't stop at 2-0 now. I think there was stages earlier in the season when me and Josh were saying that they're solid defensively and they're kind of just slowly churning wins, which was not what we expect City to do. We expect 5-0, 6-0, but then the defence to make a mistake in the 4th fixture and they lose. That's not happening these days. And have they been defensively troubled at all?
Oh, so much. No, absolutely not all. And the thing is, it's not even that they're doing anything amazing. Burnley just have Vidra and Rodriguez have done nothing. And Vidra's his control has been poor. Rodriguez has tried to carry a couple of things, but he's had no one there to support him. And the defence has just been rigid, getting that ball out. Stones and Diaz just playing them long balls over the top, working an absolute dream. But yeah, it's all Manchester City. All Manchester City. You with Leicester, it's 2-0 now, but Fulham look dangerous.
Well, Leicester have definitely had the more of the chances. I think they are more than value for their 2-0 lead. I think there was obviously the goal from Kagasionchu, which got disallowed because of arms in the back, but the goal just before half-time was a little bit of kind of adding a little bit of an extra punch to a Fulham side that have been reasonably good. They haven't been great, you know, defensively. They weren't troubled for major portions of the half, but when Leicester come forward, they definitely look dangerous. Fulham, a few opportunities. There was one with, I know, Mitrovic where it was pulled back and it was a nice save, nice saving block by James Justin and a good tip over the crossbar by Kasper Schmeichel. But I definitely think Leicester have been the better of the two sides. Iheanacho is having a fantastic half. We've not seen much of him since he moved to Leicester. I'd like to think this is a kind of a resurgence and some really nice goals, but we'll have to see what they do in the second as we'll go through the substitutes to see.
And if maybe the director up in the skies, maybe just say it, we're doing Leicester as well. Just check on the Leicester score.
Boom! Yeah!
There you go, Joe. We are watching Leicester.
I would laugh if you just started putting up Liverpool, Brighton, and Villa. Where no games that we're looking at.
There he is. Look at him.
There he is.
The thing is, we actually don't have control. Normally, like one of us has control because it's like a 5-hour stream. Josh is just going to be leading it, like as a director from behind. So we can, Josh could put anything at that bottom, and we can't control it.
Yeah, I like him to believe that there is no one controlling this. It's just everything we say. It's like a light. When you clap, it changes the fixture at the bottom.
So when you want to see Manchester Burnley?
No.
Leeds Everton. Really? Well, I mean, we've got great games coming up, but games right now, Manchester City Burnley. And obviously Leicester Fulham. There we go. Look at him. He's getting it working.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. But we'll go through some of the comments. Well, I was just about to say, before we go into the substitutes, and we'll see how maybe two of the teams can change the games, we'll have to see. But Kyle started the comments with, I know the red helped, but my anger is why Man United can't play like they did against Southampton. I'm happy we won, but I'm not getting carried away. And that's mainly the reason I put you below Liverpool, is because consistency for United, I sometimes feel that it's not there, even though I will credit this season you've been way more consistent. That run you had of wins and good results, that's not going to notice at all. But I understand what you mean, because that performance against Sheffield United, it's light and day from what we saw last night.
That's the thing. You went from, yes, the goals have come into question, but you've still lost 2 on Sheffield United. And at the end of the day, that's the result that's going to appear at the end of the season when you look at it. But then you got beat Southampton 9-0. It is black and white. And if you can really sort of make sure, not winning games 9-0, not lose games 2-1, winning games consistently, you can win the league. It's just that consistency of getting wins over these smaller teams and wins over the big teams.
Yeah, that's the thing is in the big games, I don't think Man United hold a win over a big team this year. I'm not sure. I think they drew with
in the league.
City. They drew with City, they drew with Chelsea, they got beat by Arsenal and then drew with Arsenal. And then I think they beat Liverpool in the cup. I know that.
So they couple of guys. So they drew with Arsenal,
lost to Arsenal earlier in the season.
Drew with Liverpool. I mean, are we counting contenders in terms of the big clubs? So are we counting Villa and Leicester?
No, I know they did beat Leicester. And
no, they drew with Leicester, beat Villa. But
lost to Tottenham. I know it's just when you come against this big competition, you get to beat a real challenger. I just want to see that from you, and then I'll be like, wow, this United team is different. And then I'll start. But maybe that's me being cynical. I think United fans are probably very different. They probably think we're beating enough teams this year. You have, but
for sure, I know what I mean.
Rowan, Rangers for life is in the chat.
Oh, here we go.
Followed by Celtic till I die. The conspiracy that they're related is coming back because they are literally inseparable when they come together. Rangers did. Hi, lads. Did you know the Celtic are going down, 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 down? And nice to see Celtic finally following social distancing rules, socially distancing for themselves from us in the table. And Celtic replied, Rangers have been social distancing from us in terms of league titles.
They've got to be the same person, surely.
There is something going on. I don't know what it is. I'm trying to figure it. I'm piecing it all together slowly but surely.
If they're not the same person, there is something wrong.
No, or they know each other and they both message each other saying,
like when we went into the Twitch chats.
We don't talk about that day.
That was fun. We got people to sing Car Wash.
We did. Car Wash from Shark Tale specifically. I will let you know. Joel's put, are we watching Leicester? Yes. Come on, Josh. Yes. Yes, we are.
I feel like you have to clap because it just heightens Josh's senses.
Jordan's put goal Leipzig 3-0, so Leipzig are definitely going through. And he's also put Barcelona have named a strong starting 11 in their Copa del Rey quarter-final against Granada. But we're not going to talk about starting 11s, we're going to talk about subs benches. Because Man City v Burnley, who on the bench makes the difference? We'll start with Burnley, even though it's a very weak bench, I'll be honest.
Yeah, it's not the strongest of benches, is it? Dale Stephens? That's it.
The rest I recognise are defenders. Jimmy Dunn, Kevin Long, Phil Bardsley, Peacock Farrell's a goalkeeper. So...
Right, I'm going to say Joel Mumbongo. Don't know what position is, but...
Good shout.
Josh Benson. And Richard Nartex. It sounds like he's saying naughty in a German accent. Jamaican accent.
So what are they going to bring to this second half, Rowan?
Bit of a youthfulness. I think you could bring on Phil Bardsley, but he's a bit old, isn't he? He might not be switched on as much. These youth will know who genuinely the Burnley bench is like. Probably Dale Stephens, a bit. Phil Bardsley's a bit more. Bardsley's a bit more experienced. Dale Stephens just a bit of fresh legs. Genuinely, probably a youngster. Yeah, I don't know which one because I don't know the positions, but.
It's very difficult. It's like Southampton, just got a few injury problems. This is what we said. Me and Josh were talking about on deadline day. This Burnley squad is not strong. They just stay up, and I don't know how.
Just grit and determination. Of Burnley have lost 7 in a row, but they're somehow still 14th or something.
Yeah, it's kind of just what they do. They looked really in despair earlier in the season, but they've managed to pull themselves relatively away. But to be fair, you are right. They are 16th in the table. But there's a 7-point gap between 18th and 17th, which is Brighton at this point. Fulham needed to win tonight to close that gap. The 3 at the bottom are becoming very, very kind of pushed away from the rest of the pack. But if City want to rest players, who is City bringing on? Because it's a strong bench.
Yeah. It's a very strong defence. And then the sad thing is, I'm saying this, I'm like, we've just compared Burnley's bench. I mean, the game's just kicked off, but like Fernandinho, Ferran Torres, Mendes, and Check. I think we'll see Phil Foden, and I think we'll probably see Kyle Walker. Foden just bring Kyle Walker just to give Stones or Diash a rest. And then maybe Fernandinho if they just want to keep your centre-backs fit. If not, Ferran Torres or something for a Mahrez or Sterling. It's just for them, it's just going to be rotation to stay fit.
Yeah. And in terms of substitutes in this game, Leicester versus Fulham didn't even need the clap. Seamless. We've already seen a sub. Mario Lemina is going to come on. I'm wondering if this is going to be position change, but I've also just seen Ivan Cavallero getting a kind of a tactical talking to. He's not coming on just yet, but he was warming up throughout half-time, which makes me think he's coming on very, very soon. So we know Cavallero, Lemina. I wouldn't be surprised if Bobby Reed's the final one because right wing back Bobby Reed can play there, but I think he could. He had pass as a cam striker, so that'll
and
bring.
Fulham need it. They need the 2 goals.
Yeah, because they'll now be 7 points, and if Brighton even pick up a point later or even more a win, they're cut away. It's going to be Zambo and Gisa taken off for Mario Lemina. I wonder if it's a fitness thing or maybe it's an injury. I'm not sure, but maybe he just fancies a tactical tweak. And in terms of Leicester, they've got a decent bench themselves. I think Cengiz Under will be one man that he'll definitely be seen. Cavallero is coming on, by the way. He's there now.
Michael Brighton. It's one thing. But one thing I've noticed with a couple of managers now, they're not afraid to make changes at half-time, which I'm really liking. Yeah,
sometimes you need to because by the 60th minute, 70th minute, when you leave the same players out, it could get worse. It may very well, not get better, but it is definitely a change in system because Kenny Tete has come off the right wing back. Ola Aina, I'm pretty sure, will go to right back.
Yeah.
And then it'll be a 4 at the back rather than a 5 for Fulham. But in terms of another maybe Leicester sub, Cengiz Under, Mark Brighton, and then maybe the likes of Mendy to shore things up in the midfield. And maybe they might give a youngster a run out. You never really...
It's also his Scotland, but Gundogan's won the ball back. He's had a dig. Oh! Just fizzes over the crossbar. Pope may have got to that, but Gundogan just stole the ball from a poor clearance from Burnley. I think was that Goodmanson just tries to clear it straight to Gundogan. He has a shot. Yeah, he just whips over the crossbar and the post. Close though, but yeah, again, City dominating.
And it could have already been worse for Burnley. And you're only about a minute into the second half. I'm only 30 seconds.
Mental in it. 3 minutes when we could have had a repeat.
Speaking of, because we were talking about the Irish League earlier, Kyle's put Shamrock Rovers in the Champions League, and Bohemians, Dundalk, and Sligo Rovers are in Europa League playoffs for next time around. Love to see Irish clubs in the group stages. Really love it if it was the champions. I'd love to see Irish teams in the group. And obviously, with the new Euro Cup too, I think that will be a good competition for the Irish teams to really kind of cut their teeth in European football.
It'll be interesting to see how that plays off, because it's very similar to how Europa, where teams can drop down from the Champions League. I wish Euro Cup 2 wasn't like that, because I think it really is a great opportunity for these sides like in Ireland, or like I'm trying to think of other, like your lower Turkish teams who qualify, teams that are never going to get a shot in Europa or Champions League, but can really compete and get to play European football against these other sides who never get a chance to compete in the bigger ones, but this will be their time.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it'll be interesting to see how different teams that we don't really see do well in Europe, like your likes of Karabag and stuff like that, to see if they can make a run in the lower ends of the European tournament. It's an interesting topic, and we'll see when that gets implemented.
Balls fans way through the back. It's Sterling. He's 1-on-1. He should have squares it across. Pope makes a lovely save, but I think he had Cancelo on the right. He should have squares it across Cancelo instead. He goes for the shot, and it's a great save by Nick Pope. That's poor decision making from Raheem Sterling there. Well,
Kane should have squared it to Sterling, and Sterling should have squared it to Cancelo. It's maybe it's an English trait. You never know.
The thing is, it's a lovely run by him. He breaks the back line. Opportunity.
Yeah, there definitely was. It was Cavallero on the edge of the box. He shifted really nicely onto his left foot, and he took fire towards goal, immediately injecting a little bit of pace into this game on the edge of the box. Struck it with his left, but just rolled it a little bit too far past the post. It's a really nice effort from Cavallero, who's only just come on.
Yeah, big opportunity there, and then here again. It's annoying to what we're saying in these games. Just, I think in mine especially, it is a domination. It's just annoying to see Burnley not firing. I think they haven't got. I thought they went 5 at the back. Then still 4-4-2.
Yeah, it is difficult because you want to see competitive games. That's what you always want to see. And I understand it's why most of the times, some people don't like watching Man City and maybe Liverpool previously. You kind of know the result before the game happens, but you never know. Football is a weird sport. You never know.
Teams can just get lucky.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like they're getting lucky in the Leipzig game, because Jordan has said that the Leipzig are 4-0 up now. And also, an Irish teenager who admittedly racially abused Ian Wright on Instagram after losing a game of FIFA, bit dramatic from the guy, on PlayStation has escaped a criminal conviction.
Have you not heard this story?
I haven't heard this story.
So I'm the kid was playing a game of FIFA, and he, I think either Ian Wright didn't score for him or scored against him, and he went on Instagram and basically racially abused him. And he's got away without, and I'm mental in it, and he's got away without charges. And I can't remember if Ian Wright's put out things saying, this is not the end of it. We will make sure that this racial mental over FIFA.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that deep. I say, I hate Fernando Torres on FIFA. I'm not going to go and abuse the guy. It'll just, it's a game. It's pixels on a screen.
It doesn't matter.
No, it's a bit over the top, and I hope he does get convicted of something eventually, because that's how we stamp all this stuff out.
That's another lovely ball over the top. I'm sorry to interrupt you. It was Sterling again, broke through past the back line. This time it was... Sorry, Nick Pope running back shouting. It looked like a giraffe. I think it was Diaz who just put... Roger, plays the ball up top.
Does it... Oh, it's offside. I was going to say, I swear it was offside, but no one was... Even Iheanacho looked confused. It's another goal in this game, disallowed. For offside, as the ball was whipped in. Soyuncu headed back across goal, and then it was cleared. Volleyed back in by Chowdhury. He is miles offside, and he finishes it anyway, just as kind of a... nice.
Just to have a dig.
Yeah, a postage stamp on the whole move, but miles offside Iheanacho, and that's 2 goals chalked off for Leicester now. But I do want to say, Rowan, that the next goal in I'd say both these games are so important, and it could be Fulham. Ola Aina on the right-hand side, driving, cuts inside. It's a good clearance by Hamza Chowdhury, and it'll be out for a throw-in. But how important is the next goal? Maybe not so much in your game because of how much domination it's been, but
Yeah, well, I'll start with mine. It doesn't matter. If Burnley get into it, it gives them a glimmer of hope, but it could be a City goal here. Bernardo Silva on the wing. We'll play it back to Raheem Sterling, and he's just going to he can do whatever he wants with it. If it's most likely going to be, if it's a Burnley goal, it give Burnley a little bit of hope, but it looking like a save. I mean, in your game, if Fulham can get back into it,
yeah.
Oh, great save by Nick Pope. Sorry. Riyad Mahrez plays a lovely sort of cross/shot. I don't know what he's gone for. Sterling's going to dive for header, and Pope's just stuck a hand out. He's had a great game today, the English keeper. He's been in question with England's number one. He's had a great game today so far. But Leicester and Fulham
should be England's number one.
Yeah,
I will defend that. I think he should definitely be England's number one. But I agree, because I feel like there's something in this game for Fulham. I feel if they get that next goal, the momentum will definitely be with them, and they've not looked the worst. I think Mitrovic has been a little bit of a ghost in this game. Everything's passing him by. He's not really... I like Mitrovic with his back to goal, bringing others into play, or being, crosses into the box, but nothing's really thinking. And it kind of summed it up because then a throw-in came in. Someone won the flick on. It hit him in the face and went out. Like, that is just Mitrovic's performance today. But we'll see as time progresses. I think there's something in it for this Fulham side. If they can get that next goal in the next 10, 20 minutes and give a nice ending. But one more for Leicester, I think kills it.
That's the thing. When it's 2-0, there's still a glimmer of hope. But when he gets to that third, you've got to score 4 goals. And 3's realistic. 3's optimistic.
Yeah.
4's unrealistic.
Well, even a point for Fulham, I think Fulham would probably take it at this point, especially, in a home game like this. And, definitely. But Burnley would bite your hand off for a point against Man City. I think most team would, as Will puts, Pope deserves better. Yes, he does.
Justice, #justice for Pope. Speaking of hashtags, though, if you want to follow the Twitter, it's at @the_top corner on Twitter. We'll have live, we sometimes will see it when we go live, retweet all that, like all that. You can see when the new articles go live on the website at the sports-corner.com. Yes, there we go. So follow us, go check out the articles on there. It's great. So many different sports. We're going to have the rugby ones going up with the Six Nations returning. There'll be a wrestling one go up tonight. We'll have a football Future Stars EA Sports FIFA going up in a couple of days as well. That promo's happening soon. And it's nearly 3-0. Mahrez outside the box. Gabriel Jesus. Take a shot! Jesus! It is 3-0. It's offside. It's not 3-0. I take it back. He is offside. Josh was about to change it. I thought he was offside. Gabriel Jesus plays the ball, eventually gets the ball. I'm seeing when he's offside, so it's Gabriel Jesus holds it off, gets to Cancelo, plays it back to Jesus. Oh, that is a close, very close decision. I'm seeing if it's being checked, but I think Mahrez is offside by like a hand, which is stupid, but offside 2-0 Manchester. Oh, it's going to be checked.
Do you think?
They're getting the angles out.
Oh, the bloody lines, man. Can we get rid of it?
So the checking thing is knee, Ben Mee's knee. Well, that line's not in sync.
Is it? You're telling me that VAR have misplaced the lines? Never. Well, unbelievable from VAR.
Oh, right. No, yeah, well, they're idiots. That's very clearly offside if you're going through that, yeah. VAR for you.
Enough VAR. And Kyle has commented on the Racing Mingle. He's also put the link to the sportscorner.com in the chat.
Thank you, Kyle, very much.
Kyle, you are doing the God's work, son. And we absolutely love to see it. We do want you to check it out. I've got a Bundesliga preview because we love a bit of German football. I do anyway. I'm absolutely loving the German football right now. And but he's put, that's disgusting. Should have been prosecuted. It doesn't matter what, doesn't matter how a video game makes you mad. Because, if everyone gets mad at FIFA, it's a common thing. We just don't go and abuse people afterwards because you have no right to abuse.
Vidra's stolen it. He cuts back. Goodmanson, back to Vidra, can't get it under control, he's offside. Burnley's probably the best chance of the second half. Vidra just steals it away from, I think, just a pass. Not even a pure pass, just he cuts inside, gets the ball. He plays it through to Goodmanson, who tries to play it back, and Vidra does it against space. Chance in the Leicester game, though.
Well, Ademola Lookman took fire from range, and it was one of them where it was a nice dipping shot, actually. I probably was never trouble in the goalkeeper, just the swerve kind of made me go, ooh.
It was like when we did the Bundesliga thing, we had all off overhead kicks where we went, oh,
yeah. It was like
No,
last night when we were all on call and Callum Wilson had the cheek. Well, you weren't there actually. Callum Wilson had the cheek to go for a scorpion kick. It was never going in, but I gave it a massive ooh because you don't see it often. As Jordan put some updates in the chat, Alisson Becker will be out of tonight's game because of illness. The full team news is to come at 7:15 GMT. It's 7:16. Where's the team news? We'll find out soon. And Jordan has also put, Jonathan Woodgate has been put in temporary charge of Bournemouth's first team just days after the cut. Right, Rowan. This is suspicious to me.
It's sketch, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Pirlo. It's very much Pirlo what happened in Juve when he arrived on the staff and then suddenly they get sacked and he's in charge. But why Woodgate when he was a massive failure at Middleton?
Well, at least Pirlo, he's a legend of the club. Woodgate really doesn't have that. It's very strange, unless genuinely they're like, well, Woodgate was genuinely coming in as a staff member, and it was just so happened that we wanted to sack him. We know we've got someone who's managed before, but it's very sketchy. Yeah,
definitely not exact. Maybe we're being a bit tin hat kind of thing. But Chris Welch has the team news. Thank you, Chris Welch. Chris. We might go through the Leeds Everton team at some point during the second half as well, because that is coming up in 10 minutes' time.
That kicks off at 7:30. So obviously our games will have half an hour left. So you'll have us with KD for 15 minutes. Then we'll say bye-bye once our games are done and KD will take over.
KD will be joined at half-time by the two other lads. But the Liverpool lineup is Kelleher in goal, Alexander-Arnold, Phillips, Henderson and Robertson, of course. Hendo back at centre-half with Nat Phillips. Thiago, Wijnaldum and Milner in the middle with Shaqiri, Salah, Firmino up front. So all I'm hoping for is Bobby Firmino as my captain in fantasy to redo the Bednarek points from last night. Please help me, Bobby.
We're getting our first change of this game. Zinchenko will be coming on.
And who is he replacing? Or are you not sure yet? Is he just
no? He was just warming. He was just taking taking his clothes off, taking his jacket off.
Yeah, he's getting stripped and ready. He to come on the pitch. But do you know what? While we're here, we might as well go through the Leeds Everton lineups, and we'll talk to KD when he gets here about them because it's only 20 minutes away. And for Leeds, it's a 4-1-4-1. Meslier and the back four: Ayling, Struijk, Cooper, Alioski, Calvin Phillips in front of the back four as usual. Jack Harrison and Rafinha out wide. Matthias Click and Stuart Dallas in behind Patrick Bamford. And then for Everton, Robin Olsen in goal after Pickford's clanger.
Wow.
This weekend.
That's not like that.
I'm just seeing, is he on the bench? He's not even on the bench. João Virginia is on the bench.
So I did Everton Newcastle dinner at the weekend. They Pickford didn't actually have a bad game, but they had two goalkeepers. They had Olsen and Virginia on the bench in case Pickford did something.
Well, I'm seeing that. Was he at fault for some of the goals? Or one of them?
I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
I thought something about Pickford being it's fair to say question.
Oh, yeah, I think one he parried it into the path.
Yeah, so maybe that's it, because Robin Olsen's been impressive in cup games. Back four: Mason Holgate, Yerry Mina, Ben Godfrey, Luca Digne. CDMs or centre mids: Andrea Gomez and Abdoulaye Doucouré. Wide men: Richarlison and Iwobi. Gylfi Sigurdsson in behind. Dominic Calvert-Lewin. So we'll get KD's thoughts when we get to them games later.
I had so many problems in that Everton Newcastle game. I would just say Meriyina all the time. I was like, I can't stop it. It was just happening.
I'm sorry. I'm just seeing Kyle's comment in the chat. KL, did you just call me son? Don't get me wrong, I'm flattered you think of me as like that. Don't know how that's possible, though. Kyle's son. Do you know what? You could, as long as you don't start calling me dad, I think we're fine. It's all right. As KD, he's out of nowhere. He's joined with 10 minutes till his fixture. But we will quickly go for Chris Welch. Firmino hat-trick for KL. Love that talk from you, Welch. We hope, we pray, a hat-trick from Firmino to make up the points. Did you see that wild man who triple-captained Wan-Bissaka? 51 points he got. Unbelievable.
I've got Souček captained.
He's a big player.
I've been ravaged by injuries.
Yeah, definitely. But Chris Welch put it's a must-win for us v Brighton going into the big game with Man City, definitely. And Will's laughing at Kyle, as so was I. Genuinely, I looked at that comment, I just couldn't stop laughing. Hello, Kyle, son.
Zinchenko's come on for Jacques Cancelo.
And obviously, hello, KD. We were talking. Hello, welcome to the stream.
Hello, thank you very much. How are your games so far? I've been watching the Fulham Leicester game. Looks like a right game.
It's been very entertaining. It's been end to end as I've just seen Mitrovic fall in the box, and for such a big man, he doesn't fall with much grace. But very entertaining.
Burnley have had one shot. City have had 10.
Yeah, City going about their business as they probably should. But I'm looking forward to Leeds, Everton, and of course Aston Villa, West Ham later on because Jay Lings is starting. It's been confirmed that Jesse Lingard is making his debut against Villa. So
he's starting.
He is starting.
Who's starting up? Fornals?
I had the team up. So the team for West Ham is Fabianski, Kufal, Dawson, Ogbonna, Cresswell, Fredericks, Rice, Souček, Lingard, Benrahma, Antonio. So there's no Jared Bowen. He's on the bench as well.
Lingard
Fantasy team. He's on the get in. He's on 0 points.
This week's just not your week, is it?
No, not at all.
Well, for me, it's been quite good. I've got 68 points so far. Of course, I've still got Son and Grealish to play. And Matty Cash, of course. James Maddison sat on 9 points already in this game.
I hate fantasy sometimes. It could be more. It is more. It's game over. 3-0 to Leicester. Ricardo, it's offside.
It's not 3-0. That's the third disallowed goal in the Leicester game.
It is. And Ricardo Pereira lashes it in at the front post. But we'll have to see. The ball comes out to Pereira. It is offside. Yeah. He plays a 1-2 with Mark Albrighton. Good spot by the official. Goals. As Ricardo Pereira did lash it in at the near post, but he was disallowed. And it remains 2-0 to Leicester City. But Welch has put the Brighton lineup in. Robert Sanchez, of course, Alzate, Webster, Dunk, White, Byrne, Gross, Bissouma, March, Trossard and Mopé. Chris Welch, is it possible we can have the bench, please, just in case? Just in case.
I've just chessed my fantasy. I'm on 70 points. Now, either I have really not been paying attention to this game. Is Laporte playing this game? I don't know why I don't know why I'm asking, but he's on 6 points and I don't know how. I thought the back two was Diash and Stones. Am I got insane and just not realise that Laporte is playing in this game?
We went through the starting 11s.
I know I did. Teams.
Yeah, Laporte's playing left back.
I haven't even noticed. That's how awful this game has been, and how. But Man City defence has been a thing. I haven't realised Laporte was even in the game.
Yeah, but he's got 6 points.
He's got 6. Genuinely, I was like, how's he on 6 points? I don't remember seeing him. And because Burnley haven't attacked the City defence, it's rare you've seen it.
To be fair, I do have Ruben Dias in fantasy. I do have Pope as well, but we have Ruben Dias. It's all right. And as Jordan puts in the starting 11 for Napoli-Atalanta, that is a big game in Italy.
Just using that.
Ospina, Maximovic, Manolas Koulibaly, Di Lorenzo, Diego Demi and Bakayoko, Haisaj, Politano, Lozano, Insigne. Strong team from Jordan Brennan, but a bit of rotation as well with some players that don't usually get minutes. But as we have 25 minutes left, I am sorry, Josh, there has been so many disallowed goals in this game.
I mean, your game's about to kick off in 5 minutes. KD, looking forward to it?
It should be quite an entertaining game, of course. You've got the attacking prowess of Leeds and Marcel Bielsa against Carlo Ancelotti's very impressive Everton side. Did you run through the lineups before I came in? Is what I wanted to ask.
Yes, we did, but we wanted to ask you about them.
Oh, yes.
What's your thoughts? Because one player I do want to give a shout out to, and it's because I hate Leeds, but God, Stuart Dallas never stops running.
I think there's a few people you could say that for Leeds, of course. They've got quite a few players with a good engine in there. Jack Harrison's on amazing form for them at the moment. He loves a screamer, does Jack Harrison. But right now, I think it's going to be quite a decent game. I think it'll be a tight game. I don't think either team will run away with it. I'm probably going to predict a draw and go for 2-2 because I expect goals.
I genuinely think that was my prediction.
Oh, we love it.
I went 3-1.
2.
Yeah, you went draw because you went. I've gone draw central today. You went Burnley 1-1.
Yeah, and I think I went with this 2-2. Well, it's good to know we're in combo. Any surprises in the lineups for you?
Well,
Kenny?
The biggest one is obviously Jordan Pickford, but we know he's suspect to an error because it's Jordan Pickford and he just shouldn't be the England number one. But apart from that, I mean, it's nice to see Decore in the Everton team. It's nice to see Lucas Digne in the Everton team, of course, Mason Holgate. They've got quite a decent team of Everton. They've got out, apart from Jordan Pickford and Ben Godfrey is starting as well today.
Oh, do you not like Ben Godfrey?
I don't. I think he's suspect to an error as well.
Oh, I'm a decent fan of Ben Godfrey. I think he's all right. I think he's kind of been asked to play a few positions this year. I think he was out at right back for most of the year, but he's obviously got to play centre back now. Holgate's back. We see a wince from Rowan.
Again, it's Nick Pope just being mental. He just came out and punched the ball again and ran into the back of Jesus. I mean, it's still City's ball, but ball over the top. Gundogan. Oh, Jesus should have put it in. He's gone down in the box. Siri's wanting to talk to me. The ball's still not cleared. It's still not cleared. And there we go. That was a great opportunity. I think that's Bernardo Silva. Chips the ball through to Gundogan, who turns and chests it to Jesus, who goes for the first time shot, just doesn't get it off. Goes for it. It's a great block. I think that's by Tarkowski. And then Jesus just can't get away, and it's eventually cleared. But nearly 3-0 here.
Wow. And it probably should be with the reflection of how that game has been throughout the whole thing. But we do have substitute news, lads, and it is terrible substitute news. Liverpool subs, Adrian, Nico Williams, Reece Williams, Davis, Tsimikas, Kane, Jones, Oxlade-Chamberlain, and Origi. We got an ooh, so I'll do that before the Brighton subs.
Well, Tarkowski pushes him, and there's nothing there. But then Tarkowski takes out... He stabs at Jesus' legs, and Jesus goes down. I think that's a penalty. I don't know if VAR will check it, but I think that's definitely a penalty.
I'll have to see.
No
VAR.
No, but it's definitely a penalty. And Jack Cork has come off for someone. Dale Stevens.
I've just clicked.
Oh, yes.
Josh King's on the bench today for Everton. And so is James Rodriguez. I've just clicked that Sigurdsson started and he's actually captain. Nice filthy gigs that.
It's nice for Josh, especially as he gets a start. But Brighton subs, lads, sad times. No, as he puts C on the box. Who left him in charge, honestly? Brighton subs, Zakiri, Kabovnik, Tau, Lallana, McGill, Moda, Way, Walton, Connolly. There's no room for Ali J. He might still be injured, but still, as Danny Graham has officially announced his retirement.
That is a sad day.
To be fair, it makes sense. It makes sense why he was gone from mutual consent from Sunderland. If he's not got the love for the game anymore, he's been around for a long time, Danny Graham, former Hull City legend. But his best days are probably behind him now. It's sad news, though.
Tell you what, Burnley defence have actually had not an awful game because this could be 7-6 and they've done nothing. I mean, it should have been a penalty. Cross comes in and it was Diash there who makes the block. No, it wasn't. It was Laporte. He gets it. I finally realised he's at the back. Makes the block. But yeah, Burnley have actually done well to keep this at 2-0.
Yeah.
Tarkowski and me having I'd say a decent game and a 2-0 loss.
And Bobby Reid will come on, or Bobby Dickodover-Reid, to give him his full name, will come on for Ruben Loftus-Cheek in the longest named substitute in history. And KD, your game will have kicked off now, maybe?
It's not quite kicked off yet. I'm just going to go grab a drink before it does kick off, just so I don't have to go and miss anything in the game. But they're just doing the clap for Captain Sir Tom Moore, of course, who passed away.
Yeah, very sad news. An absolute legend. It's one of them where football kind of goes on the back burner when he did so much wonderful things during his time at during the lockdown, or the kind of first lockdown. As Peter joins the chat, consoling his Brighton team march to a win. Now that is good. I am not. That is good. That is quality stuff from Peter. That's a good one.
I'll give you. It was all right. It was all right.
That was a good one from Peter.
Keep them coming, Peter. Keep them coming.
Keep them coming. Josh, I feel like your message should have just said, keep them coming, Peter, because that is your tagline. And sadly, we're going to have to do it for you. But as Chris Welch says, Danny Graham, former Carlisle player.
I thought Josh would put some up then. Yeah, former Carlisle player.
No. Former Sunderland, former Hull, former Swansea. Former Blackburn. He had a long career, did Danny Graham, yeah. And fairly successful at points would be probably the best way to describe it. As LUFC will be doing a tribute for Tom Moore ahead of tonight's game at Everton. And we are asking fans to send in a photo of you doing a salute. I mean, if you want to...
I'm guessing you've copied that from his Twitter.
Yeah, if you want a screenshot, I'm saluting. There you go. Well done, Captain Tom Moore. Absolutely brilliant. I'm not even joking. Absolutely brilliant stuff from the guy. What a legend. As Tubbs is in. Kepa coming, Peter.
I thought better of you.
Kepa coming. Yes, Josh. He's down with keep him coming.
It's going to be a long night.
Tubbs, quality from you as well. And I'm now changing that to keep him coming, Tubbs. Keep him. If you can pitch in with the odd side pun, I am very appreciative.
Bernardo Silva driving down the middle now, trying to divert away from this.
Is Rowan actually going to try to talk about football now? Just to try and get away.
Yeah. Go have a dig, Zinchenko. He has. Oh, no, he hasn't. He tried to trip it across, went straight to hands of Nick Pope.
And I'll tell you what, it's kind of... Oh, go on. Sorry, Kenny.
I was just going to say that we're finally underway.
Finally underway.
Edison? Oh! This would be a yellow for Edison. Edison, risky... Ball's played over the top. I think it would be Dale Stevens to Vidra. Edison comes out. He takes an awful first touch, and then he's not getting on the second ball. Eric Peters about to get it, and Edison just comes across and clatters Eric Peters. It's going to be a yellow. It's sort of risky defending there from Edison, but he absolutely clears him out. What are you laughing at?
No,
the comments just popped up now. I've seen it.
I'm not laughing at anything. I'm just smiling. That's all I'm doing. As Lewis loves to dunk his chocolate digestive in his cup of tea before match day. And as Tubbs said earlier,
this could...
Thank you, Josh.
I don't know if I might check this, because this could be a red card in terms of if Eric Peters gets that ball, on his left foot, it's an open net. And there's going to be a sub as well for Burnley.
Surely that's a clear goal scoring opportunity if the Leno one was a red card. And the other
Eric Peters is down injured. I don't know. They haven't really shown it, but I think the net's open. But there were City defenders still around close, so it's one of them. But the free kick will be taken by Burnley.
So,
Ben Mee was just... No red card, no.
Fair enough. I guess I'm not sure. I haven't seen the chance myself, but Jordan's put a couple in the chat. I did see Josh very politely put it up earlier, but you had the red card kind of controversy sort of thing. Chelsea head coach will give every chance to the academy players to break through. Kind of what Frank Lampard started with was giving the academy players a go before the new signings. And Jordan's also put Hampshire police are investigating risks to be suffered by Southampton's Yankovic on social media, which is not very good.
But it's positive news. Rodriguez come off. Mumbongo has come on.
He has indeed. And I tell you what, Tubbs, you honestly, I genuinely thought it was a real comment. And then I read it and realised what KD's photo is just to the right of me. Nice thumbnail, by the way, KD. Thank God, football is keeping us sane during the pandemic. I thought it was giving a nice, serious...
Well, he's a Bayern fan as well, so I thought, right, that makes sense.
Yeah, but no, he was making a pun, which I appreciate because it got me as if he was being a serious comment. As Peter puts, Peter, you've said this one before, Peter. Come on, fresh
What
content.
about Percy Tau?
Oh.
It'll be hard. It'll be hard. But
no,
at least set a challenge. At least set a challenge.
Yeah, I think it will be quite a challenge. But
by the way, this game has been absolutely boring. This second half.
Well, Daniel Amarty's come on for Harvey Barnes. But
Oh,
Katie, your game's been 5 minutes in now. Anything to note?
Are you talking to me? Sorry, I have zoned out massively. No, that's as simply as I can put it. Nothing has happened.
Hopefully, something will happen in your game eventually. As there's still a long way to go, though, in yours. As ours ticks down to the end, Rowan. We've got only 15 minutes left in our games. Do you see any way back for Burnley? I mean, I don't know what I'm asking.
No,
because
well, they've just flashed the possessions, but it's still 74% possession, Man City. It's a whitewash.
It's fair to say not coming back, but I'll tell you what, credit to Fulham. They've been much the better team in this second half. As well, yeah. I say that they've probably had not that many chances. They've just looked a little bit more pacey going forward and threatened a little bit more. But you know, how many disallowed goals have Leicester had? As Chris Welch puts, towel kind of sounds like a towel. Just helping you out, Peter. There you go. Spit it out for you, Peter. If you want to make a towel pun, go for it. As Jordan puts, Virgil and Joe Gomez have been included in the Champions League squad. That is an interesting
I'm guessing they're expecting them to be back.
I mean, to be fair,
the later games, possibly.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I still don't think they'd have left them out, even if they were injured.
It'd be interesting to see. It'd be interesting to see who was like left out, who probably could have been there and play a bit more. Let's say Van Dijk and thingy don't return.
Well, is it? Go on.
No, you say it first. You say your bit first.
I was wondering, is it the same rules that you don't have to register under 23s?
That is exactly what I was going to say. That's why they won't have to register Reece Williams and Nat Phillips or Kabak.
Yeah.
So.
Fair play.
Exactly.
I mean, ball being given away here, and Mahrez tries to play through to Bernardo Silva, and Ben Mee will get it out. There is going to be a sub though. No, it's not. Ball's not going to outplay.
No. As Chris Welch says, thanks, Jeff. No worries. No, I think he means thanks, Jordan. But Sky Sports, thanks, Jeff. Kyle's put Shea had too much money to count, so he started giving it away.
Thank God this game's got 10 more minutes left.
Oh, I don't know. I might just sit in and just watch the funds rolling.
I kind of like it with just KD, and you're just there with your camera on mute, just laughing. There will be a sub though. It looks like it's going to be hold up, I'll tell you who it is in a second. Who's coming off? No, I'm not gonna because it's taking the absolute sweet time with this. It's going to be Westwood that comes off and Benson coming on. Two youngsters coming on for Burnley and Dale Stevens.
As we get hello from Ravens 8. Hello, and
hello, Ravens.
The Everton game has started. It has. However, KD's not said much about it because I don't think it got off to a fire start.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't. It's been a lot of toying with the ball, but Everton are coming forward now with Ben Godfrey. Nice little inside pass to Richarlison, but as Alex Iwobi normally does, he F's it up and it's back with Leeds.
Well, to be fair, I was going to say, speaking of people messing it up, Bobby Di Cordova did have a nice driving run down the right-hand side, but he lashed his cross over the crossbar and out of play. And we see a sigh from Rowan. I wonder why that possibly is. It's because Peter has put in that Pascal was sick after his meal. He said to his mum, that was gross. There you go. A nice Pascal Gross. And just like that, Josh, keep them coming, Peter. Come on. There it is. There. Thank you, Josh. Thank you. He's lucky he's missing out tonight. He's missed out on all the fun. But we're entering the final 10 minutes, and I think if Fulham get one, I could see them being a nervy ending. But they just don't look like scoring. They just don't look like scoring. To be honest, they've not tested Schmeichel. They've gone forward and they've looked decent, but they're just not testing Kasper Schmeichel.
Stones, that's a great ball over the top to the wing. I think Zinchenko is wide open. That was a great ball by John Stones. Manchester City coming now with Rodri. Just spread it across Bernardo Silva now. to Riyad Mahrez. City get third here. It's looking very likely. Riyad Mahrez now. Now to Bernardo Silva outside the box. Cross comes in. It's well headed away by Ben Mee. Still in the box up. Benson will flick it out. And then it all come to nothing.
No, it will. As Ravens asked, how much time have we all got left? I've got 9 minutes, or 9.5 minutes, not including added time.
I've got 7.
And Keddy?
We're 8 minutes in, so a long time.
Yeah, Keddy's going to be kind of not the next shift, but it's a great ball through. Dick on Reed, 1-on-1. Oh, tried to lash it across the goalkeeper. I think it might have been a block. It was a very good block from James Justin.
Oh, what a goal!
Oh,
Sylvie Gigerton, Josh, he's going absolutely crazy right now. And I don't know how it's gone in because Lucas Digne has been allowed the freedom of Ellen Road on the left-hand side. Hitting a ball along the floor and it goes past 2 or 3 Leeds players and Sigurdsson just pokes it past Meslier. And I'm watching it again now. Andre Gomez just spots Lucas Digne. I mean, Rafinha's turned off. Ayling's caught upfield. It's a brilliant ball down to Digne, of course. And we know what kind of balls he's going to put into the box. It's an absolutely nothing ball in and Strike just switches off. And Sigurdsson's in behind him and he makes it 1-0 to Everton.
Yeah, it's 1-0 and it's Gylfi Sigurdsson.
Josh. Josh is going to have so much fun tonight because he's at Campbell Stream. We can just play around with as much things as we can.
I can just imagine Josh laughing to himself while he's putting all this in. Like,
imagine if Sigurdsson gets that.
Was it a nice goal?
Oh, that's lovely. Stone's on the wing now.
Great goal.
Sorry.
I was going to say, Ravens asked, was it a nice goal? But I think you talked it through us quite well as Gylfi Sigurdsson kind of prodded it past Meslier.
Yeah, it was weird because, like I said, Lucas Digne just put a low ball in and Pascal Strike just switched off and let it go past him and Sigurdsson was there to tap it past Meslier from about 6 yards. So a simple goal for Everton and a simple goal for Sigurdsson. And
Leeds' defensive troubles kind of reflected yet again. But whilst you were doing that, the thing is, Fulham had a really good chance. Mitrovic finally picked the ball up with his back to goal, which is kind of what he's best at. And he did bring a person into play as Dick Overreed made an on-rushing run past him to his right, squared it through to him, tried to lash it across Kasper Schmeichel. It was a good saving block by James Justin to stop it. As Tubbs is excited, he gives the Gylfi and Josh gives the Sigurdsson. And it's
they're in again. Alex Iwobi's balling this time and Calvin Phillips has just tapped it away. But, I mean, the wingers for Everton and the wing-backs are getting forward so much. There's so much space in behind that Leeds back line.
It's exactly what we spoke about, the defensive frailties of Leeds, and they do concede a lot of goals.
Calvert-Lewin and a great save from Meslier. Apologies for butting in there, but Calvert-Lewin, just from the edge of the area, had the shot after it broke to him. And, I mean, Leeds at the moment are partying like the Red Sea for Everton's attackers.
If Calvert-Lewin's through on goal, you can interrupt me all you like. England's number 9, which sadly has been out injured recently, but he is still England's number 9. Another chance.
End to end now. I mean, they went right up the other end, Leeds, and they've forced Alston into his first action of the game. Bamford with a little back heel to Click. Thinks about the pass out wide, but instead tries to do one of those curlers that he's known for, and Alston has to stretch to tap it out for a corner.
Well, it's kind of is it what you expected from the game?
Yeah.
Eddie? Yeah. You know, 2 teams that can definitely score goals, and Leeds more than any. They're never really in a boring game, are they, Leeds?
No, of course. The attacking football of Leeds is just so good, isn't it?
It is, and I know what Rowan's laughing at because I can see it in the chat. And we'll go through some of the comments. We'll start with Jordan's first one, just after Peter's. Because of different one, Rowan. Because of Barcelona's massive debt, Messi won't be there, and that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Man City striker Aguero apparently wants to play with Messi in Spain, but obviously because Messi doesn't want to be at Barca anymore, we don't really know. And then Marca have reported that Karim Benzema is keen to join Lyon before his retirement, with the quoting the French footballer's former agent Karim Jaziri to back up.
Former agent.
I know.
Former.
Agent Jaziri. Literally. Kyle's input, the metal bike performing poorly, so he changed gear, but it was too late. Guy jumped off bike and the bike crashed into a solid brick wall.
Look all the
Metal
capitals.
Gear Solid joke.
All capital words. Guy.
Right. Sorry, Kyle. I'm not a massive gamer. Completely lost me.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. Them two, though, probably got it.
Got it.
Tubbs puts, I'll be back in 5 minutes, lads. I'm off for a ciggy.
That was nowhere near. Why did I react? Goodmanson from like 55 yards I think it was a shot. It blazed over the crossbar, but I thought Burnley just had an opportunity. By the way, Mumbongo is huge. It's just a frame.
Is he like the Wolves players that they keep creating, like a Dammer and then that American Otosowi? And then
it's just a frame. It'd be great if you were building a new house, just the right structure.
Brilliant. Absolute unit of a man is what I'm learning.
Do you know when Josh went wow to Gordon?
Yeah.
Wow to Mumbongo.
Is that what it's like? And no foul in that game, KD?
No, it was one of them where Click just was a little bit stronger than Richarlison, and of course Richarlison's gone down under a little bit of pressure, but Leeds had a decent chance to counter-attack. But it's one of those where it's just never a foul, but the referee's been baited in by the player.
This second half has been so dead. It's just summed up by how Manchester City tried to play this lovely 1-2 football, and Phil Baz put the block in, and instead of trying to control and get it out, he's just hoofed it out with his knee. It's not even Phil Baz, it was Eric Peters.
There was a little bit of afters in this game between Schmeichel and Mitrovic. I think everybody knows what Mitrovic is like. The cross came in, it was so lofted, he was never getting near it. But obviously, I'm just going to wait for Rowan.
No, straight hands and nip up. Sorry, Kieran.
No, it's all right. Schmeichel came up to get the ball, and you look on the replay, Mitrovic has eyed Schmeichel up as he's going for it and just rocked an elbow right into his rib. And Schmeichel got up and he knew exactly what he was doing. Nothing too serious, but a bit of mouthing off between the two as Rowan appears to have another chance.
Burnley, perfect up. Pope throws the ball out quick. And I don't know who it is on the right. It's probably Dale Stephens. It looked like him. Just loses the ball. Just plays the worst pass. City come again, counter-attacking. Raheem Sterling gets it, lays up Bernardo Silva, who crossed it in for a corner for Manchester City. But Jesus, Burnley, you are awful. You are awful today.
Well, okay, I've got a little bit of bad news for you. Stuttgart have taken a 1-0 lead against Gladbach in the second minute in the Pokal.
Come on, Stuttgart! Who scored? Was it Wamangituka?
I will check for you in a second. But I've just seen off my guy that Stuttgart scored.
Too much outside the box from Fulham again. Sorry, Josh. It was probably a wasted chance.
It was Wamangituka who scored.
One-man team, Stuttgart. Wamangituka.
What's going on? Referee's blown his whistle like 7 times. City went to go take a short corner. He blew it up for that. I think there were a ball on the pitch. They went to go take it. He blew it up because the ball was just on the sidelines. He then blew it up because they went to go take it, and now he's having a word with Tarkowski.
Referee.
He finally took it.
There we go. And Daz did put a comment there. How long's left to go in the 6 p.m, guys? I've got 1 minute and 20 seconds, not including added time. So I'll see how much added time there is.
I've got 2 minutes of added time left. So there were 3 minutes added. We've already played a minute of it.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like Leicester and Man City are going to come away with the points. The two teams up near the top of the table. And we'll want to obviously react to Man United's big win yesterday, which I'm sure KD will talk about some during today's game.
I'm sure we might hear some stuff from Chris as well.
Yeah, where is Chris?
Birds out instead.
Where is Chris? Now that come on, Chris, you've got to give it to Kieran after yesterday's win, which was a very good win by Manchester United. As do you know what? Leicester come forward. This could be the dagger. I feel like Dortmund's admin. It's not gone through. It's not gone through, Josh, again. Sorry.
Burnley had a free kick. Nick Pope went to go play it. And, of course, Burnley just pushed Raheem Sterling over. Just both hands in the back. I was like, you've got a great opportunity, lads. Just maybe try not to foul for once.
But that kind of sums up Burnley's day. Not the greatest. And I think this is probably going to be curtains on Fulham's performance. We're 5 seconds away from finding out how much added time there is. They've not really threatened in this second half. They're a little bit more pacey in attack, but no real chances. I'm just waiting for the fourth official. 3 minutes added on at Craven Cottage, and we're entering the first minute of that now. But I think Leicester are happy to keep hold of the ball.
There's also a big goal in the Championship, though.
Go Burnley!
The team that could go top in Brentford had fell behind already to Bristol City.
Well,
go Benson!
That's a massive I mean, there's definitely no bias in the game to...
It's full time. It's no bias. It's just I want Burnley to maybe get a shot on target. I don't think they had one the entire game.
We'll reflect on your game. As
also, the company just said mean and magnificent.
Oh.
Really a wank.
Chris Welch has put in the chat, he hears his ears burning because he gives Man United fans banter, but he aims it at the arrogant Man United fans, which is very fair, to be honest, because some do get carried away. Every fan base has the fans that get carried away. And he doesn't aim it at you, KD. You don't get carried away, do you?
No, I'm pretty sure I said, someone asked me on Saturday what I thought of the quote-unquote title charge. And I said there was never one. Oh, my God. Oh, that would have been that would have been goal of the season if that had gone in. Oh, my God. From the corner, it gets picked to the edge of the area for Alioski, who hits it on the volley, and it strikes the foot of the post. Oh, the swerve ball. Oh, my God. But the fact that it was directly from the delivery of the corner would have made that an absolute worldie.
By the sounds of it, he had Jeremy Lynch levels of swaz. But Leeds almost getting back into it as we tick down into the last minute. I will get to a reflection of your game, Rowan, soon, but we've just got this one finishing up. And then But Chris has added, if Manchester United prove me wrong, he'll admit he was wrong, which is more than fair. It's one of them. Don't pretend you never said it. I always say, you know, I think me and Keddy said at the start of this, I put Arsenal in the top 4. Was I wrong? Massively wrong. But, you know, we also put Sheffield United to go down. Were we right? Probably. Yeah. So me and Keddy talked to each other about that, and we think they will. And Iheanacho tried to go through, but 30 seconds to go in this one. I think, KD, I think you're going to be the one providing most of the action before we exit after this game, because I can't see much changing in 20 seconds.
No,
Cologne have scored.
Oh, have they? Who scored, Ron?
It's Mala Jacobs.
Oh, was it not this resident sports corner?
Jan Thielman, no. I don't think Jan Thielman's starting.
Well, I don't know if you guys noticed that. Not a resident of the sports corner, but I did look at the EA Sports team of the week, and there's been a certain man scoring a few tap-ins this week. And Rafa Mir is in the team of the week. Absolutely buzzing. Rafa Mir's in there somehow. But we are now going to get a kick from Kasper Schmeichel, which I think will bring the end to this fixture, as Mitrovic is called for a foul. Surprise, surprise. Something's going to change. We'll have to see what we can do as Schmeichel takes his sweet time, get some grass out the boots. Thank you. Thank Josh. You might as well put it up. It's full time in this game. But we'll start with Burnley v Man City. If anything happens, KD, feel free to cut us off because we're only reviewing, and if it's a big chance, go for it. But Burnley v Man City, just kind of a walk in the park.
Yeah, you know what? Looking back at the game, Burnley, defensively, were good. It was only 2 goals against an incredible City side, and it could have only been 1-0. It was Nick Pope, sort of, I wouldn't say a mistake, but he makes the initial first save, and he just parries it into the worst spot possible. He just parries it straight to Gabriel Jesus, and I think that was unfortunate. It was so early on. It was 2 minutes in, and now if that was 30 minutes in, I think Burnley was still playing a little bit more attacking. As soon as it went 2-0, game done. Game done. Burnley did nothing there in attack. Nothing. Vidra couldn't get the ball under control. Rodriguez, the thing. When Mumbongo came on, he was making better runs than Vidra, but nothing, no delivery to him. That was the first half, easy 2-0. And the second half, just one penalty shot where Tarkowski hacked down Jesus. It should have been penalty, and it should have been checked by VAR, but it wasn't. City come away with a comfortable 2-0 win. You'll look at the stats and you'll see it was a domination. Burnley's just attacking. They're struggling with defence. I think they're good. It's the attack they need to do something better.
Yep, and obviously nothing off the bench today at all. And unfortunately for Burnley, they remain 16th in the table, but they are 8 points clear of safety thanks to my game, because Fulham have fell to another defeat. They remain on 2 wins and 8 draws for the season, but Leicester continue their charge up the table to be in with the contenders. And it was a professional performance. I think that's probably the word I'd sum it up with. It wasn't mind-blowing from Leicester. They played a lovely bit of football for both goals. But aside from that, it was just a very, very astute performance. They were never troubled by Fulham. Moments of chances for Fulham, but not good enough across the 90 minutes to come out with any points at all. Not 1, not 3, and they probably didn't deserve either of the 2. Leicester continue their run and fully deserve it. And that is it from me and Rowan.
It is. Thank you very much, everyone that joined us. Should we do some shameless promotion before we go?
We can do some shameless promotion. If you want to check out the Sports Corner, this is where you go.
That's the website, thesports-corner.com. We've got so many articles up there already. Thank you to everyone who tuned to the Deadline Day streams, and thank you to everyone who tuned to the Deadline Day page on the website. Go back on there to see any transfers that you may have missed. We've got articles coming up. We had a Bundesliga review come out yesterday or the day before.
Bundesliga review came out on about Monday, and I think the Bundesliga preview will be up by tomorrow.
There will be a AW NXT preview today. There may be a future stars prediction as well on the esports section. Don't forget to check all that. The Twitter is at the underscore top corner. There we go. For all the latest updates from when we go live, when obviously this stream, when all the switches over will be happening. So join. Obviously, you'll be with the lovely KD for probably another half an hour, 45, and then you'll be joined by Will and Simon for them late kickoffs. Is that all of it?
That is, for me, absolutely everything. Also, check out Instagram. We don't use it as much, but we are starting to use it a little bit more. And the Instagram, and there we go, Kyle with the links. Thank you very much, Kyle. I don't know if Josh has the Instagram ready, but if not,
the underscore sports underscore.
Oh, what a save by Olsen! Sorry about that, boys. Free kick's whipped in, and Strike gets his head onto it. Callum Phillips with a really good delivery in, and Strike gets his head onto it. Just flicks it towards goal to redirect the power. And I tell you, it's a really good save from Olsen because it takes a little nick off Calvert-Lewin's bloody man bun that he's got, and he also manages to turn it over the crossbar.
It's a lovely man bun indeed. Kyle says, fine, KL Rome for now. See you too soon. Thank you very much.
See you on Friday. Brisbane versus Perth.
Oh, yes. It's now a new thing. It's A-League Fridays.
A-League mornings.
A-League mornings. But bye from both of us. We'll see you soon. Thank you for joining us. Make sure to like and subscribe. And stick with KD because he'll give you quality coverage of the games until the boys join at 8:15. Not long to go. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, so we say goodbye to the 2 stragglers, and you're left with me on the mid shift. Unfortunately, I'm sure Josh is doing his best to give me a hand when he can. Of course, Leeds been by far the better side since Everton have taken the lead. They've dominated the game. They've just won another free kick out of the pitch. Of course, I mean it's been a very exciting game. I'm sure if anybody is watching it, what do you think of the goal so far? What do you think of the goal? What do you think of the game so far? And of course, I'll run through the starting 11s for both sides, just in case anybody wasn't here when we did it earlier. I'll just get the 2 sides up for me right now so I can run through the sides. So for Leeds in net, I know it's probably a bit late to do this, but we are 26 minutes in. They've got Meslier in net, Ayling, Strike, Cooper and Alioski, Phillips sitting in front of them with Rafinha, Click, Dallas, Harrison and Bamford. For Everton, they're sort of matching them up in the fact that they've gone for quite the same formation of 4-2-3-1, of course. Olsen, Holgate at right back, Mina, Godfrey, Digne, Andre Gomez, Adlad Corre, Iwobi, Gylfi Sigurdsson, who's got the goal so far, Richarlison, who's been down a few times for Everton, not looking so good for him. Calvert-Lewin, of course, starting up front of the benches for the both sides. They've got Tyler Roberts, Kiko Casilla, Helder Costa, Hernandez, Leif Davis, Charlie Cresswell, Jamie Shackleton, Jack Jenkins, and Niall Huggins. And for Everton, they've got Michael Keane on the bench, of course, experienced defender. Fabian Delph knows his game. Joshua King, the new signing on deadline day. Nkunku off the bench, the young left back. James Rodriguez, Bernard, Seamus, Coleman, Tom Davis, and João Virginia on the bench. So I'm sure there's people on the bench that can affect this game in both ways. But Leeds do have the ball in the box. It's on its way to Bamford, who tries to poke one back across, but is shepherded well by Yerry Mina, and then Decore clears it away, and Calvert-Lewin pokes it away from Strike, and they can come downfield to try a long ball downfield to Richarlison. If he gets this, he's in a 1v2, but captain Liam Cooper is there to stop that going through. I will run through the lineups for the other games, of course. We learned earlier on that Jesse Lingard is starting for West Ham, of course. He's making his debut. So for Aston Villa, they've got Martinez in net, Matty Cash, Constant, Mings, and Target, that conventional back four they have. Douglas Luiz and McGinn sitting in front. El Ghazi, Barkley, Grealish, and Watkins in front of those. I'm just going to stop because Leeds did have a chance to come forward, but it's well played by Ben Godfrey, who can sprint upfield now. He's still going the centre half. He's cut back, and it's really, really good tackle. But he's managed to win it back and do a roulette around Jack Harrison. He will be whipped in towards Calvert-Lewin, and Aileen's clearance. It was a dangerous one, but it's been cleared away, of course. Leeds like to live on the edge, and they were living on the edge there. Cooper's clearance is going to come straight back to Everton, though. Mason Holgate, Sigurdsson outside the area. He's going to line one up and shoot, but Meslier is equal to it. I'm sure Josh was getting ready for the Sigurdsson there. Who's the ref, please, Kieran? I don't actually know who the ref is. I can probably find that out for you. Jordan said, is Josh King starting? He is starting, Jordan. I'm just going to run through the Villa lineup. So, yeah, I got to El Ghazi, Barkley, Grealish, and Watkins. For West Ham, they've got Fabianski, Kufal, Dawson, Ogbonna, Cresswell, Declan Rice, and Souček. Fredericks, Ben Rama, Lingard making his debut, and Mikel Antonio up front. On the bench, they've got Tom Heaton, Bertrand Traore, Trezeguet, Nakamba, Engels, Morgan Sanson, also a January signing that they've got through the door, Ahmed El Hamadi, Keenan Davis, Jacob Ramsey, and then for West Ham, they've got Fabian Balbuena, Yarmolenko, Lanzini. Fornals, Bowen dropped to the bench, Issa Diop, David Martin, Ben Johnson, Adibeko, of course. And then I'll run through the Liverpool lineup in a short while I try to find out who the bloody ref is for this game. Does it ever tell you who the ref is? I feel like I'm going to have to go on the Premier League actual official website to try and find out who the ref is here. Just bear with me one sec while I try and find out who the ref for that game is. I'm guessing you're on about Leeds Everton. The referee for this is... Yeah, where do you look to find the ref? Josh, give me an hand here, mate. Where am I looking to find the ref? There's got to be somewhere that tells you who the ref is. I felt like it's when you go on the Premier League website, it normally says the official, but I have no idea who the bloody ref is. I'm not going to lie. If we do get that piece of information found out, I will tell you. But other than that, I have no idea who's officiating this game. But Leeds are coming forward down the right-hand side with Luke Ayling. Nice ball in field to Rafinha, who's got a little bit of space to move into. Tries to poke one to Stuart Dallas, who's on the edge of the area, but he's not got through. And Andre Gomez collects and brings it away. And there's a ball onto Calvert-Lewin, who had to track back for it. It does hit his arm, but Richarlison has a chance in the box now. He tries to play one across the edge of the penalty area. Sigurdsson was there for the tap-in, but it's good defending by Calvin Phillips back there making the challenge. And it was a crucial one because if Richarlison's pass had been a little bit more accurate, we were probably saying 2-0 to Everton there. Sigurdsson free at the back post. Calvin Phillips was a good bit of marking and gets a good clearance away. And Captain Liam Cooper denies it going out for a corner, of course. Decent start to this game at Ellen Road, although it is only 1-0, of course. Leeds very much in this game. We'll run through the Liverpool lineups. So, unfortunately, that injury to Alisson means that Kelleher is going to have to start in net. Alexander-Arnold and Robertson keep their places at right back and left back. Nat Phillips keeps his place. John Henderson starts alongside him in centre-back. Thiago Wijnaldum and Milner start. Shaqiri keeps his space for Mino and Salah, of course. And for Brighton, they've got Sanchez, Byrne, Dunk, Webster, March, Alzate, Bissouma, Pascal Gross, Ben White, Neil Maupin, Trossard. On the bench for Liverpool, Adrian, Oxlade-Chamberlain, Curtis Jones, Tsimikas, Origi, Ben Davies, new sign, Reece Williams, Jake Kane, and Nico Williams. Carbonic, I think, is for Brighton on their bench. Connolly, Lallana, Moda-Tau, Zakiri, Walton, Weir, and McGill for them, of course. Brighton. I mean, I feel like they've got a little bit of a free hit, Brighton. I'm not going to lie. In terms of Fulham have dropped points today, so anything that they gain from that Liverpool game, they're probably not expected to get anything, I would say. Alisson's ill, not injured, right? Right, yeah. He's unavailable for the game. Thank you for that, Chris. Doesn't matter who the ref is, they're all useless in this country. That is probably one of the most relatable things I've seen all day. Calvert-Lewin's tried to poke it past Liam Cooper, and Liam Cooper shepherded him well. And I mean, Leeds defensively have been a lot better since the goals. And I say that Meslier gives the ball straight to Iwobi on the wing. He's tried to play it to I think it's Godfrey or Mason Holgate, but it's shepherded well by Calvin Phillips, who wins the goal kick for his team. And with 13 minutes left until the halfway point, I mean, we should have Will and Simon joining me soon for their games. Will's going to be covering Liverpool, of course. Will, massive Liverpool fan. Simon's going to be covering Aston Villa, West Ham, of course. He got the pick of the bunch, I'd say, because that should be an absolute cracker. at Villa Park at 8:15. But Leeds giving the ball away again. I think it was a stroke of the commentator's curse when I said they're playing good defensively. Decore is going to bring it away and try to poke him through for Calvert-Lewin. He does get there, but instead of trying to poke it onto his right foot, he kind of moves it on with his left and loses out, and Leeds might have a chance to counter-attack here. A lot of space in the middle for Matthias Klick, who's got the freedom of Ellen Road at the moment to roll into. And I mean, it's a 3-on-4 for Leeds, with Klick having to go backwards, though, because Rafinha had abandoned his place at wing and tried to make a run inside, of course. Luke Ayling picks the ball up. A lot of the Leeds players have a similar haircut with a man bun, of course. I'm not quite sure what that's all about. Calvin Phillips picks up the ball just inside Everton's area, finds Jack Harrison. And it's like the trifecta of bloody pineapple cuts with Phillips, Ayling and Harrison all passing each other the ball. Richarlison's going to win a free kick in his own half, and that's going to end that attack for Leeds. Apologies, Katie, I forgot to say hello. How have you been today? I've been all right, mate. Riding the high of that 9-0 win yesterday, I'm not going to lie, I was not expecting a 9-0 win. Jordan, thank you for telling me the referee, by the way, Michael Oliver. Thank you very much for that. People complain about VAR. It's not VAR. How many times I have to stress it's our refs? They are terrible knowledge of football. I think they made a good point on BT yesterday, Chris. If you watched the aftermath of the Man United game, of course, that controversial red card for Bednarek and the penalty itself, of course, the video of Bednarek saying that it wasn't actually, that Martial said it wasn't a foul. And then I think it was, I can't remember who made the point. I'm just going to stop here because Iwobi's been brought down in the box by Alioski. And I don't think the referee's having a look at that. But I think someone made the point on BT, and I can't remember who it was, but they said that the rules are so far behind the technology that we're using, it's not fair enough to use the technology. And I was thinking, yeah, that's a pretty good point, because, of course, it's up in the air about the handball rule, and it's up in the air about the last man rule at the moment. Of course, they changed the last man rule about 4 or 5 years ago, I'm pretty sure. And honestly, I'm not even certain of the rules, and I've been watching football all my life. It's a weird one, of course. I'm sure a lot of people can relate that it's probably the most confused we've been by a set of football rules in a long, long time, of course. VAR was introduced 2 years ago, of course, into the league last year, and it caused a lot of controversy. It's the same this year. We've still got half the season to go. It can only get better, is what a lot of people have been saying, but surely it can get worse. I think it was Steve McManaman. I mean, it might have been Steve McManaman, but I thought it was Rio Ferdinand who said it. Actually, no, it might have been Jake Humphries who said it, actually, now that I think about it. I think it might have been Jake Humphries who made the point, of course, because they had Peter Walton on, their resident referee, and he was agreeing with everything the referees said, because there's a referees union and that, isn't there? They're all going to back each other. But Calvert-Lewin is in on goal right now. He tries to curl, and that is a woeful effort from Calvert-Lewin. You expect so much better from him. And I think we've got a certain Will Peat joining me in just a second or so. There he is on the screen. Will Peat, welcome to the live stream.
Hey, mate, you all right?
And I think we've got... I'm all good, mate. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing really well. It looks like there's been some pretty good games earlier on today in Prem. And hopefully this Brighton Liverpool game is just as good.
Yeah, 2-0 wins for the away teams in those games, of course. Burnley dispatched by Manchester City, looking unstoppable at the moment. And Leicester getting a nice professional win over Fulham, who looked pretty much dead and buried in that game after the second goal. But for Liverpool tonight, it's a big game because they need the 3 points after both Manchester clubs have won, of course, and Leicester have won as well. For you, of course, you're a massive Liverpool fan. Have you seen the team tonight? What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I like it. It's pretty much full strength. Obviously, there's no Sadio Mane. He did miss the West Ham game for injuries. I think he's still injured. The Alisson injury is a big missing. Ever since Alisson's been at Liverpool, it's always been like he's had these niggling injuries where he's missed a couple of weeks now and again. But I believe in Keller. I think he's a good goalkeeper. I think he's good enough anyway for us. But yeah, I'm up with the Liverpool side. I'll just read both teams out so people know who's actually going to be playing for each side. I'll just get it right quick there. So for Liverpool, like I said, Kaomi Keller is starting in goal for the injured Alisson. The two centre-backs, though, they say the same as they were at West Ham United. It's Jordan Henderson back at centre-back, pairing with Nat Phillips, who, as Kieran knows, I'm a big fan of Nat Phillips just because he's a big shithouse. He wins every single header. Left-back, Andrew Robertson, unchanged, obviously, and Trent Alexander-Arnold again starts at right-back after his improved form. Midfield, three of Wijnaldum, Milner and Thiago, who've all impressed in recent weeks. So Liverpool have got their form back on track. And despite no Mane, it's still a strong front three for Liverpool tonight. It's Firmino at the top with Mohamed Salah on the right as always, and Xherdan Shaqiri filling in for Mane. On the bench, they've got some options Liverpool that can bring on as well, like Oxlade-Chamberlain, Curtis Jones, Origi, and Ben Davies also is on the bench. He could make his debut later on in the game, but no Ozan Kabak on the bench for Liverpool. In terms of the Brighton lineup, Robert Sanchez is goal after obviously Matt Ryan was loaned out to Arsenal, so he's in goal. It's a back three: Adam Webster, Lewis Dunk, and Dan Burns. So the 3 Englishmen all at the back for Brighton. In midfield, it says Ben White's midfielder. He must be playing with some sort of wing back with Ben White, Solly March on the right, and in the middle it's Alzate, Pascal Gross, and Yves Bissouma. Yves Bissouma also apparently a target for Liverpool in the summer. And then up front, it's Trossard and Maupay. So 2 strikers for Brighton as they look to try and get some points from Anfield after that phenomenal win over Spurs, which I didn't see coming. I don't know what you think about that game, Kieran, but I didn't see Brighton beating Spurs 1-0.
No, I think that you expect, because Brighton have been a little bit toothless in front of goal, but instead it was the opposition Spurs, who without Harry Kane look a different side. Of course, they've just got nothing going for them at the moment, Spurs, and they've lost that momentum that they had at the start of the season.
I am fine, Kyle. Thank you, mate. How are you? It's the end of Liverpool legend Adrian's Liverpool career, says Chris. Yeah, I completely agree. I put it earlier in the chat. I don't think Adrian should play another game for Liverpool unless Kelleher gets injured as well, which would be absolutely awful. But yeah, I'm the same. I'm kind of just at that point with Adrian where I think his Liverpool career is done with.
It could well be that for Adrian, of course. I mean, if you're getting, no disrespect to Kelleher, but Adrian has started a lot of games in his career in the Premier League for the likes of West Ham, and even Liverpool towards the start of last season when Alisson got that injury. It was. I feel like it is probably the end of his Liverpool career, and he'll look to move on in the summer.
Yeah, it's one of them things. I still think he'll find a club without a doubt. I think. I heard some of the boys saying that he could go out to Spain. Someone mentioned Serie A. I think definitely a club will pick him up without a doubt. But it's just a matter of who. But again, I don't see his future at Liverpool. I'll read some more comments though. Chris has put, "Come on the Reds, let's get those 3 points." Yeah, massive 3 points needed tonight after that big 9-0 win by United last night, which KD was very excited about, and obviously City winning yet again. Which, to be honest, I did think City would win their last 3 games with the opposition they were playing, but they went and got the 9 points. So we have to win tonight. It's a massive game. Daz has put, "What score do you think?" I'm going to go with a 3-1 Liverpool win. I think we'll have a bit of a cagey opening, but I think Liverpool will find a way to get through Brighton's defence and score a few goals. But I think Brighton, they still have some decent attackers. I think with our makeshift defence, Liverpool have always seemed to concede a goal. It's been a long time since we've actually kept a clean sheet. Cal's, but I'm also Granwell, not being negative, but Calvin is pronounced Calvin. To be honest, man, I'm not too up to it on my Irish names. I know it's been pronounced a lot of different ways. I just call him Kyom, Kellenher. I don't know how to say it, but
of course. It's 2-0. It's 2-0 to Everton. Just before we bring Simon in, I'll talk you through this goal. It's a corner that's been whipped in, and of course DCL is there to head it in. But we are being joined by Simon Bullock now, the man who's going to be watching probably one of the games of the night. Aston Villa West Ham. Welcome, Simon. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right, thanks. Just managed to get in a couple minutes before kick-off. But no, I'm expecting a pretty exciting game. 2 teams relatively in form.
Yeah, so have you seen the lineups, or do you need us to run through them for you? If so, you have seen them. Tell us what you think of them.
They're just running through them now. And I'm just looking at West Ham's, and Lingard's starting, which I can't say I was expecting straight away.
Yeah, Jay Ling's actually making his debut for West Ham, of course. Dropping Jared Bowen to the bench. Kieran L was not happy about that. But yeah, 2-0 to Everton, Will. Of course, they're hot on the heels of a lot of the European sides at the moment. Of course, this win moves them up into 5th place above West Ham, who haven't played yet. So for Everton, of course, being your Merseyside rivals, what do you think's been the key thing this year?
I think they're just not a lot more confident in their play style. You can tell that Ancelotti's come in and he's you could say he's won the dressing room over almost. He's an accomplished manager, and he's managed to bring in some really, really good players that have improved the Everton starting 11. I think getting Calvert-Lewin firing. I know he's been off the ball the last few games, but at the start of the season he was unbelievable. I think he can get him firing again. they'll be back in contention for those European places. But yeah, they're an improved side now. They're nothing like the Everton of old, the laughing stock that were just that mid-table team. I do actually see them as a pretty good team now in the Premier League.
Yeah, and they're a real threat to try and get Europe this season. I don't know if you agree, Simon, but they're in that pack that's just chasing behind the front four at the moment, Everton. Do you think? Do you think they could push for that European spot this year, possibly even get top four?
I think they could, but they're very inconsistent. Like right on Saturday, where they got beat 2-0 by Newcastle.
Yeah,
it's sort of like not necessarily a freak result, but like obviously off the back of that, then Newcastle got beat last night by Palace, and Everton looked like the back where they were. So I don't know. I think it's at Goodison Park they struggle when and away from home. I think they tend to pick up a few more points. So I don't know. There's a lot of teams in the mix. Obviously, Villa and West Ham are two of them, and whoever wins tonight, or if it's a draw or whatever, you probably expect them to be in and around it.
Yeah, Daz has said 4-1. I think Salah and Bobby Shaqiri Gini. Just on that Villa West Ham game, what do you think for tonight? Who do you think comes in as the better side? Who do you think is going to actually get away with any points tonight? I'm trying to say is what do you think the score is going to be tonight?
I think I'll just go with a 1-1 draw. I think that would suit both teams quite nicely. Obviously, West Ham have been on the best run of form they've actually been in years prior to that defeat to Liverpool, but that was almost like a bit of a free hit. And apart from, I think, the defeat at Burnley, it might have been last week, Aston Villa have been firing on all cylinders. So,
yeah,
on paper, you'd expect them to cancel each other out, I guess.
Yeah, I think 1-1's quite a fair and down the middle result to go for. Of course, your game, has it started yet?
Yeah, it's just kicked off now. We are 57 seconds in, so if you want to sync up, I'm now at the minute mark. So yeah, it's been quite a quick start to this game. It's only a minute in, but Liverpool got the kick-off immediately, tried to close down Brighton. But a minute in, and I'll keep updating obviously through the game. If there's any big chances or anything happens.
Yeah, if there's any chances, don't stop to let other people talk. Just butt straight in. We want the goals and the chances and stuff. My game's about to be at half-time anyway.
I will say though, my game might be a bit delayed just because I'm having troubles with my stream. It's freezing now and again because of my shit Wi-Fi, but completely spoil the game for me.
I don't want to say this, Josh, but it's 2-0 to Everton. It's not 1-0 at half-time. Yeah, Josh is behind the panel tonight. He's controlling all the graphics and stuff because he's not actually got a game tonight. But yeah, we've got another comment from Kylie. He says, yeah, Chris, for non-Irish people, it's safer to just say Kelleher, which is what you were saying. Well, you're not up to date with your Irish.
Exactly, yes. It's probably been pronounced 100 different ways by me since he's played for Liverpool, so I think I'll just stick to calling him Kelleher. I don't think I'll even try and touch his first name.
Josh did say sorry, he was on a toilet break who scored. It was DCL, Josh, from a corner that was flicked on, and he nodded it into the back post. And I mean, other than that goal, I think Leeds have played quite well, to be honest. They were only 6 points outside the European spots before the start of this game. Could also push into that sort of pack behind where Everton are. But it looks like Everton are probably going to come away with all 3 points tonight.
What's funny is then I just said Calvert-Lewin's going off the ball in the last 2 games and he's bloody scored. Chance here for Liverpool. Ball over the top to Salah and he's got to do better there. Nice ball over the top from Henderson. I mean, it looks offside to be honest. The Brighton defence was completely caught out. And Salah, unlike Salah, he's put it straight over the bar. Nowhere near. Big chance for Liverpool in his first 2 minutes, but it wasn't taken. It's a let-off for Brighton. Yeah.
And he's been in red hot form, Salah, at the moment. Of course, getting a double against West Ham and scoring against Tottenham. And again, double against Man United, thank you very much. He's in red hot form and he looks back to his best. A bit 2 big wins for Liverpool last 2 weeks. What do you think the secret to getting Salah back firing was for Liverpool?
To be honest, I think it was just I think the entire team just kind of went through a bit of a bad slump. I know Salah in the front three was struggling, but also just even the midfield, they weren't pressing as much, they weren't creating as many opportunities. And I think the entire team went through a bit of a slump. But these last few games, you've seen the team working much better as a unit, and it's just creating more chances for Salah and Mane, just getting the confidence back, which I think was vital for Liverpool after that terrible run. But yeah, I think these last few games you've seen it, they're starting to get a rhythm back, and in a much needed time as well. When it looked like City were going to run away with the league, and also United playing very well.
Yeah, Kyle's just said, "Hi Simon, how are you?"
We've got an early injury here at Villa Park.
Who's it for?
Kufal just put in a routine cross. Emi Martinez claimed it, and Matty Castro seems to have rolled his ankle, and physios are on, but it looks in a bit of discomfort.
I've got Matty Cash in my FPL. I hope he's not injured. But Kyle,
I thought it was Grealish at first because they do look quite similar.
Yeah, they do have similar haircut. Kyle did ask how you are, Simon.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just as all right as you can be, really, isn't it?
Yeah, of course.
To a good game. Ready for Club World Cup, to be honest, over the next 10 days, and that's what I'm excited for.
When does that start, the Club World Cup?
Tomorrow at like 1 o'clock, I think, or 2 o'clock.
Are you're covering it, aren't you?
I'm hoping to. Yeah, I think tomorrow I might write a preview for it to go on Sports Corner website. But yeah, if I can do some watch-alongs for it, if that's allowed, then I think I'll be definitely doing that.
Well, fantastic chance for Josh to flash up the website link below our heads right now. There you go. Well done.
There we go.
Thank you very much, Josh, for that. Of course, a nice little segue into that. But apparently PSG have just taken the lead against whoever they're playing. Thank you, by the way, in the chat, Jordan, for the updates on the goals. We don't need the corners. Just the goals will be fine. Thank you very much. I know you like to update us because you have about 4 screens. I don't know how you do it, but you like to update us of everything that goes on in every game. Just the goals is fine. Thank you very much. But we do appreciate it. So we're about 5 minutes or so into your games. Who's on the top? Who's on top so far, Will?
Too hard to tell in this game. There's not really, apart from that Salah chance, there's not really been another clear-cut chance. Just both teams recycling the ball with each defence, and not really any actions in that Salah chance. But Liverpool, you can tell Liverpool are trying to dominate possession. It's Brighton who are trying to hit on the counter attack. But yeah, the first 5 minutes, not really many chances.
I would say in mine, West Ham have had the better chances, but no one's really stood out. Mike Cash is back up and playing now. Declan Rice has probably had the most touches, but apart from that, there's not been much to chat about.
Has Lingard touched the ball yet? Is the important question.
He's made one noticeable pass, which was fine. Yeah, just steady, if unspectacular at the moment. I hope he plays well. I really do.
I was going to ask, what do you expect from Jesse Lingard at West Ham, of course? He was treated a little bit unfairly at Man United. He's gone to West Ham and he'll probably play a lot more football. What are you expecting from him at West Ham?
Just games. I don't even think he needs to rack up that many goals and assists. Although obviously it'd help, but I think he needs to play well and just get minutes that he's lost. And if it were to go perfectly, then work his way into the England squad for the Euros. But that is very unlikely.
Yeah, I think that's very unlikely. I think his time's passed with the England squad, unfortunately, for Jesse Lingard. But yeah, Josh is plugging stuff in the chat, of course. We are going to do some watch-alongs for the Club World Cup, I think.
Good.
Is Bafétimbi Gomis in this Club World Cup like he was the last one?
I don't even know who does he play for.
Is it Ali Lally or something like that? Ali Lally?
Oh no, Josh has said he's not in it, Will.
No. Remember last time he in one like the earlier games when there were like absolutely no crowds, he just banged in a goal and did his his celebration when he's crawling on the floor.
I remember when he did that. When Swansea beat Man United 2-1. Absolutely rattled I was. 14-year-old KD was absolutely rattled by Bafétimbi Gomis' line celebration.
I can't think who's the Asian representative for it this year.
They are interesting in the Club World Cup games because I know, especially watching last year with Liverpool, like the South American teams, they are like very, very tenacious. They're hard to play against because they get in your face and make it tough for you, and they have some good. They've all got very good, skillful players. So it was tough Liverpool playing. I think they played Monterrey and Flamengo in the final, but they were both two really tough games.
Who do you think is going to win it, Simon?
Well, you've always got to go with European representative, haven't you? Which this year is Bayern Munich. The Asian representative, it's Al Dahail of Qatar. Although I think they're only there because they're hosting World Cup. Yeah, I mean, you look at the teams that are there, and you got to say Bayern. The only, I guess, other considerable team is Palmeiras, and when I watched the Copa Libertadores final on Saturday, it were a dull game, and I didn't really make anything of them. So
yeah, my game's been at half time for about 5 minutes now. I absolutely hate the half time breaks. I just don't know what to do during it, especially when you're doing a watch along. You try and get some questions from the comments, but it's better because I can ask you two what's going on in your game. So I wanted to ask you, Will, and just, do you think Brighton's a potential banana skin for Liverpool tonight, or do you think you'll get the job done?
Well, to be honest, you could easily say that because I think every smallish side has been a banana skin for Liverpool with the amount of draws we've had this year. But yeah, there definitely can be. I mean, like I said, they got that very good result against Spurs at the weekend, that 1-0 win. So they've shown that they can play against the bigger teams. I think Graham Potter, he's done a good job since he's been at Brighton, and I think they're a well stable club. Every player knows their role. I think there's no steal a point. At least at Anfield tonight, we've seen Liverpool many times where they've just not taken the chances and they've had a frustrating draw against a team like Brighton. But yeah, I'm hoping Liverpool can win tonight. But it's definitely a tough game because I think Brighton are a good team despite being 17th.
What's happened there, Simon?
They were just a bit, just a ball that got away from John McGinn, and it looked like he was going to go lunging in, studs up, and find himself in a bit of trouble. But he pulled out sort of at the last minute, and nothing came of it. But just after seeing Alex Jankovic's tackle yesterday, I just thought we might have another red card on the cards early doors.
Yeah, we saw a few red cards yesterday, of course. 2 in the Wolves Arsenal game and 2 in the Man United Southampton game. It was like the refs were bloody giving them out for free. I wanted to ask you if either of you had seen the Jed Bednarek red card. I wanted to ask what you thought of it. Simon, I'll ask you first. What did you think of the challenge, if you've seen it, and the red card?
It's not a red, is it? It's not a red, and neither was David Luiz's. There isn't much more you can say than that. Is the VAR had a really bad evening yesterday. Because obviously, Shea Adams had that goal that was ruled out when he was level, and apparently there was an incident in the Burnley Man City game where Man City should have got a clear penalty. I don't know if you've come across that or.
No, I'll have to ask Rory.
He's had an awful game week.
I think he's all right. Oh. I don't think it's VAR that's the problem. I think it's the people using it because you don't see any VAR problems like this, in the UCL or in other leagues. I think it's just the incompetence of the Prem refs. Like they still don't know what they're doing. I don't think
it's the way that it's applied that's the issue.
Yeah,
it's just laws of football as well, isn't it? Like the handball, like what's handball, what isn't. Rodri, who came from offside in Man City versus Aston Villa, and just pinched the ball in their own names.
Yeah, I don't really know how that goal had been given, to be honest with you. So like you say, it don't make any sense because you look at it and think, well, there's rules for each incident, but if that's not offside, what is?
Yeah.
So we know what the actual ruling is, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think you've both put it perfectly there. I did say before you guys both joined me, I said someone made a good point on BT last night, and I can't remember for the life of me it might have been Jake Humphries who said VAR's all right. It's just the rules are so far behind the technology that we're using that it just doesn't work at the moment. So take that as you want.
Yeah, I think it's definitely it's good to have like you say because you want the right decisions, but we're just not getting the right decisions because I don't think the referees themselves know how to properly integrate the rules with VAR. It's a very complicated situation.
I think Southampton have requested that. Who was their game last night, Rick? Rick Mike Dean?
Yeah, it was Mike Dean.
Rick Mike Dean, yeah. I think they've requested that he don't take charge of any of their games again this season. I mean, if any clubs having to do that, then questions need to be asked. I think I also saw something that was like Mike Dean has shown 12 more red cards this season than any other Premier League referee.
Do you know what I was about to say? He loves a red card, Mike Dean. He's no stranger to showing a red card to someone, and I bet he was absolutely licking his lips when that young lad cropped McTominay early on.
If you're that far ahead of your colleagues, though, in terms of getting it out, then something needs to change, whether it's referees or rules.
I'm not quite sure, to be honest, because they always have Peter Walton in there, don't they, BT? And he always agrees with referees because, you know, referees union and that. I don't know what you think of having Peter Walton on BT, but I just don't see the point of it.
Yeah, because all he can make is his comments, can't they? But at the end of the day, they've got no bearing on the decision.
But he always agrees with whatever the referee's done, just because there's obviously in football, there's always controversy towards every refereeing decision. Of course, he just sides with every single referee. And last night he was absolutely up VAR's backside and up Mike Dean's backside.
I didn't watch anything last night, so I wouldn't know.
Oh, you missed a cracker in Man United Southampton. It was literally just one-sided. It was the most one-sided game I've ever watched.
I was watching on Matchday, and I felt genuinely sorry for Ralph Hasenhüttl, and even people like James Ward-Prowse and stuff. It got to the point where it was like a training exercise. It was a bit uncomfortable.
Daz has asked how we're playing. We're playing all right. I mean, it's been quite a dull 15 minutes. I'm not going to lie, not many chances, but yeah, it's kind of as just we're dominating as we always do. But yeah, I can't really tell so far. Average, I would say.
Oh, Jay Lings, 25 yards out, drops the shoulder, cuts it on the right, and nearly bends one top corner.
Oh.
And then Ben Rama tries the same, and they both get saved. But Lingard is back. He's actually been best player on pitch so far.
I can see the excitement in your face when Jesse Lingard took that shot there. And
I want him to score.
Yeah, I want him to score as well.
I want him to throw him up as well.
I love Jesse Lingard's piece. But Kyla said, Southampton have no complaints over the Reds, in my opinion, clear all day. I think the three of us probably don't agree with you because I don't think Yad Bednarek's was a red card. I don't know what you think, Will. Of course, Simon said it wasn't a red card. What did you think?
Yeah, I've not actually seen Bednarek's, but I think David Luiz's red card were an absolutely awful decision. Just because I don't think he's made any intent to bring him down. He just kind of he's chasing him and he just clipped his knee with his ankle by accident. I wouldn't say.
It's like the thing. Is it a penalty if an attacker moves his leg to make contact with the defender? It's what any smart striker would do, but it is a bit unfair.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. It's like David Luiz didn't move his leg towards the attacker.
Well, Willie knows it.
Yeah, exactly. The attacker's clipped him when he's trying to chase the ball. I don't think it's a foul. It's again another one where it's kind of it's just not a consistent rule, really.
West Ham are piling out pressure here. Kyle Antonio's just got a corner.
Do you think they'll get the breakthrough soon?
It's looking like it. They look dangerous. They got about. It's probably the most threat I've seen them have in a long time, with Antonio, Ben Rama in behind, Lingard, and then Souček was obviously further back in midfield. It's not how I thought it'd go when David Moyes got reappointed.
No, I don't think any West Ham fan thought that. Of course, Ben Rama's yet to really light the Premier League up. What have you made of him for West Ham so far, Simon? For
West Ham, it's been a slow start. But I don't know, he's been there about 3 months. It was way too good for the Championship. He will come good eventually. Just maybe more of a settling in process, or he hasn't really started that much. I think it took until November for David Moyes to actually play him, because I keep remember seeing out West Ham fans just saying start Ben Rama. Yeah, I mean Jared Bowen got going straight away, but I guess it's not the same for every player.
No, I'm sure Kale will agree with you as well. But for you, Will, you've also picked someone up from a Championship side in Ben Davies, of course, to get that centre-back position sorted out. What do you think of that signing?
Yeah, I like the sign. I think we absolutely needed to sign a centre-back, and for $2 million or whatever it was, and why not? I think his contract will come in towards, I think he had 6 months left on his deal, so there were rumours that he could cost a bit more if he had a couple of years left on his contract, but he's played at Preston. He's played, loads of games at Preston for the last 4 seasons, over 40 appearances in each season, I believe. He's been a mainstay at the back, and apparently he's, really, really good with the ball at his feet. He can pick a pass, left-footed as well. He's English. I like the signing a lot. I'm interested to see how many game opportunities he gets, really, especially when the likes of Van Dijk and Gomez come back, and even Kabak as well, who I think is more of a longer term thing for Liverpool. But yeah, I think it's a great opportunity for him to get a start at Liverpool.
Yeah, Kale stuck in the chat. Yeah, I agree. Not everybody is like Bowen. He is elite. I like Jared Bowen. I think he's a really good player, but I mean, sometimes at West Ham he's a little bit wasteful. I'm not gonna lie.
It's like Iron Robin reincarnating. Either way, he just plays on the wing, then cuts inside.
Yeah. But of course, for Leeds and Everton, about to restart in the second half. Leeds did a much better second half than they did in the first, because Everton, apart from the 2 goals, they were fairly comfortable, and apart from one opportunity that I can remember, Robert Olsen's not really had much to do in the Everton goal. Calvert-Lewin did get the second goal early on to kind of kill the half off after Sigurdsson poked in from poor defending from Leeds again. But I'm sure if any team can get back into it, it's Leeds and the free-flowing attacking football of Bielsa's side. What do you think for Leeds, Will? What do you think is the realistic aim?
I think going into the season, many people would have said staying up, but I think they've surprised a lot of people about how good they are going forward. I think mid-table finish for them is great first season. I know they spent a bit of money in the summer, but coming into the Premier, it's different to the Championship. And so I think a mid-table finish them would be good. I mean, it's not a disappointment if they don't get Europe, because I don't think that were the expectations going into the season. But yeah, they're definitely going to stay in the league, I think. But if they just kind of remain where they are and show that they can get some big results, I think that's a good season for Leeds.
Yeah, Charlie said I think Sal will get hat-trick. And same question to you, Sam. What do you think realistically was Leeds' aim before the season started? And do you think that's changed now?
17th. I don't think it matters who you are. Any promoted side, that first season, just stay up. Survive at all costs. I mean, I know they sort of splashed in summer of it, but even the big money players that they spent, particularly Diego Llorente and Robin Koch, they've actually spent most of the time out injured. Like the squad that they've got at the moment, probably with the exception of Rafinha, it's the same one that they had in the Championship for the past 2 seasons. Like they're probably punching above the weight. Like if they didn't have Marcelo Bielsa, they wouldn't be in the Premier League. It's simple. Like he's improved everyone in the squad, but the year they got promoted, that was nothing more than a mid-table Championship team. I mean, how well they do in seasons upcoming, it all depends on how long they can keep Bielsa, because he's never spent more time at a club now than he has at Leeds. Like, he generally doesn't tend to hang around for a long time. Ollie Watkins just headed over. So I think the most interesting thing for Leeds will be who they replace him with.
Yeah, that'd be interesting if Bielsa did ever leave. Which I could see him leaving in a few more years' time. Maybe see out this this Premier League run with Leeds, and then see where his career ends in. But Kyle said, what I saw, Jankovic went stood up motioning on McTominay, didn't go for the ball to me. He could have seriously injured him. I respect your guys' opinion, but I also disagree with you. Yeah, red for me. We were saying that was a red card. That was a Stonewall red card. Nailed on red card, that one. But the Bednarek one, I think we're all agreeing that probably wasn't a red card. Similar with the David Luiz one as well. We're saying that probably wasn't a red card. But for Leno's one, I'm thinking Stonewall red card, yeah.
Well, I couldn't understand why people were saying it won't be a red card.
Sorry about that, Simon. But Leeds are right back in this game, 2 minutes into the second half, and it's Rafinha, the summer signing, who scored. The ball's kind of just bobbling in the box, and I think Bamford chests it down. Yeah, I think Yerry Mina goes to clear it. Don't get anywhere near it. Godfrey and Harrison get tangled up. Bamford just pokes it to Rafinha, who finishes nicely through the legs of, I think it's Godfrey back there. It is. Lovely finish by Rafinha, and Leeds right back in this game 2 minutes after the restart. A really good chance for them to get back at level, of course, so early in the game. But Rafinha, been a really good signing for Leeds. I don't know if you guys think the same or what you think about him. I'll ask you first, Will. What do you think about Rafinha?
I think it took him a bit of time, to get into the starting 11. I know Bielsa, I mean, he's so physically demanding on his players. You don't want to play them until they're in, top shape. So I think, getting him used to the system and, Leeds' style of play, I think that's why it took him quite a while to get into starting 11. But now he's starting and showing what he can do. You can tell he's definitely got quality, and that's why they signed him for over 20 million. And it just shows that how Leeds have come on as a club. The times of signing Jimmy Kebe are over, because when you get a player like Rafinha in, you're becoming more of an established Premier League side. But yeah, I think he's done well to settle in, and can only see him improving, to be honest, because he's still pretty young, isn't he?
Yeah, I think you made the point, Simon, that the Leeds team is probably punching above their weight. But I think he is the type of player that they need for the Premier League, of course. He's got a lot of clutch goals this season. Scored the winner against Everton, of course, in the reverse tie. Ball floated in for Leeds, just gone straight out for a goal kick.
The chance there for Brighton, it's a let off for Liverpool. The ball's kind of bounced around. I think it's Mopé that takes a shot, it's blocked. And it comes to all people, Dan Burn in box, and he's just put it over bar from about 10 yards out. Probably should be in the target, and that was a big chance for Brighton to take the lead here, but unfortunately it fell to Dan Burn because he couldn't really get out of his feet, got caught under him, and he put it over the crossbar. But yeah, a big let off there for Liverpool. 25 minutes in this game.
I was going to say, could you imagine KL's pants if Dan Burn scored the winner against Liverpool at Anfield? He would never let you live that down, Will.
No, he wouldn't show up about it.
So who's been the better side, Will, so far in your game? Liverpool?
I think Liverpool have been they've controlled the ball more. They've had much more possession. They've had a few more chances here and there. The thing is, they're getting the ball into the box just in the wrong areas. It's not really. They're just kind of punting it in and hoping for the best. Brighton are just kind of happy to, keep all the ball and counter attack. But so far, I think Liverpool have been the better side. But I wouldn't say they've been much better than Brighton because it's obviously still 0-0, and Brighton have had a few chances as well.
And for you, Simon, you did say that West Ham had been the better team earlier on in the game. Has that changed, or is that still the same?
No, pretty much from that point, it's been all Aston Villa. But just as you said that, there was just a Douglas Luiz sliding challenge between Jay Lings and his first goal in West Ham colours.
No.
I'd still feel more inclined to say it's West Ham's at this point, but all it takes is Jack Grealish creating one bit of magic. Villa's team's pretty much as strong as it can get. McGinn, Barkley, Grealish, Luiz, Watkins. Yeah, all the big names. So.
What do you think will happen with Grealish in summer? I know he just signed that new contract, obviously, before the start of the season. What do you think will happen with him? Do you think he'll move on? Do you think he'll stay at Villa or what? Because Villa look like they're pushing.
Villa, one club man.
You think?
Villa for his entire career. Don't think he'd rather be anywhere else. Villa want Europe. If they get that, he stays. I think he'd probably stay anyway, unless like a good enough bid came in.
I feel like he was linked with Man United quite heavily in the summer, of course, but I think with Villa staying up, that kind of got quashed just because Villa stayed up. If they'd have gone down,
if they'd have gone down,
it'd definitely moved. Yeah, exactly. Kyle did say, "Sorry lads, I misheard you. Awkward." Ben Wright one maybe harsh, but was it not a pen? And last man, was it similar to David Luiz? That's the thing with David Luiz. He didn't actually commit a foul. That's what we were saying. And Bednarek looked to do quite a similar thing. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you just don't see many one club players in football nowadays. The loyalty's kind of gone. But I think if he did do, it's like you say, it's his team at the end of the day. He's the captain. He's Aston Villa. He's the one that they look to. As long as they've got Grealish on the pitch, they know that they're always in it. They've always got a chance of winning a game. So
he's genuinely a legend. Boy, academic player, captain the club back to promotion.
And like you say, improving. If they get into Europe as well, it's another step in his career. I agree with you. I think if they got Europe, I don't think he'd move on. I think that would be a 0% chance. But I think if Villa didn't get Europe, there's always that chance that a bigger club would come in for him. But like you say, if he does move to a bigger club, he won't be he probably won't be the focal point anymore. He's a Villa.
The thing that impressed me about Grealish, I'm just going to stop because Leeds have it in the box with Click. Pulls it back to Dallas, and it's just a poor pass from Click. Dallas could have scored there. The thing that impresses me about Grealish is I don't think I've ever seen him have a bad game. Since Villa got promoted to the Premier League, I don't think I've ever seen Jack Grealish have a bad performance.
It was like that in the Championship as well. He bossed absolutely every game. Best midfielder in league in all years he was there.
Yeah, and of course
so influential.
Yeah, you watch a lot more EFL and stuff than I do, especially. So I feel with Jack Grealish, it depends what he thinks his ceiling is, or if he thinks that I can take Villa to the top or whatever the expectation for realistic expectation for Aston Villa is. But Leeds do have a free kick, dangerous position, left hand side. Rafinha's flicked it in. It's a nice header away from Everton. It does come back to the Leeds. We're going to recycle this ball. and try something down the left-hand side. But I think I agree with you, Simon, as well, because that's the thing. He just never seems to have a bad performance in a shirt. And, of course, he was one of the most sought-after players when he was in the Championship, linked with Tottenham a few years ago. Man United linked to him last year. And he could well be a one-club man.
In terms of when they got I mean, it's never a good time to get relegated, but for him, they got relegated at a perfect time. So obviously, when they were in Premier League before, he had a reputation as, a bit of a party boy. Never looked like he wasn't going to sort of fulfil his potential. And then as soon as they went down, it was like complete reset, build the team around Jack Grealish. And it's worked absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, and of course, like you said, it's worked perfectly. They're playing the best football they've played in years. They're finding themselves high above many other teams in the league. And I mean, they look probably one of the best sides in the Premier League. And I'm quite confident saying that they can beat anybody on the day. Of course, got a nice little 1-0 win against Southampton the other day. They've won a lot of clutch wins against the teams.
Smashed 7-2.
Smashed you 7-2. We were very fortunate to beat them at Old Trafford, of course. They just look a different side this year. And
I hope they keep Barkley.
Yeah, Ross Barkley's been a really, really good player as well.
Yeah, you can tell he's like you say, if he goes back to Chelsea, what is he? He's not going to be guaranteed any game time. He stays at Villa. He's one of their key players. But I think when you look at Grealish as well, like the man, he just gives 100% every game, doesn't he? Like he's everywhere on field. And I think he's arguably England's most skillful player. Like if you talk about natural flair, like there isn't a player in the England squad that can do what Jack Grealish can do, I don't think.
No. I can't wait to see who we start at the Euros, particularly in midfield.
Who do you think Simon's going to do? Who do you think he's going to start, Simon?
Who do I think he's going to start? Who I think he's going to start is Rice, Mount, and Henderson. And I think I would go with. I'd probably go with the same, except maybe Mount out, Grealish or Maddison in, or Foden. I don't know. They're also interchangeable because they're all like so good.
To me, Henderson. Do we need both Henderson and Rice playing?
It's a bit negative, isn't it? But
yeah, I would rather us play one of Rice, Henderson, then one of Mount, Maddison, Grealish, and then another alongside them, just so we're a little bit more positive because we've got a good defence, and then just Henderson or Rice sitting in front of them with the players that can push on and create like Grealish and Mount can.
He likes his double pivot though, doesn't he? Those two holding midfielders.
Well, he's just a negative manager, isn't he? Gareth Southgate. That's what he is. Likes to play his boring football.
I don't know who I'd rather have in charge though.
I said Arsene Wenger as like a flyer.
Okay. At the moment, I'd probably say Frank Lampard.
Frank Lampard?
Oh, God.
Didn't do a bad job, did he?
Mason Mount would be in that team every single time.
There'd be 11 Mason Mounts, wouldn't there? Never been net. Speaking of net, Nick Pope has to start of a Pickford as well.
Oh, yeah.
He should be.
I agree on that.
If Dean Henderson had have actually played football this year, he should be more in contention than he is.
I'll have you know that he played the other day last week against Liverpool.
He wouldn't look at it. I thought he made some good space.
I don't know why he's chosen to be number 2. I mean, I know he thinks he can get the Man United number 1 spot, and he can, but it does feel like a wasted season.
Yeah. If I wasn't a Man United fan, I'd probably agree with you, but I like Dean Henderson and I want him to stay at the club, so yeah. But in this game, there's been I don't know if they've checked it or not, but there's been a potential handball for a potential penalty for Leeds United. Everton, sorry. It's put into the box, I think, by Digne from a deep free kick. And it's kind of, Ayling's jumped with his hand out and it's hit his head, then hit his hand. But I think the VAR have looked at it and not given it. So another moment of controversy for VAR. I'm not sure what's happening. Michael Oliver's now stopped the game. What is he playing? He's another one that I can't stand. He loves to give it.
I like Michael Oliver.
He likes to give Liverpool a penalty, does Michael Oliver. I noticed that.
This is a good question, though, by Kyle. He says, is Sheffield United's recent revival the start of their Premier League survival, or is it a case of too little too late? I think they're still doomed. Simon, I'll ask you first. What do you think?
Too little too late, but they're going to give it a hell of a go. I think the writing on both of them when Jack O'Connell tore his ACL in like the third game of the season. Like everyone's gone on about how Van Dijk's injury is like not crippled Liverpool, but he's such an influential player for them. But Jack O'Connell is just as much for Sheffield United, and it seems to have gone under the radar. And it's weird that they've not recruited in January. Maybe they're saving it for the summer, or because they just don't have much money. But I think they're resigned to the Championship, to be honest. Otherwise, I think they'd have given it a bit more of a go in window.
And what do you think, Will?
Yeah, I think I mean, they're not going to be an 06-07 derby. They're going to give it a fight, like Simon says. But I think the gap's just too far. I know they've been in good form recently, getting that great result away at United and also beating West Brom. But I just wonder, can they keep it going and catch up to the teams like Burnley and Newcastle? I personally can't see it, but I don't think it'll be as big a gap as we thought it would be.
They haven't recruited well at all in terms of. I think they spent 15 mil on. Obviously, it was last season, but Ollie McBurney, a lot on Aaron Ramsdale, a lot on Ryan Brewster, who is I really like, but you can't debate that he's not really gone as he'd have probably wanted.
No, they got the two fullbacks from Derby, didn't they, as well? One of them scored.
Oh yeah, that worked. I like Jayden Bogle, but I don't. Max Lowe, a strange one.
And speaking of Derby, they're getting absolutely destroyed by Rotherham 3-0 at the moment. So I'm sure Joss is absolutely buzzing about that. Yeah, it's 3-0 to Rotherham at the moment. Ihekwe, Smith and Giles with those goals. Absolutely destroying Derby. I think there's only a few minutes left of that game. Brentford are drawing 1-1 with Bristol City as well in the Championship.
Derby are weird. They blow so hot and cold.
Yeah, of course. We've lost Will for a second. I'm sure he's just doing something. I don't think there's anything that's happened in the Liverpool game. Chris has said, this Liverpool game reminds me of the West Brom Burnley games. We struggled, of course. Didn't actually score in those games. No, he scored in the West Brom. It was ball whipped in by Rafinha. It's headed away quite well, but Leeds threatening again. They could possibly get back into this game. Another ball to the edge of the box. Volley by Click and flipped on by Bamford. Great save by Olsen. And Godfrey gets off the line. Rafinha, another shot. Another good save by Olsen. Comes back to the edge of the area, though. Leeds there having a few chances to equalise.
There's been note in mine. Who were at the post? Ollie Watkins sort of kissed the post, and Ben Rama's curled one just wide. But
another good save by Olsen. This time it's Jack Harrison, who's on good scoring form, hits it from edge of the area on the volley, and Robin Olsen, who's in today for Pickford, makes another good save. And I mean, at the moment, the decision to start him is paying off.
One of Ancelotti's weird rotation days where he just puts in Robin Olsen because he feels like it.
I think it is.
And then just put Pickford in the next game like nothing's ever happened.
Yeah. I think it is because Ben Godfrey's playing tonight as well instead of Michael Keane. So, and that's a weird one for me as well.
Josh King anywhere to be seen?
Josh King's on the bench.
Okay.
And he also started Sigurdsson over Hammers, which is, like you said, probably one of his weird rotation games. But I think Hammers can't play 2 games in a week.
I want the old Gylfi Sigurdsson back. I want Swansea City Gylfi Sigurdsson. Yeah,
Josh absolutely loves Sigurdsson. He was giving it the big one when he tapped it in for 1-0 earlier on. We've had the return of Will Pete.
Sorry, I forgot to tell you.
Yeah, no worries. Chris did say, this Liverpool game reminds me of the West Brom and Burnley games where we struggled. Do you agree with that?
It's looking like it. It's one of them games where we've had a few half chances and we're just not taking them. But yeah, I know what he's saying, because I know, obviously, when we took the 1-0 lead against West Brom, I thought it were going to be an absolute massacre, and it wanted to be, and then they nicked a point. And same with Burnley. We had loads of chances, and then all of a sudden they get a penalty for 10 minutes to go and win the game. So it's feeling, I know what Chris is on about, it's feeling very, very similar. But hopefully in the second half we come out with more intensity, because these first 38 minutes have been very, very boring, as you can tell, because I've not had to say much.
No. And as you said, we're getting towards half time, and it'll be a worry, and it'll be in the back of Liverpool fans' minds what happened in that Burnley game, the West Brom game, and the Newcastle game as well, where he failed to score. But I think second half they'll come out and they'll probably take the win out. They're too strong for Brighton, surely.
Well, that's what I thought in the other game, and just never sometimes it's just one of them days, and unfortunately, it's been one of them days too many times this season for Liverpool. Just too many silly drop points.
And I mean, I thought you had the pick of the bunch, Simon, with Aston Villa West Ham. I thought that'd be an absolute cracker, but so far it's not gone the way you thought.
No, I really don't. There's not much to it at all. It's quite even, but yeah, come back to me on this one.
Yeah, I to be honest, you've not had much to say in the first half, so I could kind of guess how the game's gone. But Everton do have a dangerous free kick about 35 yards out, where Lucas Digne can probably put a decent-ish ball into the box. Sigurdsson's over it as well. Everton looking to extend their lead back to a 2-goal cushion after Rafinha had gotten back for Leeds early in the second half. Headed into the box, a strike heads it away. It's cleared away by Leeds, who have looked by far the better side second half. And I can see Leeds getting an equaliser here and making this a really good game. Of course, if Everton get the next goal, it's probably game over. But never write Leeds off, of course.
What minute's your game in now, the Leeds game?
So we're in the 65th minute. Richarlison just fired wide. 65th minute, I will love you and leave you after my game's finished, and I'll leave you to hold the reins of the stream. I'm sure Josh will be in the background as well. So, yeah. Welchie has said every time we get to the edge of the box, we're scared to shoot. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, we're trying to walk it in a minute. Just need someone to, like you say, have a go, because obviously you don't shoot, you don't score. It's obvious, but yeah, we're trying to walk in a minute. But it's another one of them teams where they've come and they're going to park the bus, which you can't expect. Brighton to go toe-to-toe with Liverpool. They're doing the exact right thing. If I were a Brighton fan, I'd be wanting to do the same. Just to try and steal the point if they can do.
Yeah, to be fair, I think if you offered a Brighton fan 3 points or possibly more against Tottenham and Liverpool, I think they'd have bit your hand off, wouldn't they? Really?
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
They played quite well the other night against Tottenham as well. They could have probably won by more, but of course they're a little bit toothless in front of goal. Like I said to you earlier, they're struggling in front of goal. And I don't know if you saw the chance where Aaron Connolly had pretty much an open net to shoot at, and he booted it straight against Alderweireld, who was literally covering like the smallest part of the net on the slide.
I think it's something they lack, like a proven. I know Mopé's a good striker, but he's another one who's pretty inconsistent. I think if they had like a more Premier League experienced striker, kind of like a Glenn Murray, but not Glenn Murray, if that makes sense. Because Glenn Murray,
I really want to see Sturridge rock up there.
Sturridge rocking up at Brighton.
Why? Honestly, why not?
Linking up with Danny Welbeck.
Yeah, exactly. Straight back to like 2012 or whatever.
But of course, I'm on Neil Maupay. Did you watch him much when he played for Brentford?
Yeah, it was just like Ben Rama. It was good. There's been better Championship strikers, but you could tell that it were bound for a move to Premier League. I thought we were going to go to Aston Villa, but I think is this his second season at Brighton?
Yeah.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, second season.
Yeah, I think everyone thought he were going to go to Aston Villa, where it'd be with Dean Smith, who had him at Brentford, which is kind of why I think Ollie Watkins has gone there, because he's another one who's come from Brentford. But yeah, he's all right. He's got a bit of a temper, though, hasn't he? I mean, it came out in that game against Arsenal last season, with Guendouzi and that.
Oh, by the way, this is big news. Nat Phillips. Oh no, I thought Nat Phillips had lost out on a header there, but he somehow managed to win it against Dan Burn. Because Nat Phillips wins every single header. Got fouled by Dan Burn.
No one's going to win a header against Dan Burn.
Nice.
Nat Phillips did, but he got there.
I think he's probably the tallest player in Premier League. I can't think of anyone big.
6'7", I think he is, isn't he?
About 6'7". Yeah.
Mental. We have had our first change. Tyler Roberts is coming on to replace Matthias Glick. We do have another comment. Do you see top four remaining the same as it is now to the end of the season? Man City, Man United, Leicester and Liverpool. Of course, all four of them at the moment fighting, quote-unquote fighting for the title race. What do you guys think, that'll stay the same, or do you think they'll have a few people that drop out?
I'd say, yeah. The only other team that I think could break in would be Chelsea. I've not seen enough yet from them to probably make a judgment, although the early signs seem like Thomas Tuchel will be all right, but I don't know. Depends on centre-backs are for Liverpool. I think Leicester will be all right.
I think it probably is. It could be like a different order. I don't think it could say like that, but those four are like looking the most likely out, because you wonder, can like West Ham keep it going for the entire season? And Arsenal again, I just don't think they're good enough. Another team that's way too inconsistent.
The only thing that could hold Leicester back is if Vardy gets injured, can Iheanacho lead the line?
Yeah, of course. Iheanacho played quite well today. He scored quite a Vardy-esque goal, to be fair, with the header. And but there's another question for you, Will, I'm pretty sure. It says, do you think Oxlade-Chamberlain will get sold in the summer along with Keita and Matip? That's from Welch.
No, I don't think... I think the only way I could see Oxlade-Chamberlain getting sold is if we're selling Ox and we're bringing in a different midfielder. Naby Keita, I don't think he'll get sold at all. I think Naby Keita's not been a bad player. He's just been very, very unlucky with injuries. And it's the same with Matip. Like, when Matip plays, like Joe Matip, like if he played for any other team, like I think he'd be recognised one of the better centre-backs in the Premier because he's that good. The problem is he plays like 2 games and misses like 3 or 4 weeks, which is a massive shame. But I think out of those 3 names you've mentioned, Chris, I think the most likely to go will probably be Ox. Oh, I think Ox is more likely to go than Matip.
It's weird when Oxlade-Chamberlain, because he signed for, was it 40 million all those years ago? Yeah. Never quite hit the heights. Had a little bit of a purple patch in 2017, especially against Man City. He loved scoring against Man City in that time. The season where you obviously won the Champions League that season. What do you think, Oxlade? Do you just think he needs a run of games?
Yeah, I just think he's not match fit at all. Like the first season we signed him, it took him a few months to get going. But once he got going, he was starting every week in midfield. He was making driving runs. It looked really, really good. Obviously, like you say, he scored that screamer against City in Champions League. He scored against me in Prem as well when we gave them their first loss of the season. But since he got that injury against Roma in semi-final, which was so unlucky, he was just going for a tackle in his knee. Obviously, did his ACL in his knee, which was obviously a shocking injury. He didn't make his return until about March, April the next year. So he only then came back towards the back end of the next season. So, it took him ages to come back. And then by the time he come back, he won't get running games like he was. So I think he's just fallen out of the squad just due to, like you say, not getting enough running games. And that injury messed it all up for him because he was playing really, really well, but it's never recovered.
What a chance for Leeds. And the man you wanted to fall it to, Patrick Bamford, has just hit the crossbar of a looping header. It's a good ball, I think, by Stuart Dallas. There's Jack Harrison, gets away from his man, finds Tyler Roberts. Lovely ball to Dallas, who puts a really good cross in, and Bamford's kind of stretching for it back post, puts a header on it, and it just loops onto the top of the crossbar and goes over the bar. But another good chance for Leeds to equalise. 71 minutes in now. We're getting towards that desperation period. Welch did say, I agree, not all bad players suffer with injuries. Oxlade-Chamberlain, one of our players that shoots on the edge of the box. I'd like to see him come on with Jones later in the second half. And Kyle said, how is Van Dijk doing recovery-wise? I don't know if you'll know that, Will, but if you do...
Yeah, firstly, Chris's comments. I think I'd like to see Curtis Jones come on in second half just because I think he brings, like, kind of fearless, really, driving forward. He just makes things happen. I really do like Curtis Jones. I'm a big fan of him, so I think he'd be good to bring on. In terms of Van Dijk, I couldn't tell you. I've seen a few videos of him, I think he met Lovren when he was in the same rehab as Lovren. Put it on his Twitter. Lovren put it on his Instagram, took a photo with him. And apparently he's, doing kick-ups here and there and he's walking fine. But again, I take that with a pinch of salt. I don't know how good he is doing, but it's looking positive for Van Dijk. I definitely won't play him this season again. I won't risk it. I'd just let him properly recover.
So yeah, and he has last time at Villa Park, so I'm going on a quick break.
Yeah, no problem. I was gonna say, Will, about Van Dijk. He has been included in the Champions League squad alongside Joe Gomez, who's injured. Do you think he could make his return later on into the season?
I think it depends. It really does depend because it probably will come back, similar to Ox. I don't know what it is. He just seems to have a really quick recovery, Van Dijk. I don't know if you remember when Zlatan did his knee in Europa League, and he seemed to come back really, really quickly. I think some of these athletes are just so the fitness and physicality is so up there that they can recover pretty quickly from his injuries, and obviously they're going to get the best treatment in the world. So I think it will be available, but I just wouldn't risk it at all. I think it depends on where you're at league. If you're very close, if you're in like a title race coming towards the end of the season, you need Van Dijk playing, then maybe. But other than that, I wouldn't risk it at all, and I'd let him recover and come back next season, fully fit and ready to be the Virgil van Dijk of old.
Yeah, I think especially with people like Van Dijk and Ibrahimovic, they're, like you said, they're so naturally fit that they do probably come back from injuries a lot quicker than the average player would. Welchie said, Leicester don't want to fall off like last season. That's the only worry. And I don't want Van Dijk and Gomez to be rushed back. And of course, that is a thing that Brendan Rodgers tends to do in his teams, fall off towards the end of the season. We saw it with Liverpool, and we saw it massively towards the end of last season after Project Restart.
Yeah, it's one of them. He just, when it comes to crunch time, it's always a tough time for Brendan Rodgers. He's never managed to, get over the line, which was a massive shame because Leicester, at one point, a few points last season, they were Liverpool's biggest title threat, even more than Man City were. But they just kind of fell off and they struggled to get results against big teams, and then it knocked them out into Europa League. So I think that's the big worry for Leicester. But I think this season's so unpredictable that I just don't think you've got the same teams up there, as they usually are. Like Chelsea being inconsistent, Arsenal not the same team. So I think Leicester have got a better chance of sneaking in this year than they did last year, definitely.
Yeah, they've just got to take a bit more responsibility and step up a little bit. Of course, the players have been really good so far, but like we said, they can fall off at any point. But you are at half time. Just want to tell us the story of half time, really. I know both your games have got no goals in, unfortunately, but we'll go to you first, Will. What's been happening in the first half? Not much by the sounds of it.
Yeah, not much at all. Few chances for each side. I thought Brighton had that big chance with Dan Burn. Liverpool had a big chance with Salah in the first 2 minutes. It didn't take. Other than that, it's been a very, very dull game. Not many chances. Both teams just kind of passed it round to the back. But second half, I think Liverpool, like you said, I agree. I think they're going to come out and try and win the game. But so far, it's not been a great game for Liverpool. Brighton will be the happier of the two sides, but there's still 45 minutes left to be played, so they can definitely improve on it.
Yeah, and Simon, for you, of course, coming into the game, probably thought you had the pick of the bunch, but not gone that way for you so far.
No. Ollie Watkins clipped the post, closest for Villa. And then I think Ben Rama's probably gone closest for West Ham just a few minutes later. Lingard and Ben Rama look lively, probably most likely to create something.
Yeah, I was going to say you are on Ling's watch, so do let us know if he does anything insane.
I think there'll probably be a goal second half.
Yeah,
it's not been dire. It's just been. Well, I think it's the way football's going this season. There's just so many games in such short runs. It's basically walking football.
Yeah, and it definitely could go that way, especially with those two sides. I just don't think either of them wanted to lose up ground on the other.
No.
Do have a few more comments though. Daz did say, any idea when Jota's back? I'll ask Will that when he comes back. I wouldn't risk Van Dijk.
I'll just turn the camera off.
No worries. I wouldn't risk Van Dijk either. Needs time to recuperate and make sure 100%. Come back better and stronger next season. So Daz did ask, any idea when Diego Jota returns?
Well, if you look at the Liverpool social media today, he was actually back in training, which is a good sign. I think you'll probably see him. I think next week is the earliest you'll see Jota featuring in games again. He got injured early to mid-December in a meaningless game, and they said 6 to 8 weeks originally. So I think next week you'll see Jota playing. I think the City game's a bit too early for him, which is a big shame because it's a massive fixture. But I think next week you'll see Jota back, which is a big boost for Liverpool.
Yeah, massive boost. And Leeds' resident old man has come on. Pablo Hernandez is on to try and salvage something for Leeds, and he's replaced Johnny Alioski. With Everton starting to kind of control the game a little bit, Leeds coming on counter-attacks a few times. But, I mean, if we look at what these results mean for the scale of the Premier League table, Everton would go back up into 5th place with 2 games in hand on Liverpool above them if scores were to stay the same. So Everton possibly, if they won both those games in hand, could be into the top 4 above their Merseyside rivals, of course. West Ham would stay above Villa by 3 points, but Villa would have 2 games in hand, of course. Leeds would stay in 11th place after the 9-0 thrashing from Man United on Southampton yesterday, putting them into 11th place. Brighton, I mean, they extend their gap on the bottom 3 at the moment. They were looking doomed. Fulham, West Brom and Sheffield United looking doomed at the moment. An 8-point gap between them and safety. Do you guys think the bottom 3 they're just set already? That none of them can survive this year? Simon, what do you think?
I really want Fulham to stay up and Newcastle to go down, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think it will stay as it is. I said it on the last Watchalong stream. I just like the players that Fulham have got, and Newcastle are just like, apart from that weird game against Everton, they're so dull and just like negative.
Yeah, they lost yesterday as well.
And I feel like if they went down to the Championship, like it actually forced them to like actually do something, because I don't think they bounce straight back up like they did under Rafa Benitez. Like, they're not going anywhere anytime soon. They're going down before they probably finish in the top half at league. So,
yeah, just before I ask you, Will, there's a weird change for Everton here. Richarlison's coming off, and he don't look too happy about it. I'm not going to lie. Michael Keane's replacing him, so you can tell Ancelotti just wants to see this one out for the remaining 10 minutes of the game. But I'm going to ask you the same question, Will. Do you think the bottom three will stay as it is? Of course, 8 points is a massive gap. We're talking 3 match weeks of teams dropping points above them for Fulham. That's only Fulham as well, who are 8 points behind. West Brom are, 1 second, they are 10 points behind, and Sheffield United are 11 points behind. So you're talking 4 match days for West Brom, 5 for Sheffield United, possibly.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't want to say it's all but over in terms of relegation race, but I think it probably is. I mean, I know Fulham have improved. I know they had a shocking start. Fulham, they've improved quite a bit in the last few weeks, but again, I can't see them consistently getting results enough. I think I agree with Simon. I think if you look at who's above them, I think Burnley. I think they'll somehow manage to stay up like they do every single year. Just now to stay up, but there's someone at my work as well who's a Newcastle fan, and he actually said he hopes Newcastle go down, because it had forced Newcastle to do something, and Ashley probably would sell the team, which is what Newcastle fans I think want more, because I think they see it as 2 steps back, 1 step forward with 2 steps back, or however you say it. I think they'd rather go down if it meant getting rid of Ashley. But
it'd be the wake up call they need.
You what?
It'd be the wake up call that they need, because under Rafa, obviously they bounced straight back. Under Steve Bruce, wouldn't happen. They'd have to sell probably any of their exciting players. Almiron had to go, St. Maximin had to go. I'd be surprised if Wilson hung around. It's better than just constantly aiming for survival each year, just scrapping it out and getting 1-0 wins over, I don't know, Crystal Palace and Burnley. And
exactly. Must be hard as well for Newcastle fans, because they are a big club. I know they've not won anything in absolutely years, but they are still got one of the biggest followings in English football, and they're still one of the biggest clubs, but they're just not playing like it at all. And like I say, if they don't make a change soon, it's one of them. They're just going to become another boring team that just do absolutely nothing.
Crystal Palace are a bit similar, because obviously, like, Roy Hodgson ain't got. Well, I'd be surprised if he had more than 2 seasons left in him managing. And to say attacking players that Palace have got in, like Zaha, Eze, and Batshuayi, I think Palace are way more conservative than they probably need to be. It feels like the aim with them is just to get like 15th every year and just be happy with it. Do you know what? I don't know. They don't feel like they're going forward either. Every year for the past 4 seasons, I've backed them to go down, and they never have done.
I think they've signed some good players, though.
Go on.
I was just going to say, I think they've signed some good players. Like, Eze is a good signing, and Mateta's a good signing up front, of course. They're struggling for goals. Mateta scored quite a few for Mainz. Maybe he could come in and score a few for Palace. Go on, Will.
No, I was just going to say, like, I think that's why. But when the fact they've still got Roy Hodgson in charge, I think they've made their intentions clear that they just want to stay up, which must, like say, frustrating for fans, because if they had any ambition, I think they'd employ a new manager. Because I know Roy Hodgson, he's experienced and he's probably going to keep you up at the end of the day. But what comes after that? Is he?
That's the thing. They're not going to progress with him there. He's just a steady hand until he decides to retire.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so we're into the final 7 minutes of my game. Sorry, we'll go, mate.
No, I was going to say, I think it's mad as well that I think Hodgson were the guy they brought in after Frank de Boer, that shocking start. They brought Hodgson in to steady the ship, and he's been there ever since. They've just kept him ever since.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a very routine manager. Don't really change his play style much. But yeah, we're into the final 7 minutes of my game, plus added time. It's kind of died down a little bit since Leeds United had that little bit of possession towards the start of the second half. But Everton are making a change, and Josh King, skinhead Josh King, he's got very short hair now. He's going to be coming on, and I'll tell you who's coming on for. He's having a little laugh with Duncan Ferguson. But to make his Premier League debut for Everton, I probably think he'll be coming on for Calvert-Lewin or Sigurdsson. but we will see. But actually, it'll be Alex Iwobi who comes off. He's still not come on yet. Have your games still at half time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still at half-time.
Can't be long before they restart.
No, well, they're only 1 minute added time in mine. So
Chris agrees with us anyway. He's put that he thinks Fulham have got the best chance, but he thinks the bottom three are set. I agree with you.
Yeah, I think Fulham are probably the team that probably have the best opportunity to stay up out of the three, like we already said. Leeds do have a dangerous free kick opportunity, though. They've got it left-hand side of the penalty area. Yerry Mina just tripped over Tyler Roberts, and a good chance for Leeds to put the ball in the box, get a head on the ball, and try and equalise. I mean, if they got some out of this game after how they played in the first half, it would be very good. But Calvin Phillips is going to take it, stepping over it. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think they've got 6 men in the box here trying to head this in. Calvin Phillips takes it quick. Back stick, and it's headed away. I think it is there by Yerry Mina, but it's going to be coming back in by Pablo Hernandez. But there's a slip by Rafinha, and now it's a 3-on-2 for Everton. And Calvert-Lewin's absolutely... Oh, Jesus Christ, the speed of the man. Calvert-Lewin to finish it off. What a save by Meslier.
Bloody hell.
It could have been game over with 5 minutes left. End-to-end stuff at Ellen Road. But from one end, Leeds looking like they're going to equalise. Calvert-Lewin put one-on-one with Meslier, and he sticks it straight at the goalkeeper's leg, and a good save from the Frenchman. Oh, what a chance for Calvert-Lewin, and you'd put your house on him scoring that, I think.
What do you think? Do you think DCL starts at the Euros for England or not?
Over Harry Kane?
it's Harry Kane. If he goes one up top, it's Kane all day.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, I think I agree. Like I say, if it's one up top, you've got to go with Kane, haven't you? Depends if he just plays 2 strikers or not. I'm interested to see who that second striker would be. But do you think like what formation does he like play in Southgate? Is he more 5 at the back with wing backs?
I think he'll go 4-3-3.
Yeah, he loves 2 City midfielders, like a 4-3-3, but one of the midfielders slightly advanced.
Which is definitely going to be Mason Mount.
I hope it is Mason. I really like Mason Mount. I don't know why people have got it in for him. Is it just because he starts loads of games?
I don't have anything against him. I don't think he's a bad player at all. I just think Southgate. He's one of those players. No matter what he did, I think Southgate would still play him. If that makes sense. Like,
yeah, there's people out there though who just like don't rate him. I don't get it.
I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit rattled because I put a 14-team macro on, and at the moment, Barcelona are getting beat 2-0 by Granada. But apart from that, all of them are coming in at the moment.
Barcelona.
That would have been like 250 quid if that had come in. But no, Granada have rattled Barcelona, and it's 2-0. But Elder Costa's come on for Leeds with 3 minutes left in this game, plus added time. I can't see there being much added time. So I imagine I'll probably be out of here in the next 10 minutes. And I'll pass the reins over for you guys to see the night out, and make sure you plug the website. I don't know if Josh is here, by the way. I can hear him talking to Rowan, but if he is here, stick the website below our heads right now. Actually, he is here. Oh, fantastic stuff, Josh, lad. The website's there beneath my head and Will's head. Yeah, make sure you check that out. Loads of stuff coming up on that channel and website. Get my words mixed up.
We're back underway, by the way. Liverpool Brighton. We've just kicked off for the second half, and there's been no changes by either side.
Are you back on the way at Simon, or is there still some stuff?
Within the next 10 seconds, there we go. Bill will take kick off. No changes, I don't think. Just more of the same. Yeah,
Chris has made a good point. Do you think it will be Sancho, Kane, Sterling, England front three, or does Rashford have to get a chance in? What do you guys think?
It'll be Rashford over Sterling. Not Sterling, Sancho.
I think Rashford.
He doesn't start Sancho.
I don't think you can not start Rashford at the moment.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I'm not a massive fan of Sterling. To be honest, since he left Liverpool, I still can't stand him now. I just don't like him as a person, to be honest with you. But I mean, he's there for the tappings, I guess, isn't he?
Or not.
The numbers he's put up at his age are phenomenal.
Yeah. Oh, he wasn't.
Kind of things at Liverpool squad. Like, I remember when he got his debut against Chelsea. He was 2012 maybe, we brought him on. I remember saying to my dad, "Oh, he's meant to be right good, this Raheem Sterling," and he got like 10 minutes. And then the season after, when he got properly put in the squad, I'm thinking, bloody hell, he's hit the ground running here, because he was scoring for fun, especially when he nearly won league. Like, he was one of the most dependable players in the squad, and he was like, what, 18, 19? Crazy.
Can't believe he's only 26. He's been around forever.
Yeah, but we've got another change forever. Dom Davies is coming on. Tom Davies, of course. Free kick in the same position as it was 5 minutes ago for Leeds. Phillips puts it into the box. It's headed away by the man who gave the free kick away, Mason Holgate, who got the yellow card. We are into the last minute of the 90. Probably only a few minutes of added time for Leeds to try and get a point back in this game. Phillips to Rafinha, edge of the area. Nice positive play by Rafinha to try and get a ball in the box, but it's gone straight behind for a goal kick. And of course, Alston's going to take his time with this. But I think this will be a really big 3 points for Everton. I don't know if you agree with me, but a massive 3 points to go to Ellen Road. It's not an easy place to go. Leeds not an easy side to play against, but it's these sort of wins that Everton need to get if they want to get European football this year. What do you think, Will?
Yeah, I definitely agree. Bouncing back from that terrible result at Newcastle, home to Newcastle, and Leeds beat them as well, didn't it? Goodison a few months ago. So yeah, massive win, and like I say, good for Calvert-Lewin as well, getting back on the score sheet.
I'm not quite sure where this has come from, but we've got 5 minutes of added time. I don't even remember them being a stoppage in the game. Last night in the Man United game, we had about 4 or 5 stoppages in the second half, and we only had 3 minutes of added time. But yeah, we've got 5 minutes here because Leeds are chasing the equaliser.
Could have been a potential handball in our game as well.
What did you say? Could
have been a potential handball by Brighton. It was like a shot from Firmino with his left foot, kind of toe poked it, and I think it's come off of Lewis Dunk's knee. His hand's in front of his knee though, but it hasn't been given as a penalty. I think it would have been a very harsh one, but still, with the way the ruling is, you know, if it hits the hand in a natural position, it's going to be a penalty no matter what. I think I need to see more replays of that one, but it looked a bit dodgy.
Yeah, the goalkeeper's been given a yellow card, Olsen, for time wasting. Simon, anything happened in your game, or is it still dull?
It's Villa's at the moment in terms of who's had the most possession, and it's they've had a couple of half chances, but it really isn't. I've picked the wrong game totally.
Of course, you got the first game to pick as well out of all of us, and you picked the worst one at the moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could have gone for like Burnley, Man City, where like there's going to be goals, but in terms of a tight contest,
well, there's a chance for Leeds, and that might have struck a hand. Sorry to butt in, but that might have struck a hand. I mean, Bielsa's claiming it. It's a good move by Leeds. Tyler Roberts gets into a little bit of space, pokes it out to Luke Gillen, whose cross is blocked by Godfrey, and then the initial shot afterwards is blocked by Michael Keane. It's not going to be a handball; it's going to be a corner instead. But it's hotting up last 3 minutes for Ellen Road. If Leeds can get an equaliser, I'm sure Twitter will erupt. Everton fans won't be happy. Leeds fans will be absolutely buzzing. Ball into the box, headed away. Welchie has said, Will Simon's game to end 0-0. Imagine. I'm sure you wouldn't be happy with both games ending 0-0, Chris. So I might have the Copperbergs out on Twitter tonight.
We've got Gareth Southgate's at Villa Park, so I wonder who's watching. Obviously, Grealish, Rice. Maybe, as an outside chance, Matty Cash.
He's watching Lingard.
Tyrone Mings.
He's watching Lingard. I'm sure he is.
He's come for Lingard. That's what he's come for.
Might come for Craig Dawson, but he ain't playing.
He's come for Craig Dawson. No, he's come for Jack Grealish. He's stayed for Jesse Lingard.
Imagine Jesse scores, runs over to Southgate.
Does Jay Lings?
Where's the flute in front of him?
Flute.
Does the Michael Jackson moonwalk in front of him? Oh, I mean, we've got 2 minutes left at Ellen Road. Josh King has picked the ball up for Everton. I mean, he's done absolutely nothing since he's come on, I'm not going to lie. Dom Davies is on the ball now. I mean, it's quite routine for Everton now. Just play the last minute and a half out. Don't give the ball away, and then you'll be absolutely fine. But for Leeds, I mean, they're absolutely desperate to get some out of this game, as you would expect. But they have given the ball away again. Holgate's just giving it back to them, though. So they've got a minute and a half to try and salvage it.
1-0.
There's a goal. And Thomas Souček is the man with the goal. And I mean, I'm sure Rowan is absolutely.
Whoa, he's been held back there.
Just talk us through that goal, Simon.
I just need to see who's. But someone's played like a defence splitting ball, and Souček just on right hand side's just drilled it low and hard with his right foot across Martinez.
West Ham in the league.
Yeah, all one back high up the pitch. Antonio holds it up, and it's Ben Rama with just a cutting through ball. And then Souček picks his spot perfectly.
Honestly,
good goal. It's a pass from Ben Rama.
Ben Rama channeling his inner Lingard. But Everton have won the ball high up the pitch, and I mean, Decore tried another one of those passes to Calvert-Lewin just to sneak him inside, but it's an awful pass, and it's given Leeds another chance to come forward. But we do have a goal. Both games won't be ending 0-0. Souček, the man who's probably the man for West Ham at the moment, the Fellaini he is very good, and he's been such a good signing for West Ham.
He plays centre back, centre mid. He scores goals. Such a useful player, isn't he, Souček?
Well, most of his goals, I think, so far have been headers, and that were just.
Oh, that is awful.
I don't think I've ever seen him so high up the pitch.
That's what I mean. Like, he's listed as like a, centre back, or like defensive mid, but he's roam everywhere.
He is to West Ham what Fellaini was to Moyes when he were at Everton.
Oh my God! What a chance for Leeds to equalise right there. If Bamford gets it inside the box on the turn, he just floats one to the edge of the area where Tyler Roberts is stood unmarked, edge of the area, hits it on the volley, and it just flies over the bar. No direction on the volley at all. And I mean, what a chance for Bielsa's men to equalise. But it looks all dead and buried, this game. We are 14, 15 seconds over the half-time mark. And it is it. That's full time. Everton have beaten Leeds 2-1, goals from Sigurdsson and Calvert-Lewin, of course, scoring again. A late fight back from Leeds after an early goal in the second half through Rafinha. But unfortunately, the Merseyside Blues had enough for Everton to get them over the line and a vital 3 points to move them up into the top 5. However, West Ham have just taken the lead, so they might drop back out of that top 5 now. Everton, of course, chasing the top 4, and they could get closer to Liverpool if they drop points today. Will, I saw you grimace a few moments ago and say that's not a foul. What were you referring to?
Yeah, it's just one of them challenges where, Wijnaldum's used his body on Mopé to win the ball. And obviously Wijnaldum's bigger and stronger than Mopé, so Mopé tries to get in there and it just kind of bounces off Wijnaldum. Wijnaldum wins the ball, but it's given a foul. Another one of them things where I don't even know what a foul is in football anymore. It's like basketball, you get touched. Referee blows his whistle. But yeah, and Liverpool had a few chances as well where ball whipped in by Shaqiri. Firmino looked like he was going to get his head on it, just completely missed it. But yeah, other than that, not much going on. Although Basuma, he's played really, really well tonight in the middle of the park for Brighton. He went down with an injury earlier on. I think he fell awkwardly, but he's making a lot of good tackles in midfield. I think he could be one of the potential players that gets a transfer to, a European club maybe this summer.
But yeah, it's been a pleasure, both of you. I will love you and leave you, and I hope there's more goals in your games. My game is finished. I'm sure Josh will be in the background to help you guys out if you've got anything to say. But I'll pass you the reins, and I will call it a night. So long, everyone in the chat.
Oh my God, we got a goal! What? Goal. KD, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Oh my God, it's a goal for Brighton, and it's Alzate.
Oh dear.
Even Alzate. Love that guy.
What have I just witnessed? Liverpool don't stop the cross coming in from Solly March. He's got way too much time. It's a really, really good ball, to be fair. Puts it back stick. Dan Burns there to nod it back.
Oh no, and just the goal.
And there's about 3 or 4 people in the box. Alzate just goes flying in there, and it's ended up in the top corner. I don't even think Keller even knew where the ball was. It's just a very, very scrappy goal. He's onside. It's going to be given. Fair play to Dan Burn keeping it in, but what on earth was that?
Jesus.
What on earth was that?
I mean, I think that's the moment for me to go. So, see you later, lads, and I'll pass it.
He might have his Copperbergs out tonight.
The Copperbergs might come out tonight, but I hope you get back into the game for your sake, Will. But for Man United's sake, I hope it ends 1-0. So long, guys.
See you later. Let's go.
Go on, Jillings in space. Yes!
Jillings scored. No way. Jillings.
It's a good goal and all.
As if Kieran's
Antonio down the right finds his cross, puts his cross to Lingard on the edge of the area. It's taken a deflection on the way through, but Oh, I didn't see if he threw him up. Might have to rewind actually.
Jalen.
He didn't do any fancy dancing celebration, which is kind of what matters most. He's definitely onside. Sets it down on his chest. Yeah, I'm not sure who it's deflected in off. Oh, it's Martinez. It's gone right through him.
It's poor. He's in my fantasy team as well. He's done pretty well this year. Martinez has been a really
Oh,
good.
he's got to save that. Yeah.
Jay Lings though.
Straight under his arms. Jay Lings though. Back again. So I mean, Southgate's watching.
Southgate, yeah. We
Wow, he went the moment Lingard scored.
We called it. We said if he's definitely going to put on a performance now. Southgate's there watching the game.
I've always liked Lingard. I don't know why. Then again, I still rate Phil Jones. So what do I know?
Phil Jones.
I like Phil Jones. If you're at any other club,
I remember watching Phil Jones in like the youth, like the younger teams for England when he were, back. We're talking ages ago now, but he used to dominate them games. To be fair, you used to think, wow, what a player he is. Like he kind of put as like a defensive mid as well sometimes, but I don't know. I've just not seen him play in ages. To be fair,
if Man United could do some kind of swap deal with him and Tarkowski at Burnley, I'm sure it'd work out great for both.
Yeah, it'd be a good sign if that Tarkowski to United. I think even if, like, say, Phil Jones went to Burnley with Dyche, I think he would just fit into the system well. He could be all right.
I think it'd be a perfect swap.
Chris Welch just put goal out of nothing. It was, wasn't it? I mean, it was a nice ball in by Solly March, but you can't let him cross that ball in, and then it's just kind of bobbled about. I mean, Alzate, as he's hit it, I think it's come off Trossard and then hit Alzate's foot again. So God knows how it's even ended up in back at net. But Brighton lead and half an hour left. Liverpool are in the mud. Not good at all.
Ugh. Villa have totally lost it here. Just stray passes. They look like a team who were 2-0 down. If that makes sense.
So who got the assist for the West Ham goals? Ben Rahman, sorry.
Two great goals. The Ben Rahman's pass for the first was just perfectly weighted. I don't know if anyone's seen it, but
he's a class player, isn't he, Ben Rahman?
Oh yeah. Oh, Ryan Fredericks turning Mings inside out. Oh, Antonio should be 3.
Sounds like they're dominating there for West Ham.
I'm not sure how many times Ryan Fredericks turned a man inside out. Either. I think he's double megged him.
He's always been quick, hasn't he? But I've never seen him double megged again.
I don't rate Tyrone Mings. That's not because of this. He's not even Aston Villa's best centre back. Ezri Konsa's better.
He's one of the. I mean, Konsa. I think he's the least dribble pass centre back in the league. To be fair, Konsa. He's been a good signing from them.
Konsa's so good.
It looks like Oxlade-Chamberlain and Origi coming on for Liverpool, and Simic is going to go warm up along with Reece Williams.
I just think people like Mings because obviously he's athletically built and that, and he's left-footed, which it's like the left-footed tactics. Because left-footed centre backs are so in demand, but Ezri Konsa is so solid.
I think they formed a good partnership, though, definitely.
Well,
definitely. It's one of them with Mings. I think, like you say, he's one of those players that he's got everything about him to be a centre back. He's tall, strong, he's quick, even left-footed as well. I know, like you say, it's a premium now in football. But I've got a feeling he'll definitely get a chance in England team just because I think he's another player that I think Southgate really likes.
I think Konsa's eligible for another country, but I'm not sure who. I'm just gonna have a look now. Chris, obviously, he must be holding out for an England call-up or something. I'm just having a quick look because I know Matty Cash is eligible for Poland, and they were looking at him at one point. Because obviously we've got so many right backs that he's probably not going to get in ours. I think it'd be good. We'll have to see Matty Cash representing Poland.
Imagine that. That's the most random thing I've heard all day. That Matty Cash at Poland. But like you say, if England could, if the current way could play on the right backs, England would absolutely boss it, wouldn't they? A lot of right backs they've got.
Yeah, Konsa's eligible for DR Congo. I remember reading something a few months ago that Aaron Wan-Bissaka had declared for them as well. So
Interesting. Liverpool have got a free kick in a dangerous area here. Thiago, Shaqiri, Trent stood up at ball. I think probably it's in perfect range, to be honest. I thought it was just a bit out of range, but it might be in perfect range. We'll see what. It's a bit far out, to be fair. I think if the keeper's getting beat from here, it's going to be a good strike. Thiago trips over the top, and it's Firmino. He's too slow. Too slow there from Firmino. I think is that Dan Burn again? No, it's Webster. Good tackle. Dazza's put, Will, do you think we see Davis tonight? Well, we're losing 1-0, mate, so I can't see us bringing on another defender. I think if we're going to make any changes, they're going to be attacking changes. I think Liverpool would have liked to have brought him on. But with the way the game is right now, I don't think I'll see that happening.
Oh, Tyrone Mings is hurt. He's just made an unreal goal-saving clearance, but he's gone right into the net and he's down. I can't lie, I won't watch him. I'm going to have to seek replay. Mikel Antonio darting, running behind. Chips Martinez. Yeah, and Tyrone Mings just hooks it off the line but can't stop sliding and just goes straight to back at net.
Hopefully he's all good, but yeah,
I think it sounded worse than it was because he's right next to the pitch side mic. Yeah, he's up and moving.
Sound.
Top block.
Yeah, Liverpool making 2 changes here. Origi and Oxlade-Chamberlain coming on. Shaqiri's making way. See who the other person is who's coming off. Getting desperate for Liverpool, you can tell. But same situation, like, I think it's that Wijnaldum coming off. Let's have a look. Ox is on, I think, Oxlade-Chamberlain's on for Wijnaldum. So Wijnaldum and Shaq off, Oxlade-Chamberlain and Origi on. But one of them games to Liverpool where they've dominated possession, but it's just in the wrong areas and passing about an edge at box, not having a shot, and all of a sudden the other team go up and get a goal.
The thing with Brighton is they haven't, obviously before Spurs game, like they've created so many chances, and their XG is always like ridiculously high, and they never back it up. Like they always underperform. And now it seems like they're going to finally perform and start getting the results, but it's going to come against Spurs and Liverpool, who are like two of the best teams in the league.
Who would have thought that?
Any sense.
Liverpool have taken the free kick quickly with Milner, but the refs called it back, which is a big shame because that was good for Liverpool there. They caught Brighton out with a quick free kick, but Kevin Friends called it back. It's still in a dangerous area, though. I think it's probably best suited for a left-footed player where the ball is. Solly March's gone down as well. I think it might be a bit of cramp or something. Any more comments? Ox should have been on for Milner, in my opinion, says Chris.
Ball. No? Never mind.
One of them, really. I think Milner and Wijnaldum do the similar jobs, but at least Oxlade-Chamberlain coming on is a bit more positivity than either of them. Adam Lallana's coming on as well for Brighton too, making his return to Anfield.
Cards coming out for Angelo Ogbonna. Just drag down Ollie Watkins. Bit harsh.
What minutes are gaming now then? The Villa game?
65.
Need a goal then quick, don't they, Villa?
I think this is it for me. I don't think Villa are going to get it. West Ham are so good this year, and I don't understand how they're so good because all they've done is recruit like the best Championship players and then just 2 lads from Slavia Prague.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. They didn't even have a good start either. Like, remember when they lost to Newcastle first game of the season? Everyone were panicking, and then they had a few bad games. But like you say, they've brought in some pretty good players, and it just clicked for them. I don't really know what it is. David Moyes given more time, more confidence by the board.
I mean, I wouldn't have thought that Angelo Ogbonna would be like first choice centre half over Issa Diop, who like can't even get in the team now.
Exactly, yeah. It's kind of just forgot man in Issa Diop. I know we're linked with Liverpool on a loan deal, but they paid quite a fair few quid for him as well. Solly March is limping off here. It looks like a pretty serious injury, to be honest. He's been helped off by 2 physios. They were checking out his knee. Hopefully it's not a dodgy knee injury, which could leave him out for a long time, but it does not look good for Solly March. He can barely even walk on his own, to be honest.
Solly March for another who I've heard people talking about for England. Because he's playing left wing back, isn't he? And apart from like Luke Shaw and Ben Chilwell, we haven't really got anyone.
Yeah, that's
Danny Rose hasn't kicked a ball.
Yeah, exactly. That seems to be the thing, doesn't it? We've got an abundance of right backs, but very, very few left backs. Ball's over the top. Firmino's onside. Oh, what a save. He's been brought down. It. Right, so they've given a foul, I believe, or offside. So chipped in by Alexander-Arnold, headed away by Lewis Dunk, headed back in by Alexander-Arnold. And then they've said Nat Phillips fouled Lewis Dunk when he barely even touched him. Firmino's shot was saved, and then Firmino got taken out. So a bit of a few crazy events.
Is it Sanchez in that for Brighton?
Yeah, Sanchez. Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like it. Because he started off the season as like 4th choice keeper.
I know, that's what. Well, I was confused when they loaned Matt Ryan out because I thought he was injured, and then they loaned him out.
He'd just been out the team. He'd just out of favour.
Yeah.
But he started the season, and then Jason Steele and Christian Walton are just like backup keepers. So we went Bob Sanchez getting the team. So
yeah, he's not had much to do tonight, but he made a good save there off Firmino. But since Brighton's goal, they've not really touched the ball. But they won't care. They won the look. 20 minutes to go. And as Liverpool get more desperate, Brighton can just hold the ball up, attack more on the counter attack. Another disappointing game. Chris called it, to be fair, early on in stream. So he said it feels like one of them dodgy games, like the Burnley or the West Brom game, and that's what it's turning out to be, unfortunately.
So you wait. Is it like 3 years or something for the home run to be ended, and then it might come twice in the space of a couple of weeks to Brighton and Burnley?
Exactly. And who would have thought that Burnley would have been the team that ends it? Because Man City have come to Anfield last 2 seasons and not even really got close to beating us, but then of all teams, it's Sean Dyche and Burnley doing a job on us.
I love Burnley. I just admire the fact that they're not technically gifted players, but they're there on the sheer virtue that everyone just knows their roles and they just work hard for each other, and it works.
Well drilled team, aren't they? Like you said,
no egos or anything. Just all for the good of the team. And
they've got no money either. Like, Sean Dyche's got nothing to spend at all, and how he's kept them up there for that long with the same group of players, pretty much.
The thing is, they have actually got money now because they've just had that American takeover. They're not minted, but like if he's managed to do that kind of job on a limited budget, now that they've got a bit to spend,
yeah,
I'm looking forward to seeing who they bring in. Because I read something the other day that they haven't brought in a player from abroad for over 3 years, which is pretty insane. I can't remember who that was.
Is he still in line up today? Oh, what a chance!
It was Stephen Defoe who's been and gone.
Oh, remember when they signed him, he scored that long shot as well. Big chance there for Liverpool. Nice little 1-2 with Milner and Oxlade-Chamberlain. Gets it to Trent on the outside, who's well onside. Fizzes it across. Salah's there. Should hit the target. He's only about 5 yards out, and he puts it over Bauer again. Salah's had a few chances tonight where they've just gone. He's wasted them. It just seems like one of them days for Liverpool where it's not their day again, which is just appalling, really. Because City, if you lose tonight, you're 4 points behind City.
Isn't it a bit concerning how those days seem to be becoming more and more frequent, though?
I know that's what I think. Coming into the season, like if you compare it to last season, Liverpool they were just finding a way to win. But this season, it's a different story. The injuries haven't helped, obviously, because with having to play midfielders in defence, it's weakened as midfield in unison.
I'm not suggesting it is the case, but all teams Pep Guardiola has been at, apart like obviously Stoke, Man City, but at Barca and Bayern, I think it might not be Bayern, but he was there I think at Barca for 7 years, and then left. I think Klopp was at Mainz for 7 years, and then was at Dortmund for 7 years. And people saying like the top teams work in 7-year cycles, and could this like be the end of Klopp's at Liverpool?
I hope not, because I don't think he's the problem at all. Klopp, like if anything, Klopp's been the main part of Liverpool's resurgence. Because when Klopp came in, we were a mid-table side.
It's more just that I think the players become like numb to the training exercises, and because the style of football is so intense, like it just burns everyone out after a while.
And I think it's hard
somewhere else and does it all again.
Yeah, I think it's very hard to have a season where you get 99 points in a COVID season where your mentality is win the league, and that's all you're focusing on. Once you get over that hurdle, it can be hard for some teams to go back and win it yet again, especially with the season we've had. Like Kobe's messed it all up. Obviously, not the same at all. There's no home advantage or anything. But if you're a top team, then you go and repeat. But it just feels a lot different for Liverpool. I think the biggest enemy for Liverpool this season has been the injuries, to be fair, and just the front three not firing as consistent as he'd like to. Salah's still been up there, but Bobby struggled quite a bit, and even Mane struggled earlier on. I get what you're saying. Like you say, it gets to a point where the same messages over and over and over. Players just come a bit.
It's not necessarily anything. It's not a bad thing. It's just like it just happens. Like it's just the end of the cycle.
Oxlade-Chamberlain's gonna have a shot miles over. I mean, fair play to him having a go. He's the first player that's had a shot on the edge of the box tonight for Liverpool, but absolutely nowhere near. And just over 15 minutes to go in the game now. I'm seeing the replay of this goal. I don't even know it's gone in. Any more comments? Imagine Everton finishing with Liverpool this league. That would be a rare sight. It would be a rare sight. I think the last time they did it was 2005, and Liverpool got 5th, Everton got 4th. But Everton missed out on Champions League because Liverpool won the Champions League. And it was back when when the rule was if you win the UCL, you kick 4th place out of that position. I think it's changed now, though. I think.
Okay.
But that's the last time Everton finished with Liverpool, and Everton lost out on the UCL because of the Istanbul comeback. So you can't really get any more unlucky, to be honest with you. Is it worth putting Davies on at centre back and Henderson midfield? Could be an option. Like I think we miss Henderson's midfield and energy midfield so much with him playing at back. He plays well as a centre back, but that's not his position. It's not where you want him to play. But I think Liverpool have only got one change left to make. So if you're going to make one, might as well make it pretty soon. Good save. What a save.
I'm just saying, like Derby, like midfielder defender Christian Bielik's torn his ACL. I think he's been back for 2 months since he was out for a year, and he's just re-torn the same ACL.
Freaking hell.
He was fully going to start for Poland at the Euros and everything. That is awful.
That's awful, like I say. All that rehab as well, just to go do it again.
He's genuinely best. I would say at the moment the best midfielder in the Championship. Because he's he's a holding midfielder, but he's good enough at Premier League. I'm surprised he didn't play at Arsenal. I don't know if you remember when he was there.
Who is it again?
Christian Bielik. Arsenal picked him up from Poland when he was 16 and then sold him to Derby for 10 mil.
I recognise his name.
Yeah.
I've not seen him play in a while, but I do definitely recognise his name from old FIFA. There's a chance there for Liverpool, but nothing came of it. Almost 2-0 to Brighton there. Bloody hell. Pascal Gross hit a really good shot on the swivel, and Kelly got down, made a good save. The rebound nearly put him, but he was tackled. Yeah, that is awful. That doing the same knee as well.
He's only 21 as well. I think he's already missed a full year.
I mean, the silver lining is he's not 28, 29. He's still probably going to come back, but he's definitely going to probably unfortunately.
Free kick in a pretty dangerous position for Villa. Got Douglas Luiz, Grealish, and Bertrand Traore standing over it, but I think it's going to be Grealish. It's a bit far out.
Hopefully, whips it in. Football Manager, fantasy points. Can burn.
I don't think I've got any. I've got Souček, but I think that's it. Oh, it's wide. Yeah, never really close.
Fulham won it back. Here's Ox. Good tackle. He's a good player, Lewis Dunk, isn't he?
Yeah, some would have him in the England squad.
He's played really well tonight. He just throws his body in front of everything. Good leader. I remember him. He's been at Brighton for years now.
Him and Tarkowski, they're probably good enough for a top team, but they're a bit unfashionable. So they don't get in.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I definitely think they could do a job, without a doubt. They're both two really good centre backs. Liverpool, oof. Liverpool want an handball there. I think he's hit Bazuma straight in the face, to be honest. Another shot from Salah blocked. Brighton seems to be blocking everything at the moment.
Grealish played in behind, gets forced out wide, tries to put a cross in and then trips over the ball. And he's won a corner out of it, even though it never came near to Ryan Fredericks. And he's not happy.
Chaos, but do you think the signing of Liverpool will improve him? I mean, you like to think so. I think it just depends on how quickly they integrate into the squad. It's always tough, I think, coming in January to make a statement, unless you're like Bruno Fernandes or whatever, or Suarez. But you'd like to think so, because I think Kabak's more of a long-term option. I think they've brought him in knowing that he's going to be here for a while. But I'd like to see Ben Davies play, because I think he's one of them players. He's got composure, so I don't think, and he reads it well. So I don't think it'd take him that long to adapt to the Premier League, because apparently he reads the game really well and he's pretty good on the ball. So I'd like to see him play, especially if it means Henderson going back into midfield. Shot from Firmino, wide.
West Ham are so good. Like they just look assured. Everyone's always in right positions. I'd love to know what's changed. I mean, I think the David Moyes slander was a bit much at one point, because like he didn't really fail at Man United, and like literally no one could have saved Sunderland that season. They were like a sinking ship, as it showed, as they currently flounder in League One. But I don't know why. For me, I think probably the surprise package of this season.
Didn't Moyes like brought in, and then he got sacked, and then they brought someone else, and then they brought him back in again.
Yep, they brought him in. I think it was short term till the end of, I want to say, the 17-18 season, and then they were like, "Oh, we need a more progressive appointments." They went for Manuel Pellegrini. Pellegrini brought in his own director of football, who then like just spent awful on like signings. I think Roberto were on like 20k a week. You know, crap backup keeper.
Yeah.
Carlos Sanchez. Like Yarmolenko hasn't really hit the heights.
Jack Wilshere, when he brought him in as well.
Wilshere. And then Pellegrini went, David Moyes come back in. And Moyes basically said he wants young, not necessarily young, hungry players, but I think players with sell-on value. And they've pretty much done that.
Yeah.
I mean, if they play that well, they won't need to sell them, because they'll be like in Europe. But apart from Koufal, who I think's like the wrong side of like 25 or something, like Bowen, Benrahma, Souček, they're all, I think, under 26.
Yeah, like you said, they've definitely got some really good young foundations. I think West Ham. I think Rice will be there. I know Rice. I think he's one of those players that, similar to Grealish, I think I could see him staying at West Ham for maybe his entire career. And obviously, we've got Benrahma and Bowen, who are two young, very good wingers that are just going to keep on getting better.
I think we might have a debut here, but I'm not sure. Morgan Sanson's come on for Douglas Luiz.
I thought that was a pretty good signing that for Villa, like a pretty good pickup, an experienced player.
Yeah, got him for a decent price. I looked at his Wikipedia, and every season he's played like 35 games, and he's only 26. He's got a load of experience behind him. Yeah. Also at West Ham, obviously this old Haller, who from the moment he stepped foot in London looked like he couldn't be arsed, and they've not replaced him. And I don't know whether that's wise or not, because West Ham have got like a dreadful reputation with strikers.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether it's sensible because they're saving the money for summer when there might be more options available, or whether the owners are just being tight and hoping that Mikel Antonio's hamstrings stay together.
That's the thing, innit? Antonio looked really good for him, but I know when he was back at Wednesday, because obviously your dad's a Wednesday fan. Antonio would like, he was one of the most frustrating players. So when he played, you can see the agility he had, but he was always injured, and that's still his problem today. But yeah, past few games he's played really well, Antonio. But again, can you rely on him to stay healthy?
But only other striker they've got is Nico Odebeko. I think he's like an 18-year-old who they signed from Man United last season. But he's got like no senior pedigree at all. Oh
yeah,
Watkins goal, consolation. There's just a ball coming. He's made a run in behind and I think he's beaten Fabianski to it and just poked it through. Ollie Watkins gets a lot of goals flagged offside, and I wouldn't be surprised if this one does, although I've not seen it yet. Oh no, he's a mile onside.
What
So
is
he
it?
won
Is
game
it-
on.
Someone scored?
Yeah, Grealish
Oh.
assist, and then Watkins has just beaten Craig Dawson and Fabianski to it and poked home.
Well, at least you've got a bit of a game on your hands now for the last 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, that came really out of nowhere. But look, it's another Grealish assist, another one to add to the collection.
And that's what we said, isn't it? Like, any point in the game, Grealish can create an opportunity, can create a chance. Aaron Conley's coming on for Brighton.
As bad of a game this has been, all 3 goals have come from moments of quality.
Yeah.
Really good.
Mopé's coming off. He's done pretty much nothing tonight, Mopé, to be honest with you. And on comes Aaron Conley. 8 minutes to go, still 1-0 Brighton. I feel like there's another goal in this game. I don't know if I do, but I feel like there's another goal in this game.
Oh, Watkins could have made it to all. Just got blocked by Craig Dawson. Man mountain.
Craig Dawson. It's getting frustrating now, this game. Both had 10 attempts on goal, Liverpool and Brighton. 2 on target for Brighton, 1 on target for Liverpool. Just not a good performance at all. Shame as well, because when they look so good against Spurs and great result against West Ham, who you can see tonight are a good team, and then they just go, turn up tonight like home to Brighton.
Really, it's Man City's to lose this year. Well and true.
100%.
Antonio driving forward. Lingard. 3! Yes! Throw him up.
He's got another one.
Yeah, it's another good goal. He's gone straight through Emi Martinez.
What a play. KD's going to be absolutely loving it.
Mikel Antonio carried it on the counter-attack. Just played in Lingard down the right. He's actually spot flanks now. And drilled it across similar to the first goal. And he's gone straight through Emi Martinez.
Bloody hell.
One of the best keepers in Leeds. Had an awful night.
Stinker.
I don't know if he's seen it late, but it's kind of straight at him. Oh, that's really bad.
So.
Can't handle Jay Lings.
Sounds like he's having a right.
Yeah, that is. Oh, is he danced? Oh, of course he has.
What dance moves he whips out this time?
I can't say I recognise it, but
he's a ray of dance moves.
He's back, smile on the face, tongue out.
I'm happy for him, to be fair.
He's back.
I am happy for him.
The Premier League ain't ready. Jay Lings woke up feeling dangerous. Recall Lings. Should have just played him in the first place.
7 points behind City, says Welch, yeah. To be honest, Kieran, I'm surprised you've not put him in your fantasy team, to be honest.
I mean, let's face it, he ain't going to push Fernandes or Pogba or anyone out of the Man United team anytime soon. I mean, he's 27. I'd probably suggest, obviously, it's just he's played 85 minutes in a West Ham shirt, but if it keeps going like this, United should just cut the losses in the summer and sell to West Ham. It'd just be best for both parties.
Yeah, I think, like I say, I think getting a new opportunity. I mean, you've seen it tonight. He's took his opportunity tonight, scoring 2 goals. Fresh start, it'd be good. And I think his days are numbered at United, unfortunately. But you can see that he's still got something to give. Definitely.
It's Man United's main problem. They just give contracts to players who just aren't going to play. I mean, I know they gave it to Lingard ages ago, but they did it with Marcus Rojo and Phil Jones. It's like long-term contracts when they were just never going to play. I know they did it to protect an asset, but in the end, it just ends up crippling them.
That's it. They're scared. Sometimes worried to.
Oh, there could be more coming here.
Let people leave on a free, but in the end, it's good just to let some people go.
I mean, I know Arsenal had a good window getting rid of so many players, but they paid how much for Özil, Socrates, and Mustafi? probably like well over 50, 60 million in total, and all of them contracts terminated for free. They've not recouped any money.
Yeah, Arsenal have got one of the most strangest wage bills in the league, aren't they? Like they're paying like Willian like stupid money. I know.
I thought they were going in the right direction, and that Willian deal was so silly because everyone could see it from a mile off that it wasn't going to work.
Exactly. Yeah. Free agent, 32 years of age. He secured the
bag. 3-year deal.
Exactly. Yeah, he secured the money, but that's exactly what I wanted to do. There's not a player in there anymore in Willian that's going out to prove himself.
Yeah, I'd rather they just started Reece Nelson. Oh, Ben Rama should have been 4. Like I know Reece Nelson hasn't played much, and he's not Arsenal's like best player by any means, but he can't be any worse than Willian on like a fraction of the wages.
Again, Liverpool just trying to walk in. Does someone have a shot? What is that? Absolutely appalling.
What I'd give for a Lingard hat trick.
Inform Lingard.
I hope they get a pen and he just chips it down middle or something. I don't know.
Imagine that Panenka penalty. Tops off the hat trick. Oh, this game is.
Oh, it'd be such a good laugh if Lingard because he started like every game of the World Cup and then was immediately dropped from the England squad for like the next 3 years, and then just before the next major tournament, he manages to just find his way back in.
Yeah, gets himself back into squad.
Especially because like the tournament's a year later as well.
Yeah, he's had like a couple of years break, and all of a sudden he's come back in the last few months.
Yeah,
to the squad.
Then you'll look back on years to come, and you'll see like Lingard in consecutive World Cup and Euro squad, and you'll think he's like a legend and a mainstay of the team during this time frame. It's just not been the case.
Remember when he scored that? Scored a cracking goal against Panama, didn't he, in World Cup? When he just got the top bins.
That was such a good game. Oh yeah, proper
bent in top bins.
Bent it top corner. Yeah.
England fans getting buzzing over beating Panama.
Ben Rama's gone off and Ben Johnson's come on. The
young
right back.
Yeah.
Bit more conservative. Ben Rama's done so well.
He's just a class player, and so skillful.
I don't know at what point they're going to give man of the match. I'd give it. I don't know. I'm torn between 4 players, but I think it'll be between 2. I'm torn between Rice, Antonio, Ben Rama, and Lingard, but I think it'll be between the final 2. Do they even do man? Because I've got it on like quiet volume. I'm hoping they'll like flash up the graphics on them.
I think they still do it, but it's never at the same point in the game, is it? They'll do it. They could do it 5 minutes before end the game. They could do it a minute.
89th minute now, and I ain't seen them.
I think if I was to give a man at match, we're just at the 90-minute mark. I don't know how much added time there is. We'll see that shortly. 4 added minutes. If I was to give a man a match, if the game's staying like this as it is, I think you'd have to give it to Lewis Dunk, to be honest. He's been a rock at the back. He's won every single header. He's made crucial blocks. And I know, obviously, Alzate got that goal, but he didn't even look like he knew what he was doing. He kicks it onto Trossard, it went in, but Lewis Dunk's been really well. Dan Burns played really well again, but another appalling performance from Liverpool. Chris Smalls has put tower defence officially over. May as well focus on winning Champions League. Pains me to say. Well, if a player like this, Chris, might not even beat Leipzig in first round of Champions League. So,
how many points are you behind now?
Well, City won. So that's if it stays like this, it'll be 7 points. Which, to be honest, we're not out of it just due to the fact that we've got City at the weekend. But I think if we didn't beat City at the weekend, then it's all but done. Because I just can't see anyone slowing them down.
Yeah. We've got 4 minutes added. Bit of a formality at this point.
Jesus Christ, that ball sums up this game. Robertson trying to find Jones. Pulls it straight out of play. I think Webster. Yeah, Adam Webster's been given the man of the match on BT.
J-Ling's come off. I'm not sure who's come on. Oh, he's man of the match.
J-Lings.
Man of the match, Jesse Lingard.
Two goals, making an impact on games. Won a game, really.
Yeah, I mean, he's come off and Bowen's come on. Don't matter at this point, but what, again, at the moment, that looks like a master stroke of a signing. I mean, I know they're paying that all of his, 120 grand a week wages, but it's just good to see him back just playing football freely, and he looks happy. So at Man United, it looked like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, and you knew he wasn't performing.
Yeah, I think that's all it takes, in it, and it'll be a big confidence booster for him. We know Jesse Lingard. We know he's not a bad player. He just doesn't. It's just very happy into the United side as well as they're playing right now. But going to West Ham is going to get his football, which is good for him.
I think people have not necessarily stopped rating him, but I think he's just become I don't even want to say a laughing stock, but solely because of the whole joke around young talents, and then someone will suggest Jesse Lingard.
Yeah,
even though he's 27. That's not worked in his favour at all, and it's so not his fault. I mean, it was a joke that died out in 2019, but
yeah, he really a bloomer, wasn't he, Lingard?
Yeah,
We'll still have a chance there for Liverpool.
It's people say, everyone thinks he's a young prospect and he's not anymore, but I don't actually think anyone. I think everyone's now well aware of the fact he's 27.
Yeah, I think it was just one of them jokes, wasn't it, that the people have made.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate.
To be honest, yeah. I think, so if I thought he was younger than he was until I actually found out he was 27 a few years ago. I thought he was a lot younger. But
I don't know why that's come about, because he had loan spells in EFL with, I think on his Birmingham City debut, he scored 4 goals.
I remember when he played for Brighton as well, when they went up.
Yeah.
On loan.
Wait, did he? I don't remember that.
I swear he played for Brighton. On loan, I swear he played for Brighton.
I know he had loans at 4 different clubs. Oh, he's 28 now.
Let me double check.
Man, you might be right. I had his last loan were in 2015 and in Brighton for 2014.
Yeah, he were at Brighton when he had his mohawk. Is that it now? Jesus Christ, that's full time. You can bookmark it, Josh. Full time. Liverpool 0, Brighton 1. It's a massive result for Graham Potter's team. And to be fair, they came here, got that goal, defended as a unit, as a team. I thought Bazuma were fantastic in the middle.
He always is.
A massive result for Brighton. Keller couldn't do anything about the goal. It was just one of them scrappy goals at Liverpool. Another shocking result. More drop points, and I think if Liverpool can't beat City at the weekend, the title race is all but done, I'm afraid. And Liverpool will be in a battle for top 4, unfortunately. It's a big shame.
We've got 3 seconds left. So that's your lot. Aston Villa 1, West Ham 3. Thomas Souček with the opener. Lingard, J-Lings, I won't call him Lingard. He's J-Lings, doubled the lead. Ollie Watkins got one back before, and then Lingard just sealed the deal. So, yeah, not the game I was expecting. An awful first half, but yeah, David Moyes gives him a hug, smile on his face, enjoying his football. The Moyes ire is at it again.
It's a good result, isn't it, for West Ham? Really, really good win.
They're going to be right up there for Europe. They just keep winning, really. Obviously, apart from the Liverpool game aside, they're in such good form.
And like I say, they're dodgy start, and it's just kind of they've just got into form all of a sudden and playing really.
I'm sure they'll put up a Premier League table in a moment, or I might just have a look myself. But so I know, obviously 5th and 6th get Europa League, and then is it 7th gets Europa League if they're not in the FA Cup final or something?
Yeah, I think it's 5th and 6th get into Europa League automatically, and then it's 7th place. I think what it is, I think it's 7th place if 7th place gets Europe if a team in the top 4 or top 6 wins the FA Cup or League Cup. So if you win the FA Cup, you get guaranteed Europa League group stage. If you win the League Cup, you get put in the qualifying round.
Right.
I think that's how it is. 5th and 6th guaranteed Europa League, 7th place. they'll be in Europa League qualifying round if a team already in Europe wins one of the cups. I think that's how it is.
I remember like Hull City got Europa League, but after they came runners up in FA Cup, but then Burnley also got Europa League like a couple of years later, but they finished 7th.
Yeah,
it is a bit confusing.
They lost in qualifying round, didn't they, Burnley? I think Olympiacos, something like that.
Yeah, I think they beat Aberdeen, and I think they might have beat someone else. But yeah, then they fell Olympiacos in playoffs. I'd love to have seen Burnley in Europa League.
Oh man, I mean it's crazy they even got there. Fair play, you know. That were a mad season, that though, when they went on a good run, and they were just very, very, very hard to beat.
West Ham, 5th place. Although it's got to be said, if Everton and Spurs were to win their games in hand, they'd go down to 7th.
Carlos, but really enjoy the stream.
They're well in the mix.
Kieran D. Rowan, and not forgotten Josh lingering in the background at all the sports corner. Cheers, good night, and see you all soon. Thanks for coming in, Kyle.
Good night. Thank you for coming.
And we'll see you on the next stream, which we're much more active now on the channel. There's going to be loads and loads of content coming, so make sure I stay tuned. But yeah, thanks for coming in, mate. Although it wasn't the result I wanted tonight, it's been a good night on the stream.
It's Premier League table. He's so tight. There's not really any like proper gaps apart from 17th to 18th.
It's the craziest season I've ever watched in the Premier League because everyone just seems to be beating each other. And you know, any given week, you know, you can't predict the results. It's mental, but I think that's what it is. It's kind of like every single game's at a neutral venue at the moment.
Yeah, there's far like less home wins than normal, but that's a trend in all leagues. I guess it's just because like any home advantage is just totally ruled out unless a team's like knackered from travelling or something, then it's level. And I might just mute myself here because I want to listen to this Lingard interview properly.
Lingard, what you got to say? Copperberg's out, Katie. Oh dear me. Well, she's not going to be liking that. Chris Watch, but depressing times are back for us Liverpool fans. Well, I won't say depressing times, we're depressing times when we were finishing mid-table and fighting for relegation royalty. We're still in the top 4, we're still in the Champions League. Although it's not been the season we've wanted, we beat City at the week and we're back in the race. So I won't say it's depressing times, but as of right now, it's not great. I'm good for Liverpool, especially when you compare it to the last 2 seasons where they were dominant. Might tweet you a picture, Chris. Yeah, West Ham are up to 5th in the table.
West Ham, 5th in the table. Although it's got to be said, Spurs and Everton
got the games in hand. Yeah,
BT have just cut the feed. Okay.
Well, my BT is just frozen as well.
Right, turn it off now. Oh. Well, yeah, in the end, that was quite an enjoyable game. I know yours won't, but
yeah, mine wasn't good for us. But
I'm on quite a good run at the moment of these because I got the Milan derby, and then when I came on for deadline day for the final 2 hours, it was hectic as well, and then I've just got J-Ling's masterclass. So
it was mental when on deadline day stream because remember Josh said he's ended it. You and Josh left, and then you could still hear everyone talking in the background, and people were still putting in chat. He's still here. So Josh went, "Oh, I'm still here," and then Josh just carried on for like another half an hour. He thought we're staying up. We're staying up. He wanted to see the Shane Long deal go through. Never even saw it go through.
Yeah, I don't think there's any. Is there any watch-alongs tomorrow?
I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, it's Spurs Chelsea in the evening, and then obviously Club World Cup in afternoon.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I mean,
I think someone's got the game in the evening in Premier League, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think someone will be doing it. Is that the only game tomorrow?
In English football, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh,
there we go.
It looks like there's a World Cup watch along.
There is. So tomorrow we will have the Club World Cup watch along at 2 p.m. It will be Tigres versus Ulsan Hyundai. So I think that'll be Josh and possibly someone else. Might be you, Simon. It might be anyone else. We'll have that. Then Friday morning we'll have Brisbane Roar versus Perth Glory watch along. That'll be around that'll probably around 8:05 when the kickoff is. That'll be with me. We love the A League mornings. And then I don't think we've decided on the weekend games watch along. But if you go to the website, the sports-corner.com, so a lot of stuff coming up tonight. We've got an NXT and AEW preview. We'll have a Future Stars preview either going up tonight or possibly tomorrow. We'll have a Bundesliga preview as well going up with KL. But we also had our deadline day content that went up around... it would have been Monday. Thank you to everyone who tuned into the Deadline Day stream. If you want to see more updates on when we're going to go live on any football general updates, at @the_top corner. We've also got our Instagram, which is, I think, _sports_corner. Follow on there for updates. But I think that's everything. Thank you to...
We're probably going to have a watch along for Super Bowl as well because it's Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh, it's Super Bowl Sunday. So, yeah, watch along probably Sunday for the Super Bowl. Again, if you check on the Twitter, we'll release a thing of what everything's coming out. As KD's making some scene gestures through the doors. But thank you to KL for joining me. As you can see him on there. Thank you to KL for joining me. Thank you for me. Thank you for KD for doing the other thing. Thank you to Simon and Will. Thank you for Josh to running it all in the backstage. Been some very, very interesting results. And the Brighton and Liverpool is probably the biggest shock result. But we'll see you tomorrow for the Tigres versus Ulsan Hyundai in the Club World Cup. A very, very good watch along. And peace. Bye-bye.
See you later.